Yes.
I don't know if it's possible. I'm trying to log on. I'm logged on through my laptop, a new laptop, and I'm in the waiting room with my hand raised.
Oh, you are. I'm going to move you over to the panel.
And that way I can cut off the phone.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're live streaming now. This is the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. We're here this morning for a series of public hearings, and then this afternoon we'll do a number of work sessions. The order for today's hearings are, we're going to start with 748 and 915, and we will combine those. We'll have both bill sponsors introduce the bills, and then we'll invite any legislators who are here to testify for or against the bills to provide testimony. And then we'll move on to members of the public who wish to speak on either of those two bills. And then we will do 825 and 851. We'll do those together as well. Again, both sponsors will introduce their bills, and then we'll call on legislators who wish to speak, and then we'll call on members of the public. The reason we prioritize the legislators is because they have to get back to the committees and do public hearings and cast votes on other bills that are before the legislature. And then we'll do 1229 and finally 1225. I've posted all of that information in the chat, and so it should be viewable to all panelists and attendees. Couple of other pieces of information. We do limit testimony to 3 minutes per speaker other than the bill sponsors. In our committee rules, we have a standing rule that there are no props that are allowed. And so if you have something in your background or on your t-shirt that pertains to the subject matter of the bills, I would ask that you obscure your background or any information that pertains to the subject matter of the bills. Just one of our committee rules. And then I think that's it. We will, the 3 minute testimony limit will be monitored by co-chair Tom Harnett. He's going to wave his real hand now so people can see him, and he'll cap his electronic hand up so that he'll always be in the upper left-hand corner of the screen so that you can check in with him to see how you're doing on time. And I think that is all that we need to do to start our hearings this morning. And so we will begin. And the first bill is LD 748, and that is presented by our colleague, Representative Javner. I will bring her on to the panel. Oh, I have been reminded by my colleague, Representative Lauren. I knew I was forgetting something. I skipped over our committee introductions, which is an important part of our morning and how we start. And so I am going to start with committee introductions. And we will start with you, Senator Keim.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I'm proud to represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County in 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you. Representative Harnett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and welcome to all. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which is the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside.
Thank you. And Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christopher Babbage. I represent House District 8, which is part of the town of Kennebunk. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Reckitt.
Yes, good morning. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. And Representative Moriarty.
Good morning, everyone. I am Steve Moriarty, representative from House District 45, which is part of Gray and Cumberland.
Thank you. And next, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all. My name is Laurel Libby, and I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot.
Thank you. And Representative Thorne.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent District 103, which is Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up here in beautiful Penobscot County.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos.
Good morning, everyone. Jeff Evangelos, House District 91. I reside in Friendship.
Thank you. And Representative Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Rena Newell, and I am the representative for the Passamaquoddy tribe.
Thank you, Representative. And that concludes our committee introductions. We may be joined later by other committee members. It's a busy time of year for the legislature, and people are pulled in a lot of different directions. And so now we'll welcome the bill sponsor, Representative Javner. And Representative Javner, you can go ahead and proceed with introducing LD 748.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. Good morning. I am Representative Kathy Javner. I proudly represent House District 141, located in Penobscot and Washington County. I am here today to introduce LD 748, an act to remove coverage under the main care program for abortions not covered for Medicaid by Medicaid. Public Law 2019, Chapter 274, enacted the main revised statutes, Title 22, Section 3196, which requires the Department of Health and Human Services to provide coverage to a main care member for abortion services. Abortion services that are not federally approved Medicaid services must be funded by the state. This bill, LD 748, repeals Title 22, Section 3196, removing the requirement that the department fund abortion services for main care members and removing the requirement that the state pay when the abortion services are not covered by Medicaid. The rulemaking portion of Title 22, Section 3196, defines abortion as the intentional interruption of a pregnancy by the application of external agents, whether chemical or physical, or the ingestion of chemical agents with an intention other than to produce a live birth or to remove a dead fetus, regardless of the length of gestation. According to the main family planning website, an abortion has a price tag of $500. This same amount can also purchase the infamous Vitamix blender, a Nintendo Switch, a Samsung Galaxy F10, or 10 visits to the local hair salon, a pair of designer jeans with or without holes, and would buy 2 new tires for my Toyota Tacoma. This is what the value of human life has been reduced to, the same level as video consoles and smartphones. According to David, the writer of Psalms, children are a gift from the Lord. They are a reward from him. Children are our greatest treasure and legacy. For those who choose not to believe this, that is their choice. However, it should never be forced upon those of us who do to participate, even involuntarily, in the devaluing of human life. By adding abortion services to the list of main care entitlements, this is happening. I have spoken to and heard from many taxpayers, those who are pro-choice, who do not want their hard-earned tax dollars to be utilized for this entitlement service. It is wrong. I urge the committee to do what's right for the Maine citizen and pass LD 748 and repeal this entitlements from the main care list of services. Thank you for your time and consideration of the value of human life.
Thank you very much, Representative Javner. Committee members, are there any questions for Representative Javner? I am not seeing any. Thank you once again, Representative. We do allow bill sponsors to stay on the panel throughout the public hearing. Would you like to stay on the panel?
You may remove me and I will still listen in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'm going to look at the attendee space and see if there are, so if there's anyone in the attendee portion of the meeting who is a legislator who would like to speak in favor of LD 7, oh, actually, excuse me, I'm not following my own process. Next, we'll have the sponsor for LD 915 introduce that legislation, and that is Representative Falkingham. And so I'm going to bring him over from the attendee space to join the panel. Representative Falkingham, could you raise your hand just so that it's easier for me to find you on the attendee space? Thank you so much. Representative Falkingham, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. I should say welcome back. I think you were with us a week or so ago.
Yeah, I've been with you guys a bunch of times. So good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Committee on Judiciary. I am Representative Billy Bob Falkingham, and I am here to present LD 915, an act to conform state funding to the federal Hyde Amendment, limiting funding for some abortion services. I apologize for taking some of the committee's time this morning. This bill is a repeal of Bill LD 820 from the 129th legislature. That bill, an act to prevent discrimination in public and private insurance coverage for pregnant women in Maine, was referred to the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. It is interesting that even though the sole purpose of that bill was to provide abortion service payments for services not approved by Medicaid, that the word abortion was not in the title. Also interesting that even though this bill I'm presenting today deals with insurance coverage just as that did, that it has been referred to judiciary. But regardless, here we are. In other words, I think it probably should have been in front of the same committee, but regardless. The Hyde Amendment prohibits federal Medicaid funding for abortions except in cases of life, endangerment, rape, or incest. This bill repeals Title 22, Section 3196, removing the requirement for the department to provide abortion services to Maine Care members, and removing the requirement that the state pay when the abortion services are not covered by Medicaid. Let me repeat. This bill does not affect abortions in the case of rape, incest, or the health of the mother. This bill seeks to align Maine law, once again, with federal law. 62% of Maine voters, including 60% of independents, 44% of Democrats, 64% of women, and over a third, 38% of self-described pro-choice voters oppose taxpayer funding of abortion. When told the legislature was considering a bill that would require taxpayer funding of abortion for Medicaid enrollees, no matter the reason for the abortion, 62% of voters remain opposed to expanding taxpayer funding of abortion in Maine. Since 1977, the federal government has prohibited taxpayer-funded abortions except in the case of rape, incest, and the life of the mother is endangered. Realign Maine with federal law. Taxpayer dollars should be spent responsibly. Please vote ought to pass on LD 915.
Thank you very much, Representative Falkingham. And I see we have at least one committee question for you. Go ahead, Senator Kine.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Buckingham. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. You brought up an interesting point at the start of your testimony, and that's that where this landed. This bill, it was also my question as to why judiciary would be hearing all the bills, regardless of really their subject matter, or simply because they had the word abortion in them. Is that something that you actually questioned and got an answer for around your bill, or did you just go with it?
I only questioned it to my leadership, and they didn't really have an answer for it. So I just figured all these bills need to get heard, and we're moving along through this session. So just let it go.
Thank
But
you.
I don't know why it would be in front of this committee. It's the same. Well, it's a mirror bill of the one that it's repealing. So it seems to me it should have been in the same committee, but I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Committee members, any other questions for the bill sponsor? I am not seeing any. And Representative Buckingham, you're welcome to stay on the panel if you'd like for the rest of the hearing. You don't have to decide now. You can move yourself back if you prefer, but you're welcome to stay.
Thank you.
And now that the two sponsors have introduced 748 and 915, I'm looking at the attendee space and asking any legislator who wishes to speak in favor of either of these two bills or the two bills combined, please raise your electronic hand so that I can bring you over to the panel. Again, any legislator wishing to speak in favor of 748 or 915. I see a hand up from Carol Connolly, but I do not believe Carol Connolly is a legislator. Is that, can my colleagues help me out here? It's not a familiar name. Okay. And then now looking at the attendee space, is there any legislator who wishes to testify in opposition to either 748 or 915? We have one legislator, Representative McCrate. I will bring her over. Representative McCrate, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. I don't know if you were here earlier, but Representative Harnett is in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. He'll be our timer today. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee, I'm Jay McCrate, representative for House District 51, Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick. I'm testifying in opposition to both LD 748 and LD 915. These bills are intended to negate progress we made in the 129th when we passed the law that prevented discrimination in pregnancy coverage. Now enshrined in Maine law, any insurer, public or private, who provides pregnancy care must also provide full pregnancy care, including abortion. Both bills, with nearly identical language, would have us return to the unjust practice of preventing people in poverty from having access to abortions, except in very limited situations, a clear and harmful example of discrimination against those in poverty. A person's insurance coverage or level of income should never be used to create barriers to restrict anyone's access to complete pregnancy coverage, including access to a safe and legal abortion. The policy these two bills seek to have us return to is a policy that purposefully created systemic injustice and that is unfair, harmful, and just plain wrong. This federal policy was created through the Hyde Amendment, passed in 1976, and specifically intended to prevent coverage for abortion for those on Medicaid. The effect of this policy lands squarely on those in poverty, especially people of color, who are eligible for Medicaid, but who are specifically prevented from using it for abortion care. Whether you believe in access to abortion or not, it's unjust to impose selective coverage barriers for the safe legal procedure. You've heard it before, but it remains true. No one No politician, no health insurer should ever come between any person and their chosen healthcare provider in their personal healthcare decisions. We all deserve the right, excuse me, to make our own decisions about whether or when to become a parent. People in Maine who are denied access to abortion are 4 times more likely to live in poverty. They are more likely to experience serious health complications from pregnancy, more likely to stay in violent relationships, more likely to suffer from mental health issues, and more likely to experience economic hardship as a result. Denial of coverage has lifelong consequences for all involved, individuals, families, and communities. I ask you to vote ought not to pass on both of these bills. Let's not return to a policy that is not only wrong, but that purposefully perpetuates systemic injustice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Representative McCrate. Committee members, are there any questions for Representative McCrate? Not seeing any questions. Thank you for providing testimony to the committee today.
Thank you, committee.
And now at this point, I'll ask those in the attendee portion of the meeting, if you are here to testify in support of either 748, 915, or to provide combined supportive testimony on those 2 bills, please raise your electronic hand and please keep it raised until you've been called on to provide your testimony. So that's the easiest way for us to keep track of who needs to testify and who hasn't. And let's see, there are some questions in the chat about process, and that's a good place for those questions. There's a question about somebody who's prepared testimony for all 6 bills who wants to testify just one time on all 6. And I would say it's hard for me to answer that question without knowing a little more information, but if one of those bills, and it looks like it is either 748 or 915, please go ahead and raise your hand and we'll sort it out when you're promoted to the panel. And so there are, I see just 3 electronic hands raised. So we'll begin bringing people over. The first person is Kate Maloney. And Kate Maloney, you'll be joining the panel momentarily.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Could you please activate your camera as well?
Of course, I can do that.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Kate. Welcome
Awesome.
to the Judiciary Committee. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. So good morning, members of the Maine Judiciary Committee. My name is Kate Maloney, and I am the New England Regional Coordinator for Students for Life of America. And I'm here today to represent the pro-life interests for the students of Maine. So I urge you to support LD 748 and LD 915, both acts designed to remove coverage under the Maine Care Program for abortions due to the extreme inequality and prejudice that would be allowed against the preborn in law and against those who love and value them. In a state where abortion access is strongly protected according to NARAL Pro-Choice America, and the right to an abortion is codified in the state's law due to the Freedom of Choice Act, I feel it is in this committee's best interest I just lost my place. I feel that it is in this committee's best interest to respect the consciences of its taxpayers and to ensure that public funds are not used for abortions. Recently, Students for Life of America's Institute for Pro-Life Advancement released a poll and found that 7 out of 10 millennials and Gen Z want to vote on abortion-related policy. More than 7 out of 10 express support for limits on abortion, and almost 5 in 10 do not support forcing all Americans, regardless of their beliefs, to pay for abortions. Maine has numerous options for women who are facing an unplanned pregnancy. There are federally qualified healthcare centers, which outnumber Planned Parenthood 16-1 and outnumber Planned Parenthood services. Pregnancy help centers, which offer free ultrasounds, pregnancy tests, and material assistance, and maternity homes that are there to support and enrich the individual, not profit from them. If the judiciary wants public funds to enrich the lives of women and families, it should allocate these funds for foster care, adoption initiatives, and pregnancy resource centers that serve the community by recognizing the dignity of every human person. Students for Life has also enacted an initiative called Standing With You to provide pregnant and parenting students with information on resources available to them. These services are here to truly empower the women and families of Maine. In conclusion, I would like to remind the judiciary that pregnancy is not a disease cured by abortion, and termination is not how we provide solutions. To put it plainly, if your healthcare terminates people on purpose, you're doing it wrong. I urge you to pass Legislative Document 748 and Legislative Document 915, and to start a legacy of funding life-affirming, nonviolent healthcare. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kate Maloney. And could you please let us know your town of residence? That's required for everyone who testifies before the committee.
Oh, I'm here to represent our organization. I live in Massachusetts, but as the New England Regional Coordinator, I cover all the areas. But
understood. What town in Massachusetts do you reside in?
Bridgewater, Mass.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I see that there are a couple, at least one committee question for you. Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Maloney. I just wanted to ask if you have written testimony that you might be able to submit. It's always nice to be able to go back and reread testimony.
Of course, I can definitely do that for you all.
Thank you very much. And anyone else listening, if you've submitted to speak but don't have written in yet, that's always much appreciated.
Committee members, any additional questions for Kate Maloney? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And next we'll hear from Michael McClellan. He'll join the panel in a moment. Michael McClellan, if you can activate your audio and video.
I think I did. I'm sorry, I'm old.
Thank you. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. And
Thank you.
You can begin with your name and your place of residence, and then go ahead and give us.
Can I give you one process question, a statement? I've done this a few times with you folks, and I don't know if anybody else has found this. I've found when I submit written testimony and also ask to speak live, I don't get invited to the live portion. So this morning I had to run in and do it all again. So I don't know if that's me or a blip in the system. So when I submitted my testimony written and also checked off, I want to speak live. And the last 2 times I've done this, I didn't get invited to speak live. So just, I guess you have to do it twice or what have you. Does that make sense?
That hasn't been my experience with it, but
it's happened to me twice now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
no, it's fine. I just want to make sure I'm not. I probably did make a mistake, but just so people know. But I'll begin. Senator Carney, Rep. Harnett, and the Maine Judiciary Committee. I'm Mike McClellan. I live in Raymond, Maine, but I'm also the policy director of the Christian Civic League of Maine, which is why I'm speaking today. So I'm going to blast through my support for both of these pieces of legislation. From my testimony, just some bullet points. Christian Civic League of Maine believes in a creator, and we believe that the creator has a great plan. On my first testimony for the abortion funding bill, I cited a whole bunch of verses from the Bible that speak to God's plan and that he knows us and he knew us even before we were born. When I was at church this week, it was interesting. My pastor was talking about a similar subject, and he mentioned how often we as a people, we walk away from the promise that God made to us of a land of milk and honey when we get scared, nervous, or lost, and we go back to that Egypt, that land where they throw babies in the river. And I don't mean that as a slight with abortion, just as that's what he said, that so often we don't chase God's plan, we get nervous and we go the other way. I'm saying we should follow God's plan. Maine was, when this law, the first bill, the Rep. Havner's bill was passed, Maine was against it. Maine is still against it when you look at the polls and the numbers. And I just want to say, I think when we do things to encourage abortion, we shouldn't be surprised when we get more abortion. We can look to China, where they cited only 1 baby per family. And in that culture, males are valued over females. So they're, last I looked, in a crisis where they have 5 males for every female in terms of marriage. Chinamen have to leave the country to get married. In our country, I just saw this week or last week that our family birth rate is down, that even though the numbers right now say we're still going along, we're going to be in a position where our country is going to start shrinking as opposed to growing. Many polls that I read for preparing for this in the Hyde bill say that Maine people believe we should have strict limits. They may even believe in abortion, but they believe we should have strict limits, and they believe we should not be paying for it with taxpayer money. Finally, the Hyde amendment doesn't stop abortion, as the representative said. And also, there was hearings in the 70s into the 80s on the legalities of it, and the Supreme Court of the United States found that the Hyde Amendment was a legal process, that women have a right to abortion, but they don't have a right for it to be paid for. Where's this going? I wrote yesterday, kind of maybe snidely, that, you know what, this is being forced to the Supreme Court. And lo and behold, yesterday we got an article saying this is going to the Supreme Court. So we can, I guess, all discuss today, and that's probably where this is all going to be decided. We encourage people to pray for you folks all the time, and just know that we pray for you and your families, and we really appreciate all of you. I'm guessing that's my time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. McClellan.
Thank you, and thanks for being
members,
there.
are there any questions for Michael McClellan? Not seeing any. Thanks for being here today.
Okay. God bless you guys.
And next we'll have Penny Morrill. And I'm also going to bring Brent Maynard over to the panel, bring a couple of people over at the same time. And Penny Morrill, if you could please activate your audio and video.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Yes, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself and let us know what town you live in. And we just lost your audio, your video, Penny. Can you reactivate? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Penny Morrill. I'm State Director of Concerned Women for America of Maine, and I live in Belgrade. And I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. I support both of these bills and thank our legislators for bringing them forth. Concerned Women for America of Maine is the largest public policy women's organization in the nation, with hundreds of thousands of members across the country. The states conforming to Hyde Amendment include Alaska, Arizona, California, Connecticut, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington. Representative Falkingham's bill will include Maine in the list of states conforming to Hyde. Again, like LD 748, Representative Javner's bill, also being heard by this committee today, this bill will stop taxpayer funding for abortion. Nearly every session of the Maine legislature has had a bill to stop taxpayer funding of abortion. According to a recent poll, and Representative Falkingham said 62%, that's even up from the last poll I read of 58% of Americans oppose or strongly oppose using government funds to support abortion. This bill will stop Maine taxpayers from picking up the tab. And LD 748 will stop taxpayer funding for abortion as well. 5 years ago, according to this website, taxpayers subsidized roughly 24% of all abortions. This is equivalent to taxpayers paying the full cost of 250,000 abortions a year, with about 70,000 financed by federal taxpayers. This doesn't reflect the position of America and the Maine taxpayer. So I urge you to vote ought to pass on both LDs, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Penny Morrill.
Oh, and may I add just one thing?
Yes, please.
Concerned Women for America is the organization that sends each of you a postcard once a month. My prayer is that each of you are receiving that. And like Mike McClellan testified, we do pray for you daily. And we thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions? Not seeing any. Once again, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Brent Maynard, you may activate your audio and introduce yourself, including your town of residence, and begin your testimony.
Brent Maynard, I'm a resident of York Beach. Basically, I'm sure most persons who are testifying in support of these bills believe, as I do, that abortion is the taking of an innocent life. I do not want my tax dollars to go to funding abortions. I believe that my constitutional right to the free practice of my Christian faith dictates that I should not be required to fund a procedure that I find morally reprehensible. And that's really all I want to say. I believe in being terse and to the point.
Thank you very much. That was very to the point. And let's see if committee members have any questions for you. Committee members, are there any questions for Brent Maynard? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony to the committee today. And next we'll hear from Carol Conley, who has joined the panel. And if you could please activate your audio and video. Welcome, Carol Connolly. You can begin with your introducing yourself and telling us where your residence is, and then proceed with your testimony. Oh, you're muted. You know, happens to all of us. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Carol Connolly from the Christian Civic League, and I'm coming to you from the shores of Pushaw Lake in Glenburn. And I want to thank our chairpersons and the committee members for the opportunity to speak on behalf of both these bills, 748 and 915. And I want to thank our legislators for bringing this forward. I think one of the things that I hope to accomplish today is this is a difficult circumstance and a very controversial personal topic, and we know that. And sometimes on both sides, passions get great. And in my commitment to trying to have a civil discourse about that, I still hope to be able to raise the idea of how, as this last person that just testified, this is something that is morally reprehensible to some people and not to others. And so that is not the debate. The debate is whether something that is morally reprehensible should have to be participated in financially. And when we look at the Hyde Amendment, it's one of the great accomplishments in our country when you consider the bipartisan efforts over the decades that have kept the balance between what the Supreme Court has recognized and to what is still considered morally reprehensible under many circumstances, and again, even understandably different circumstances that people recognize the time when a woman makes a decision to either keep her baby or to end that pregnancy. So with that, I just want to remind folks that as we look back in this last year and the passions in regard to racism and Black Lives Matters and the protest and the changes that occur in our country, a lot of this took place in Minneapolis. And in Minneapolis, there's a great church there that every year takes 2 weekends to talk about what we in Christendom consider two of the greatest offenses against the idea that human beings are created in the image of God. And that is racism and the ending of innocent life in the womb. And so they are great passions. And I realize that there are two sides to this, and especially of you legislators trying to balance the interests that are being here. So I would just ask you please to remember how close these votes were. And even in the two bodies here in Maine, the last time we had great folks like on both the Democratic and Republican side. This was a very close bipartisan vote. And I hope that as you consider these, that you'll remember how difficult this is, for how strongly folks feel about it, and how close it actually was the last time we discussed it. Thank you. And I urge you to support both of these bills.
Thank you very much, Carol Connolly. Committee members, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Chandra. Your last name is Bewell or Chandra, if you could activate your audio and video, introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and begin your
Thank you.
testimony.
Hello, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the other members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Chandra Buell. I live in Bremen. I feel very passionate about this bill. My parents were very young when I was born. I am so grateful that they chose life so that I could live. 3 of my friends have chosen abortion. Their choices did not lead to peace and joy in their lives, but to shame, regret, and pain. The good news is that they have all since found healing through the love and forgiveness of Jesus. The purpose of Maine Care is to promote the health and well-being of the people in Maine. Abortion is too costly. The women who make this choice suffer from higher depression and suicide rates. Some have lost their lives due to unscrupulous practices. Other women have lost their ability to have children in the future. Our youngest citizens of Maine, the unborn, pay the highest price as their lives are cut off. Abortion is too costly. We want a state where life is valued and a climate where women, men, boys, and girls can thrive. Not every woman is at the place in life where they feel they can nurture a child. There's no shame in that. Many parents are waiting to welcome a child into their home and hearts. Adoption can be a wonderful and an unselfish choice. Please support LD 748 and remove coverage under Maine Care for abortions. Let's be a state that honors life, not takes lives. Their lives matter. Your lives matter, and my life matters. We were created for a purpose. Thank you for listening and for your diligence and commitment to the state of Maine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chandra, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
Not a problem. It looks different than it sounds, so I understand.
All right, committee members, any questions for Chandra Buell? Not seeing any. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And that is everyone who has raised their hand to speak in support of LD 748 or 915. And I just want to check the attendee space one more time and ask those who wish to speak in favor of these 2 bills. If you haven't already spoken, please raise your hand. Not seeing any additional raised hands. And so at this point, we'll turn to those who wish to speak in opposition to 748 and 915 and ask that you again raise your electronic hand, and please keep your electronic hand raised until you've been invited to the panel to speak. And we'll start with Attorney General Aaron Fry. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Attorney General Fry. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Aaron Fry. I live in Bangor, and I'm honored to serve as Maine's Attorney General. I'm here to express opposition to both LD 748 and 915 this morning. As has already been addressed, in 2019, the legislature enacted a measure to ensure that Medicaid eligible individuals seeking an abortion could be covered for those costs of their care through a state-funded program that was operated by DHHS. This action was undertaken based on fundamental principles that abortion is a healthcare procedure. It's a decision that is made between a patient and their provider in consultation with their provider. Individual's financial situation should not affect their ability to access abortion services. Now, as has been referenced, there is a federal law that's known as the Hyde Amendment that prohibits federal coverage, federal funding, to be used to pay for abortion services through the Medicaid program, except in certain instances, rape, incest, and life endangerment. So any action that's taken by the state to ensure access to abortion services would have to take that amendment into account. My office did consider this back in 2019 and carefully reviewed the language to confirm that there were no legal problems with what the state did. So that law, which implemented the state-funded program separate from Medicaid, provides coverage for care for Mainers who are otherwise Medicaid eligible. It created a seamless means of providing coverage for patients while maintaining Maine's full compliance with federal law. So since we're in compliance with the law, including the Hyde Amendment, the only question for the legislature really is a policy question. And that is, should the state cover the cost of abortion services for low-income Mainers, just as we do for many other important healthcare services? I would encourage the committee to answer that question in the affirmative. So the legislature took action in 2019. It was legally sound. It was the right thing to do. I would encourage the committee to pass on these two bills. I would just flag as well, there are other bills before the committee, 825, 851, 1229. I provided letters on those. I won't join you, so you hear from me 2 other times today. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Attorney General Fry. Committee members, I do see that there's at least one question. Just a moment. Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General Fry, would you consider abortion an elective surgery?
Well, I consider it a choice that a woman makes about her reproductive process. So it's a decision for a woman to make about what she does with her body. That's what I consider.
So would you consider it elective procedure?
I think you just asked him that question, Representative Thorne, and he answered it. If you have another question, you can do it.
Well, it was a yes or no, and I guess that's what I was looking for. A lot of times on this committee, we're asked to ask yes or no questions, and I'm just looking for a yes or no out of Attorney General Fry. Does he consider an abortion an elective surgery?
I consider it a choice that a woman makes about what she does with her own body.
Thank you both. Are there any additional questions from committee members? I am not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Nicole Clegg. And Nicole Clegg, if you could activate your audio and video and introduce yourself and tell us where you reside, please.
Good morning. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Nicole Clegg, and I serve as the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood of Northern New England, and I reside in South Portland. I'm here to present testimony in opposition to both LDs 748 and 915. I'm going to acknowledge that my testimony is rather lengthy, so I'm going to just bounce around a little bit to save you hearing me read the entire thing. But just very quickly, in 2019, as you've heard already mentioned, the Maine legislature passed legislation designed to remove barriers to decision-making about pregnancy that existed both in public and private insurance. Abortion, as I think all know, has been a safe and protected medical procedure for nearly half a century. And in Maine, we have a similar long history of protecting safe legal abortion, including the codification of the legal right to an abortion into law nearly 30 years ago. Since then, the legislature has been clear that decisions about a pregnancy are best left to the person and their medical provider. The government's role is to protect this right and not restrict or interfere. While the right is protected in the law books, the reality is that denying insurance coverage, especially for people with the lowest incomes, means that it's not a right in practice. When it comes to the most important decisions in life, such as whether to become a parent, it is vital that people can consider all options available to them, however little they earn or however they are insured. It's not the place of the state to decide for someone else whether they can get an abortion. Yet when the state elects to cover one option and deny coverage for the other, that's exactly what happens. The right to make these decisions personally, privately, and in the interest of one's own health is taken away. Despite the polarizing rhetoric that you will hear today, voters are in large agreement about abortion care. When asked what the experience should be like for a woman who's decided to have an abortion, the overwhelming majority want her to be supported by loved ones, treated with dignity. Voters don't want people forced to walk through protesters, They don't want them to face additional barriers. And the majority believe that this should be affordable and covered by their insurance. By requiring legal abortion for public insurance through MaineCare, the 2019 law removed a significant barrier to exercise the rights Maine lawmakers have said are fundamental to a person's ability to self-determine. And then I'm just going to very quickly highlight another aspect of my testimony, which is that there is research that speaks to the impact of denying coverage. This is exemplified by the fact that 1 in 4 Medicaid qualified women who seek an abortion find themselves forced to continue their pregnancy because of cost. Women who are forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term are 3 times more likely to fall into poverty within 2 years. Many more are forced to delay their procedure for as long as 2 to 3 weeks while they try to raise money, with the costs and risks of the procedure increasing the longer they wait. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions for Nicole Clegg? Not seeing any. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And I'm going to bring over a couple of people from the attendee space. Jane Field, this will be the order that you'll testify. Jane Field, Danielle Blair, and Mary Beth Horahan. And Jane Field, if you could please activate your audio and video and proceed.
Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the committee. I'm Reverend Jane Field. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm a constituent of your committee member, Senator Sanborn. I'm also an ordained Presbyterian PCUSA minister and the executive director of the Maine Council of Churches, which has 7 member denominations: Episcopal, Lutheran, Presbyterian, Quaker, Unitarian Universalist, United Methodist, and United Church of Christ. And together we represent 437 local congregations in Maine that have about 55,000 members statewide. And the Maine Council of Churches is here to oppose LD 748 and 915. It's obvious from the testimony you've heard already, I'm not the only Christian you'll hear from today, and I respect the right of those Christians who support the bill to be here and represent their interpretation of Christianity, but theirs is not mine, nor is it that of the Maine Council of Churches. My own denomination has advocated for reproductive choice and justice since before Roe v. Wade, because we understand that the termination of a pregnancy is a matter of careful ethical decision by the patient that should not be restricted by law. We affirm the ability of women to make good moral choices, and we believe the decision to end a pregnancy can be such a choice. Abortion is a complex healthcare and moral issue requiring nuanced medical, ethical, and spiritual discernment in each unique situation. There's a wide diversity of experiences, opinions, and beliefs related to abortion that exist among people of faith, including our members, but neither we as the church nor you as the government have the wisdom or authority to decide what's best for a woman in an individual situation when she's considering abortion. The unprecedented number of anti-abortion bills that come before you today are a backlash to the success of reproductive rights legislation in 2019. And they're aimed at decreasing access to abortion and increasing stigma, judgment, and shame that some want to put on women who are making legal and ethical decisions for their own reproductive health care. And these bills in particular, the 2 we're discussing now, affect low-income Mainers and Mainers of color. Affordable and accessible health care is one of the central tenets of our council's moral agenda. And we believe healthcare is a basic human right. So we constantly advocate for ensuring that Mainers have access to affordable healthcare, regardless of their income. And that includes comprehensive, high quality, affordable sexual and reproductive healthcare, including abortion services. People throughout Maine, regardless of what their income is, should have access to safe quality care that empowers them to build the lives and the families they envision and decide when and whether to parent. And for all these reasons, the Maine Council of Churches urges you to vote ought not to pass on LD 748 and LD 915. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane Field. Are there any questions? I see one from Representative Thorne. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Reverend Field. Thank you for coming and providing your testimony. You mentioned words like moral and ethical. And as a reverend, I would assume that. When we talk about Medicaid and Medicare and funding, do you believe elective surgery or procedures should be covered?
I don't believe that abortion care is elective, and the American Medical Association has stated it is not.
Thank you.
Committee members, any additional questions? I am not seeing any. Thank you very much, Reverend Field. It is appreciate you being before the committee today. And next, Danielle Blair, you may activate your audio and introduce yourself and proceed.
Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and other esteemed members of the Committee on Judiciary. My name is Danielle Blair. I am a resident of Farmington, and I represent NASW Maine, so the National Association of Social Workers Maine chapter, in opposition to LD 748 and LD 915. Disparities in reproductive health care access are deeply rooted in our society. This is true for Maine, but it's true for the United States. Despite the rate of unwanted pregnancies decreasing overall, the rate among women experiencing poverty was still 5 times higher than the rate for women with higher incomes in 2011. Restricting access to abortions for women with low incomes will further exacerbate these inequities, which disproportionately impact women of color. If these 2 bills are passed, Maine women with low incomes will be forced to pay out of pocket for a procedure that is covered for women with expensive private insurance. Ensured access to abortion cannot become a matter of economic class when women forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term are more likely to experience poverty than other women. Already, about 25% of women who qualify for Medicaid and seek an abortion are forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term due to costs in states where insured abortion access is limited. Social workers, per our code of ethics, must promote client self-determination by seeking to enhance their capacity and opportunity to change and to address their own needs. The decision to become a parent is one of the most important and personal decisions that we as humans make. And when women have autonomy in making decisions about their own reproductive health care, they have greater control over their economic security. Maine's women are capable and deserving of the opportunity to make the decisions that are best for their health, lives, and futures, regardless of economic status and free from stigma and judgment. NASW Maine urges you all to vote ought not to pass on LD 748 and LD 915. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Danielle Blair. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today. And next we'll hear from Mary Beth Horahan, and you may activate your audio.
Madam Chair, I had a question for the previous speaker.
Okay, give me just a minute. I didn't see your hand raised. You may proceed, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Blair. I am intrigued by this portion of your testimony. You said that, hang on a second, let me find it again, I'm sorry, that client self-determination must be supported and promoted. I just wonder about the self-determination of Maine residents who don't want to pay for a procedure that they believe is morally reprehensible. So it seems like a small portion of folks whose self-determination must be honored versus the many, many people of Maine who oppose. Can you speak to that, please?
I can speak to that. I appreciate your question, Representative Libby. And what I would say is that every single Maine taxpayer and every single American taxpayer is funding something that they find morally reprehensible. For me, that would be our egregious military spending and the actions of our military in some countries where we have caused more harm than good. I would prefer not to fund that. Unfortunately, that is a very significant portion of the United States budget, and I don't have a choice. What I would say to people who find this morally reprehensible, who don't want to fund it, is that ideology and politics have no place in reproductive health care. This is a necessary healthcare procedure for the women of Maine, and we need to fund healthcare.
Thank you for for an honest answer.
Thank you both. And now we'll turn to Mary Beth Horahan. Welcome, and please proceed with your testimony. We are not able to hear you. You appear to be unmuted now. Can you try once again? Yeah. Let me do this. If you can check your settings, and I'll move on to Gwendolyn Doak, and then we will return to you. Gwendolyn Doak, could you please activate your audio and video and proceed? You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the committee, of the judiciary, I appreciate your time. I'm here today really to speak to all of these bills, but primarily LD 1225. But I can't help but testify to how all of these are related in terms of limiting my reproductive and my family's reproductive choices. Minority rights are not subject to general opinion. I came prepared with testimony. I find it difficult to speak it. I feel harassed every time one of these bills comes forward because I see the intent to undermine my constitutional and religious freedom, my medical freedom. And I'm here to state how these attempted restrictions impede on my pro-life and pro-choice position as a taxpayer and as a citizen. Forced birth, forced sterilization, and forced abortion are all sides of the same coin. When you impact our abortion rights, our access either monetarily or publicly to induce terror, fear, and stigma and affect our lives, we do not have to be currently pregnant to be affected by your actions. When an individual citizen expresses their personal religious belief, I understand that is their freedom of speech and of choice to behave as their own individual self. But my legislators take an oath to protect my rights in this state and in federal law. These attempts are, if not by the sponsors intended, by some contingents of the public, are intended to threaten, terrorize, and harass people regardless of whether the legislation passes or not. I've heard a lot of faith thrown around in defense of this. I will say that I have worked for 2 different church congregations, 2 different sects of the Christian denomination, and at no time I apologize. I would like to, in my final statement, just make aware that in your professional role, your role to represent me, if you knowingly attempt to use a legislative process to knowingly go against what is my constitutional right. You are weaponizing this process and
Gwendolyn, I'm
cause
sorry, but
harm. Thank you.
oh, thank you for wrapping up. And thank you for your testimony. Committee members, are there any questions for Gwendolyn Doak? Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Ms. Doak. And one introduction to the legislative process. I think that's great. When you mentioned the infringement on your constitutional rights as it applies to this piece of legislation, could you be more specific on what constitutionality this would be violating, in your opinion?
We appear to have lost her, Representative Thorne. Looked like she froze and then went off screen. If I know she mentioned.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, hold on. Thank you for rejoining us, Gwendolyn Doak.
I apologize, broadband connection.
I know.
We're
the closing of my statement. I just want to say that was all. I'm asking, I apologize. I'm asking to document this as an instance of harassment.
At this point, we see you on two different screens. I think I'm going to close one of them. And I'm just going to ask that if you could, do you wish to not answer Representative Thorne's question? Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not hear his question.
We're having technical difficulties. Representative Thorne, could you please re-ask your question to Carolyn Doak?
Yes, Ms. Doak, can you hear me okay?
Yes, and I apologize. It's Gwendolyn Doak.
Yes.
Of Wilton. I apologize. I neglected to tell you the town that I was from.
Oh, you can go ahead and let us know that too, please.
Wilton.
Thank
in
you.
Franklin County.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead with your question, Representative.
My question, Gwendolyn Doak, was you mentioned that this bill infringed on your constitutionality, and I was wondering what specifically in the Constitution that these bills would infringe upon.
My access to full complements of reproductive care. Unfortunately, these restrictions on abortion procedures could potentially affect the categorization of a procedure I underwent that was not an abortion, but could easily be recategorized to take it out of being an option for individuals who have already experienced the loss of their fetus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gwendolyn Doak, for providing testimony today. And now we will hear from Mary Beth Horahan, who I think has resolved her technical difficulties. Mary Beth, if you can activate your audio and video, please, and begin.
It says that the host has disabled my ability to turn on my camera.
Oh, hang on a second and let me see if there's a way for
There
me.
we go.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. I switched devices. I apologize. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee, I am Dr. Mary Beth Horahan, and I've been a practicing pediatric cardiologist at Maine Medical Center for more than 27 years, and I reside in Falmouth. I'm here today on behalf of Maine Health to testify in opposition to both LD 748 and LD 915 as they limit access to abortion services for one category of women in Maine. As part of our mission and vision, Maine Health strongly supports increasing access to affordable and life-saving healthcare and medications. And with that in mind, we oppose the legislation before you today for two reasons. First, there are many women covered by Maine Care with serious health conditions that need access to family planning, including abortion services. I have cared for countless adult patients who were born with severe congenital heart defects. Many of my patients cannot safely carry a pregnancy. There is too much danger to the mother of irreversibly worsening her heart disease by carrying a pregnancy, or in some cases of not surviving the pregnancy. Additionally, there is in many cases a significant danger of the mother delivering a very premature infant who might then face the medical and financial consequences of that extreme prematurity. In addition to patients with some forms of congenital heart disease, there are several other categories of patients in Maine whose health and sometimes lives are at risk during pregnancy. This includes patients with pulmonary hypertension, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, dilated cardiomyopathy, and some mechanical heart valves. The numbers are not insignificant. If they find themselves pregnant, many of my patients must have access to safe, legal, and affordable abortion services in order to stay healthy, and in some cases to stay alive. The choice that they face when they find themselves pregnant is complicated and difficult. And for us to place financial and legal barriers in front of that set of decisions is unthinkable and unacceptable. And finally, as a physician, I stand for equality and justice for my patients. These bills would place significant restrictions on access to procedures that could improve health and future quality of life, and even be potentially life-saving for women based solely on their income. All of my patients and all of Maine's residents should have access to high quality and affordable healthcare services, regardless of income and insurance status. We must provide compassion, respect, and the best care to all Maine women, not just those with certain forms of health insurance. With that said, we at Maine Health urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on these two bills to ensure that all women in Maine, regardless of their health insurance coverage, continue to have access to safe, legal, and affordable abortion services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Horahan. Committee members, are there any questions for Dr. Horahan? Not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today. Next, we'll hear from Lynn Ellis.
Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Lynn Ellis. I live in Brunswick, and today I read the testimony of my co-chair of the Healthcare Issue Group for Maine Unitarian Universalist State Action Network in opposition to LD 748 and LD 915. And here I'll start her testimony. She's working today. My name is Deborah Crump. I live in West Paris, Maine. And as I said, I'm testifying in opposition. As a person of faith, I believe in justice and equity for all, which informs my conviction that the right to make decisions about when to start a family ought not be restricted by gender, faith, race, or income. Whatever one's personal beliefs about abortion, government has no business interfering in a decision made by a woman, her family, and her healthcare provider. These two bills would decrease abortion access for low-income women. These politically motivated restrictions fall hardest on people who already suffer systemic discrimination in the healthcare system: Black and Latino families, immigrants, and the LGBTQ community. Women who, women who want but are denied abortion care are more likely to fall into poverty than those who can access abortion care. Studies have shown that a woman who is able to make decisions about her reproductive health care, including having children, has more control over her economic security and ability to determine her own future. This can affect her ability to continue her education, pursue a career, care for the family she may already have, follow her dreams. Instead of making access to abortion more restrictive, we need to support women and families as they make their very personal decisions. Life is complicated at best, and making the decision whether to end a pregnancy is one of the most personal and difficult decisions one can make. I believe everyone has the right and ability to make the best moral choices for themselves, free from infringement or outside influences. I urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 748 and LD 915. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lynn Ellis. And I know that you were reading the testimony on behalf of somebody else rather than on your own behalf. Representative Thorne, can you hold your question since Lynn Ellis was really here on behalf of somebody else and not presenting her own testimony?
Sure.
Thank you so
I am
much.
happy to answer questions as well. I'm a retired social worker, and my colleague is a currently working nurse. So we're both medical professionals.
Okay, Representative Thorne, you can go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And welcome, Ms. Ellis. I appreciate you coming forth today and providing testimony on this bill. And my question was, in your written testimony that was provided by someone else, it mentioned politically motivated restrictions. And I guess my question is, I think that this has to do with Maine Care Program and deals with funding a procedure that some would look at as perhaps elective, even though that hasn't been established and that it's covered. But politically motivated restrictions, I would question that perhaps it was more along the lines of a morally motivated restrictions or ethically, but I don't see the politically motivated restrictions on it. So that would just be my question as to how that was determined, but you may or may not know and be able to take that to the person that provided the testimony.
Well, I certainly will bring it to her attention. And I guess the broad stroke answer is, I wish we lived in a culture where everything was fair and not politically motivated. That has not been my experience, that especially with people who are in the minority are suffering. And this has been my experience as a social worker all of my career. And I can't say that politically motivated does not factor into it. So that's the broad answer without going into specifics.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you both very much. I'm not seeing any other questions for you. Appreciate your testimony today. Next, we'll hear from Regina Rooney, and if you could please activate your audio and video and introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett. My name is Regina Rooney. I live in Hope, and I am here speaking on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence in opposition to LD 915 and LD 748. 2 years ago, MCEDV supported the expansion of Maine Care coverage for abortion services because we've seen over and over again the important role that access to abortion can have on a survivor's immediate and long-term safety. And because we believe that options to increase safety should not only be available to people who can afford to pay out of pocket or who have access to private health insurance. So we speak in opposition to these bills today for these same reasons. People often think that safety planning must involve the police, the courts, or a shelter, but creating lives free from abuse is more complicated than that. A survivor's ability to decide whether or not to have a child is a critical factor in their ability to manage both the risks posed by their abusive partner and their long-term economic stability, which is what survivors cite most often as the barrier that keeps them trapped. Maine's law providing for abortion coverage for people on Maine Care, which by design covers our state's most economically vulnerable people, is therefore an important antidote to the tactics that abusive partners frequently use to coerce or force pregnancy. Removing this coverage limits the options for people who are already at an economic disadvantage when dealing with their partner's abuse and plays into the hands of those who want to maintain control over their partners by coercing or forcing pregnancy to create long-term legal connection and economic dependence. We should be clear that these bills today are part of a national strategy to make abortion more difficult to obtain in an effort to eventually end people's ability to exercise their right to it. At its core, domestic abuse is about one person imposing their will over another person's mind, spirit, and body. Laws that fail to recognize individuals' right to control over their own bodies are therefore antithetical to efforts to address domestic abuse. Autonomy over one's own body and the ability to decide when and if to have a child are central to survivors' well-being and cannot be separated from other efforts to help them live and thrive in safety and freedom. For these reasons, MCDV and our member programs urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 915 and 748. Thanks for the opportunity to bring this perspective, and I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions, committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Leah Copeland.
Good morning. Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of Judiciary Committee. My name is Leah Copeland. I live in Portland, Maine. I'm a certified nurse midwife and the program director at Maine Family Planning, which provides comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care, including abortions, at 18 locations statewide. I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 748 and LD 915, which would take away healthcare coverage for Mainers who need abortions, undermining their economic security and jeopardizing their future. Insurance coverage bans and restrictions have no basis in medicine, but they can have profound negative effects on people's well-being. We know that 1 in 4 poor women in the US is forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy because she can't afford abortion care. The groundbreaking Turnaway study conducted at the University of California, San Francisco, shows that denying a woman a wanted abortion, including by telling a patient that the care they need isn't covered by their insurance, creates long-term economic hardship, exacerbating financial insecurities, and presents a host of challenges, not just to the patient, but to the patient's children as well. Furthermore, insurance bans actually present significant health risks. For one thing, poorer patients can be forced to delay their abortion procedure for as long as 2 to 3 weeks while they raise money, with the costs and risks of the procedure increasing the longer they are delayed. If a person ends up being unable to obtain an abortion altogether, they are more likely to experience pregnancy complications, such as eclampsia, than someone with a planned pregnancy. It's just not right for elected officials to interfere in these profound healthcare decisions based on how they feel about abortion. We don't have to look far for evidence of how these restrictions harm Maine people and how lifting them made a meaningful difference for our fellow Mainers. I can confidently say that since our state law ensuring equitable coverage for abortion care under public and private insurance plans went into effect in 2019, people are better off. I've heard the exhales of relief on the phone when patients come to understand the care they need will be covered. This means it means one less bill to cover for those who are already struggling to make ends meet. It means not having to face eviction, deny their children food, selling needed items, or not paying for heat. It means making an informed decision based on personal circumstances, not what your healthcare plan covers. And it helps eradicate stigma around abortion when this procedure is covered, just like any other type of healthcare, including those that carry more risk. At this moment, when we are more aware than ever of all the troubling inequities within our healthcare system, it just doesn't make sense to hold back coverage from someone who is eligible and in need, or to realign Maine law with outdated federal policy aimed at making it as difficult as possible for poor people, especially people of color, to make their own decisions about their pregnancies. Mainers' access to care should never depend on where they live, how much money they make, or what type of insurance they have. On behalf of Maine Family Planning and our patients, I urge the committee to reject LD 748 and LD 915. When it comes to personal decisions around having or not having children, the government shouldn't have its thumb on the scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, any questions? I am not seeing any. Appreciate you providing testimony today. Next, we'll hear from Abby Strout-Bentes. I believe I'm saying that correctly. Welcome. You can introduce yourself and proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Hartnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Abby Strout-Bench. I live in Rockland, and I am the Director of Education and Community Engagement at Mabel Wadsworth Center in Bangor. Mabel Wadsworth Center is the only independent, not-for-profit feminist health center in Maine. We provide comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care, including prenatal care, abortion care, birth control, STI testing and treatment, cancer screenings, and other wellness care. I'm here today on behalf of our health center and patients to oppose LD 748 and LD 915.
These bills are harmful abortion restrictions and part of an overall strategy to push abortion care out of reach. For nearly 25 years, we've been experts in full spectrum pregnancy care, providing both abortion care and prenatal care. When pregnant people come to our health center, regardless of their plans, they can access all their pregnancy options in one place, including abortion care or continuing a pregnancy and deciding to parent. We also provide referrals for pregnant people considering adoption. All options are treated with equal respect and non-judgment. All are supported, celebrated, and trusted. We hold our patients' hands and we laugh and we cry with them, whether they're expecting a baby or ending a pregnancy. Both options are valid and personal. Since 2019, MaineCare has covered both abortion care and maternity care when lawmakers took action to promote the health and economic security of Maine people with LD 820. This law protects people working to make ends meet from discrimination by ensuring that insurance plans provide comprehensive pregnancy coverage. It cannot be overstated how major an impact this policy change has had on the lives of our patients. Our frontline staff often share the experiences of telling patients with MaineCare that their abortion care is a covered service. The sigh of relief and expressions of gratitude are enormous. Ending this restriction has removed a major barrier for many people, especially those from rural communities who must travel long distances and also pay for transportation. When someone tells you when you tell someone you will pay for their prenatal care but not their abortion care, you're taking away their autonomy and decision-making. It's coercive for the state to financially support the decision to continue a pregnancy, but not to terminate a pregnancy. This discriminatory abortion coverage ban would impact over half of our patients. We don't have to guess how this policy would harm our community. Estimates of what happens when public insurance no longer covers abortion indicate that about a quarter of low-income women who would have otherwise had an abortion instead give birth. I'll move just to the end. Mabel Wadsworth Center opposes any and all efforts to restrict reproductive freedom. We trust pregnant people to make the best decision for themselves about their bodies and reproductive health. We know an individual's ability to make
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but we do have a 3-minute limit. Appreciate.
Thank you. I just we urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any. Thank you for providing testimony today. And I think that next we have Dusty Holman-Sprague. You can go ahead and proceed.
Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the committee. I'm happy to join you here today. My name is Dusty Holman-Sprague. I represent the Maine Women's Lobby, which advocates for public policy that increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls. We're here today in opposition of both of these bills, and as you will hear me say in each of the times I come to give testimony today, this is because when policymakers intervene in the private medical decisions that should take place between pregnant people and their providers, virtually all restrictions, limitations, and barriers disproportionately harm women who are already marginalized or oppressed. You've heard other people mention, and I will just reiterate, that poor women are significantly more likely to experience unintended pregnancy, again, because of barriers to access for reliable, long-acting birth control. These same barriers mean that abortion is more highly concentrated among women who are experiencing poverty and women who are forced to carry unwanted pregnancies to term because of geographic or financial access or any other barriers, such as waiting periods, are more likely to fall into poverty if they are not already. The combined impacts of racism and classism mean that women of color are disproportionately likely to be insured by the Medicaid program. So restrictions such as the ones proposed in these bills are specifically targeting these women. Refusal to invest in the methods that reduce unwanted pregnancy and give people options to manage or end those pregnancies constrain the lives and choices of the women least resourced to weather those storms. These bills seek to control and coerce poor women and Black and brown women into carrying unwanted pregnancies and all of the risk, expense, and emotional hardship that that entails. We hope you will vote ought not to pass on these bills. Thank you. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any questions. Thanks for your testimony today. I believe the final opponent is Megan Sway. And while she's activating her audio and video, I'm just going to turn to those in the attendee space and ask if there's anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition to 748 and 915. And okay, go ahead and proceed, Megan Sway.
Thank you so much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Committee on Judiciary. Good morning. My name is Megan Sway, and I am Policy Director for the ACLU of Maine. I also reside in Portland. On behalf of our members, I'm here to oppose both LD 748 and 915 that would impose unlawful barriers to accessing healthcare. Every person who's pregnant faces two constitutionally protected choices: to either continue their pregnancy or to terminate it. The decision not to have an abortion is simultaneously a decision to continue the pregnancy to term and to give birth. And the decision to have an abortion is a decision to end the pregnancy. These bills would return us to the day when MaineCare would provide coverage for only one constitutionally protected decision. Doing this would violate Article 1, Section 1 of the Maine Constitution, which guarantees all people in Maine the right to liberty and safety, because it would coercively interfere with a person's decision regarding whether or not to continue with a pregnancy. Our law court has recognized, Our law court has recognized the right to make intensely personal decisions about one's body, one's health, and one's intimate relationships, free from unwarranted government interference, is a fundamental constitutional right protected by the Maine Constitution. The decision to continue or terminate a pregnancy lies at the core of that right. By providing coverage for all necessary medical expenses for patients who decide to continue a pregnancy, but withholding coverage for patients who decide to terminate their pregnancy, the state would be imposing coercion on this most personal of decisions. Forcing or coercing a woman to carry her pregnancy to term against her will, delaying her access to necessary abortion care, and or compelling her to make dangerous sacrifices in order to afford abortion jeopardizes her right to pursue and obtain her own liberty and safety. We also believe that this legislation would allow the state to discriminate against women in violation of Article 1, Section 6A of the Constitution as well. We urge you to vote ought not to pass and to ensure that women and people who are pregnant are able to exercise either constitutional right to carry the pregnancy to term or to terminate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there questions for Megan Sway? I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you for providing testimony today. And that brings us to Dan Morin. Dan Morin, you can activate your audio and video and begin.
Good morning, members of the committee, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett. My name is Dan Morin, Director of Communications and Government Affairs for the Maine Medical Association. We're the state's largest professional physician organization, representing more than 4,300 physicians, residents, and medical students across all clinical specialties, organizations, and practice settings. My written testimony was recently uploaded. It should be in the committee file. It is composed of opposition to 5 bills today, but I'm going to touch on just the 2 bills before you as requested by the chairs. Our physician members share a common goal of preventing unintended pregnancy and reducing the need for abortion in Maine. But these 2 bills I have referenced under in my testimony. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists has a committee opinion on increasing access to abortion. And in it, it states abortion, although legal, is increasingly out of reach because of numerous restrictions imposed by the government that target patients seeking abortion and their practitioners. Insurance coverage restrictions, which take many forms, constitute a substantial barrier to abortion access and increase reproductive health inequities. There's also a link to a recent study from BMC Women's Health concluding that restrictions on Medicaid coverage of abortion are an insurmountable barrier to obtaining abortion care. And then the Government Accountability Office in 2019 found that women could face various challenges accessing abortions depending on where they live, and Medicaid beneficiaries may face additional challenges in some states. There's also written testimony from Dr. Norma Dreyfus, one of our more active members of the MMA. She couldn't be here because she's out in California on a pre-existing engagement, but she marks in her testimony abortion as an integral component of women's health care. Passing these two bills would markedly set us back in our efforts to decrease healthcare disparities. Healthcare decisions in pregnancy should be made privately by a patient clinician and should be based on the best interest of the patient and her family, not the patient's or her family's financial circumstances. And she also references an anecdote of when she was a practicing physician taking care of adolescent patients, talking about a teenage patient from a low-income family. I recommend that you take a look at that. I'd be happy to take any questions, and I'll be before you for the other bills on the slate today.
Thank you very much. And I see that there's a question from Representative Thorne. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moore, do you know if there's anything out there that statistically speaks, I heard you mention some different statistics and numbers that tracks affluent abortion versus indigenous or indigent abortions? The ratio?
I do not have access to that information, but I can check with the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology and our members in Maine to find that for you if it exists.
Yeah, and I guess my question is,
good question.
Do affluent women often request to have their abortion covered through Medicare or Medicaid? Or is that something that they just typically cash on the barrelhead, or, you know, bill the health system that they're under and doesn't come in contact with services?
I'm not sure I understand the last part of the question. You were asking, do affluent women seek abortion services from Medicare or Medicaid?
Yeah.
I would think that affluent women wouldn't be on Medicare or Medicaid or qualified for Medicare or Medicaid because they have their own insurance coverage or the financial resources to do so on their own.
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much for providing testimony today.
Thank you, Senator.
And I inadvertently missed someone. Gabriella Sear, if you could go ahead and provide your testimony.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gabriella Sear. I'm a resident of Bangor, and I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 748 and LD 915. I've spent my life in Maine, born and raised in Aroostook County. At this point in my life, I'm finishing my senior year at the University of Maine and will soon have a bachelor's degree in biology. I'm fortunate to be sharing one of my most personal stories with you today, because I grew up in an environment where sexual and reproductive healthcare information is not comprehensive, and female sexuality is still subject to a lot of shame and judgment. I want to do my part to help change the narrative surrounding the resources provided by Maine Family Planning and the assistance provided by Maine Care. When I found out I was pregnant, it was not a blessing, nor a miracle to me. The thought of raising a child that I could not adequately provide for had me paralyzed in fear. While fear and shame are the same tactics used to make young girls like myself think that the only option is to go through with an unwanted pregnancy, there was not a single moment where I thought that having a child at this time was the right path for me. I encourage you all to take a moment and imagine yourselves alone in the middle of an ocean of crashing waves. Just as you think drowning is the only option you have, someone throws you a life preserver. Do you grab it and get pulled to safety, or do you choose to stay in the water, relying solely on the chance that the waves will subside before they drown you? The resources of Maine Care and Maine Family Planning were my life preservers. Knowing that Maine Care covered the abortion procedure allowed me to not feel trapped. I am not financially secure to cover unexpected expenses that I have not planned for, just as 40% of Americans struggle to cover a $400 emergency expense. I would have done whatever it would have taken to make the right healthcare decision for myself, but thanks to the help of Maine Care, I did not have to worry about how the cost would affect me. I strongly believe that abortion is a personal choice and access should not be limited to those that can afford it. It is a decision that should be made between a patient and their provider, not interfered upon by the government and insurance policies. We must support and trust women to make the choices that are right for them without shame and interference. And one way to do so is to continue to provide funding for elective abortions through MaineCare. Let it be known that I do not feel shameful for my choice, and no one could make me feel otherwise. I feel incredibly thankful that I had the opportunity to make the right decision for my personal well-being and for the unconditional support I received from the Maine family planning staff. It is my sincere hope that this can be a step forward in respecting each individual's ability to act autonomously on decisions of sexual and reproductive health. Because of my access to abortion care, I will be able to finish school this summer and enter the workforce, following my dreams, and be able to start a family if and when I am ready. Today, I do not only speak for myself. My story is only one echo of the generations of women simply wanting the freedom to choose their own future with dignity. At your hands is the opportunity to continue throwing life preservers, so please don't let us drown. Thank you for your time and your public service, and I urge you to unanimously vote ought not to pass on LD 748 and LD 915. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today. And that, I think, completes everyone who wished to speak both for and against. And so we'll go to our last category of testimony, neither for nor against. Is there anyone in the attendee portion of the meeting who wishes to speak neither for nor against on LD 748 and or 915? If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any hands raised. And so with that, all of the testimony being heard, we will close the public hearings on LD 748 and 915. And we'll begin our next hearing. Committee members, is everybody okay to proceed without a break? Looks like we are. That's terrific. Okay, so now we're going to move on to have the sponsor of LD 825 introduce that bill, and then we'll allow the sponsor of LD 851 to introduce that bill, and then we'll follow the process of taking legislator testimony and then testimony from others who wish to be heard on the bills. The sponsor of LD 825 is Senator Stewart. I'm just going to make sure that he is here in the attendee space. And he is. I'll bring him over.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you. Welcome, Senator Stewart. You can go ahead and proceed with your testimony.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. It's good to see you all this morning. And I'll pull up my testimony. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. I'm Senator Trey Stewart and have the honor of representing 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. I'm here before you today to present LD 825, an act to ensure equity in women's healthcare access in Maine by requiring facilities providing abortions to inform patients of options and alternatives. And I must say at the outset of my testimony too that today, I know you folks have a marathon day in this committee with a number of bills that deal with abortion. And I've seen some of these bills characterized in the press in the last 24 hours as part of a larger overall, some sort of national effort. I want to be clear at the outset of my testimony that my bill is absolutely not affiliated with anything dealing with any sort of national effort. And in fact, it was brought up to me by folks in Aroostook County. So with that, I'll go back to my written testimony. And I sponsored this bill after being informed of a great inequity that exists in Northern Maine. Last year, I learned that the abortion reversal pill, which works if taken within a limited amount of time after taking the pill or chemical abortion pill, is not available in Northern Maine. I was informed by the head of the Pregnancy Care Center and I told her that I would work to ensure equity in Maine by improving access to this particular drug. You see, if you're getting a chemical abortion in Portland, you would have no problem accessing the reversal drug should you change your mind shortly thereafter. That would not be the case in Aroostook County, where you'd have to drive several hours to access the same drug, potentially jeopardizing your pregnancy, which you may have changed your mind about. To be sure, this is a subject that is incredibly emotional for many, and I'm not here today to talk about the merits of abortion. If anything, this bill is pro-choice legislation. It seeks to increase the choices available to women wrestling with this incredibly difficult decision. The last thing that anyone should want, regardless of your stance on abortion itself, is for someone to change their mind after the fact and then be informed that because of where they live, that the choice was taken away from them. I'm also not suggesting that we should take a position that women should change their minds after they've taken the chemical abortion pill, simply that if they do later on their own, that they have an option for redress. If we are serious about healthcare equity in Maine, we can start here with this minor change that may make a big difference. Opponents will say that people don't change their mind. Well, I've heard personal accounts to the contrary. At the very least, the legislature should ensure that healthcare access isn't limited because of your geographic location, and this legislation would be a significant step in that right direction. Please vote to ensure equity and support this pro-choice legislation. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have at this time.
Thank you very much, Senator Stewart. Committee members, are there any questions for Senator Stewart? Got a couple of hands up. Go ahead, Senator Keim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Stewart, for being here today and for bringing this bill. I am somewhat unfamiliar with this and was wondering why it is that in Portland you're saying it's available to women, but not in Aroostook County.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Appreciate it. So I'm not an expert in this subject area. I don't pretend to be. I was informed that there is an inequitable access issue with regard to specifically the reversal pill, not the abortion pill itself. That is available in Aroostook County. And in fact, the same arguments were made back when this bill, when that debate was going on about access to abortions in rural Maine, that the equity and healthcare access argument was brought up then, and that seemed to be good enough for the proponents then. I'm suggesting that for folks that live in Aroostook County that don't have access to the reversal option, which there is a technical name for it off the top of my head without reading it. I'm sure I would butcher the name. But if you live in a more urban area, the point being, if you live in Southern Maine, if you live in the greater Portland area, you will have access to that. If you live in Fort Kent, you may not, and your closest option may be to Portland, at which point you would then have to drive yourself or find some other means of transportation to get to some place that does have it. And so the key component of this bill, there is a component in there that deals with information sharing. I mean, I think that is important, letting folks know that there is an alternative option should something change their mind. I know that some folks that are going to be testifying behind me have an issue with that. You can debate that all day long. But if you set that aside, the point being that somebody shouldn't have to drive 5+ hours to get access to the drug at someplace in the rural part, the more urban parts of the state wouldn't have to have that same sort of barrier. And that's the point of this bill.
Thank you.
And we've got a couple of hands. Representative Thorne, go ahead, and then Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Senator Stewart. Good to see your smiling face today. My question for you is, and Senator Keim almost touched on it, but I didn't hear quite the answer of why Aroostook County doesn't have the same available options as Portland. Maybe I got lost in the words, and if there's something more succinct as to why Aroostook County isn't privy to that and Portland is.
Sure. So specifically, I don't know if there's a closer place between, for instance, Holton or Southern Aroostook County and Portland. There may very well be, but the point is, if you do have to drive outside of your rural county to some sort of urban center, even if it's Bangor, let's say, well, that's still 2.5, 3+ hours for some folks in Aroostook County. I don't know why. Well, in large part because it isn't a requirement, right? It isn't a requirement that folks that provide chemical abortion pills also provide the reversal. And I'm not saying that it's necessary in every instance. That certainly isn't going to be the case either. But in those instances where it is necessary, to then have to subject someone to drive hours and hours to receive that medication is a pretty big inequity in my opinion, and is something that is a geographic it's more an issue that is based on geographic divides and the division between rural and urban than I think anything else. And I don't want it to get caught up in the talk about, abortion broadly speaking. The point is, if it is available to some folks in Maine, it should be available to all folks in Maine. And I'll leave it at that.
All right. And a follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair.
I'm going to move on to Representative Harnett and then Representative Libby, and then I'll circle back to you because many folks have not had a chance to ask questions today, and you've asked a bunch of them.
I understand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For understanding. Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and nice to see you again, Senator Stewart. I applaud your efforts to make sure that Mainers have access to the full array of healthcare, regardless of where they reside. But I'm looking at LD 825, and can you point me to language that is going to remedy that problem? I don't see anything that says it must be available throughout the state. I just see that information needs to be provided. Am I missing some language?
If you'll bear with me, I don't have the bill text up in front of me. I can pull that up. But that was the intent of the bill. I apologize for the delay. And of course, that pulls me to the 126th legislature. Let's see. That might be a correct interpretation of the rules, Representative, or of the language. I mean, which, if is the case, that is an oversight. It's my understanding at first pass that I believe Section 4 of the bill was supposed to include that provision, and I can understand why, if you're reading it now, that may not come off as such, which maybe somebody actually has a law degree could weigh in on that and what that interpretation would be. But the intent of the bill primarily is to provide access to, the long and the short of it is that if you're providing an abortion chemical pill form, that you should also be at least carrying in stock some degree of the reversal option, or alternatively just have a space. There should be a space relatively nearby, whether it's a hospital or some other place, that wouldn't require you to have to travel significant miles in order to access that. And I can, on the spot, not 100% on the language anymore. So I may have to get back to you on that, Representative, but that is a good question. I appreciate you pointing that out.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm muted. Representative Libby, did you still have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was similar to Representative Harnet's, but I wonder, Senator Stewart, if you might be able to present us with an amendment for the work session.
Absolutely, yes. Certainly happy to do that, and I'll confirm with the analyst who believe that would be the appropriate point of contact to ask that question to, because that was in fact the directive to the revisor's office that that was the primary purpose of the bill, is to ensure that there is access to that. So if that's not in there, then that's simply an oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
And Representative Thorne, did you still have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gracious of you to allow me another question of the great senator from Aroostook County. Senator Stewart, my question was, is this unique to Aroostook County, or is this something that you found in other rural locations like Washington County or Northern Piscataquis or Penquis County or other locations throughout the state?
So I can only speak to my neck of the woods, and in talking with folks up here about this issue, folks that are in this line of work. It's certainly the case in the county. I don't know about other places around Maine. And so I don't want to necessarily speak out of turn on that. We can try to get some more information for you for the work session on that question, though.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll be able to get that to you. I know the work session is a pretty quick turnaround on this. I think we've only got a couple of days, but we'll do our best to get that information for you.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know if you had talked to any of your other colleagues in the outlying areas and found that to be an issue as well. So thank you.
Thank you both. Committee members, are there any other questions for Senator Stewart? I am not seeing any. You're welcome to remain on the panel for the remainder of the hearing on 825 and 851 if you'd like. And
Thank you.
With that, we'll bring the sponsor of LD 851, Representative Griffin, over to the panel. Representative Griffin, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. You can proceed with introducing LD 851 whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Abigail Griffin, and I have the honor of representing House District 102, which includes the towns of Glenburn, Conduscate, and Levant, and I reside in Levant. I come before you to introduce LD 851, an act to ensure women are informed of the abortion pill reversal. Have you ever made a decision in a moment of uncertainty and wish you had another chance to change your decision? I know I have. The abortion pill reversal treatment gives a woman a second chance to reverse a decision that may have been made during a period of uncertainty, loneliness, and hopelessness. The abortion pill blocks the effects of the progesterone, which nourishes the baby. When the progesterone is blocked, the woman's body no longer thinks she is pregnant, and the essential nutrients a baby needs to survive is blocked, and the baby dies. The second pill is taken up to 48 hours later, and the woman will experience severe cramps, and the baby's body is expelled. A woman will go to the clinic for a follow-up exam 1 or 2 weeks later. I don't think any woman would want to starve her baby. A woman needs to be very clear what these pills do and what she's going to experience. To reverse the effect of the abortion pill, doctors give a prescription of progesterone so that the woman's body understands that she is pregnant and will send nourishment to the baby. This regimen is usually continued for the rest of the first trimester. This only works after the first pill. Doctors across the world are now providing the abortion pill reversal. The process is safe for the mother and her unborn child and offers a real chance for a woman to rescue her unborn child, says the American Association of Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Natural progesterone has been used for over 50 years in the treatment of early pregnancies that are threatening to miscarry. A case series published in the peer-reviewed journal Law and Medicine found that reversing the effects of the abortion pill is successful up to 68% of the time. Other states in our nation have passed legislation for informing women of the abortion pill reversal. These states are Arkansas, Idaho, Kentucky, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Utah. Indiana and Montana have passed legislation, but it is not in effect until July and October. Every woman should be given all her options. If in loneliness and confusion a woman makes the decision she regrets, she should know there is hope. She can reverse her decision to give life to her unborn baby. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Representative Griffin. Committee members, are there any questions for Representative Griffin? Go ahead, Representative Moriarty. We're not able to hear you, Representative.
I had muted at an earlier point, sorry. Thanks, Madam Chair, and good morning, Representative Griffin. I just needed to expand on my medical knowledge here a little bit, and there may be others who are following you who may have more background in which to answer the question. But first of all, if a woman has begun taking an abortion-inducing drug or medication, and then there is a change of mind or a change of heart, what is the window of time in which the progesterone can be taken?
I believe, but I'm not positive, I believe it's 24 hours.
Okay, thanks. And then the related question, both your bill and the previous bill mention, I think in actually identical language, that it may be possible to reverse the effects of the initial drug. So that implies some uncertainty. Do you know how, what the percentage chance of reversal actually is, assuming that the medication, the progesterone, is taken within the 24-hour period?
Well, I did cite from the Law and Medicine, it was successful up to 68% of the time.
Okay, all right, that helps then, thank you.
Sure.
Committee members, any additional questions? I am not seeing any other questions for your representative, and you're welcome to stay on the panel for the remainder of the hearing if you'd like to.
Thank you very much.
And now I'm turning to the attendee space and asking if there is any legislator who wishes to testify in support of either LD 825 or 851 or both. Please raise your electronic hand and keep it raised until you've provided your testimony. And I'm not seeing any. Is there any legislator who wishes to testify in opposition to 825 or 851? Please raise your electronic hand. Also not seeing anyone. So now we'll turn to members of the public who wish to provide testimony. And for those members of the public who wish to testify in support of 825 and 851, please raise your electronic hand and leave it raised until you've had an opportunity to provide your testimony. And for some folks had a little bit of a hard time finding their raised hand function. It will be at the bottom of your screen, either called raised hand, or it might be called something else. Can somebody help me with what the other name of it is? No? Okay. Well, it looks like we have a number of people who have raised their hands to provide testimony. And we'll start with Michael McClellan, and then I'll also bring over Penny Morell. And welcome back, Michael McClellan. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I assume you can hear me.
We can.
And I just want to say, I just sit here and think a lot. You guys do a great job. This process, I've done this a few times with you, and I just appreciate how respectful and how well this works. So I'll blast through my two testimonies. Senator Carney, Rep. Harnett, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Mike McClellan. I live in Raymond, Maine, which I can see the White Mountains from my house today. But I also work for the Christian Civic League of Maine as the policy director. And I'll just make some thoughts on the two testimonies I submitted, both in favor of these pieces of legislation. Rep. Stewart kind of alluded to, and I think Senator or Representative Moriarty started to hit too. He mentioned the long drive. There is also a time constraint. So I wanted to make sure that was mentioned. There is a time frame. I'm not sure it was exactly 24 hours. It was something in that range though. I also wanted to say the woman in the first batch of bills who got appropriately upset at what she thought her rights were being, hurt. I really felt for her and her passion, and just wanted to point out there are people that believe in life as well that feel that same way. These are tough issues, and I really respect you guys for how you keep this all together and keep, and keep this being a good discussion. I understood that some of the people against this legislation sent out some emails saying that the pill reversal didn't work. So of course, the first thing I did was I dug into it because I'm not a scientist. I'm not a medical person. My testimony that I submitted to you includes some links, some stories, some quotes from mothers. And I can honestly say from those quotes that 900 babies at least would all agree that this pill reversal system works. Again, I think these bills are about, these two bills are about options, informations, and choice. And just as I think it was already said, imagine someone, we all do this, we make a mistake and then we want to try to fix it. That's what this is basically allowing. Somebody that made a decision and has regrets about it has a limited window of time to fix it. And I'm just not sure who could testify against wanting to give someone that option if we're talking about healthcare. I think of Rep. McCrae's testimony in the first batch where she talked about how important options are. Here you go. I hope she's going to testify on these bills as well. I think even the lobby that is for abortion can't have a problem with this because the abortion has already started. They're getting paid already. So I'm not sure why they would have a problem with this. Ultimately, I guess, as I close here, abortion, we are told, is often about women who are distressed. And some of the testimony you've heard of have given examples of finances, of family, of abusive relationships. And we know that when you're in distress, it's hard to think correctly. So these bills are simply saying, let's give these people that are asking for support all the information they need. And then let them and help them to make the best decision that they can make. So, guys, thank you.
Thank you, Michael McClellan. And I see that there are some committee member questions. Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Hi, Representative.
Chair, welcome back. Mr.
Hey, how are you?
Appreciate you coming and providing your testimony today. Sure. And I think the analogy could be given that we experience here in committee is a motion to reconsider. Is that a good analogy for the pill?
Yeah, sure, I can work with that. As I said, all of us can think of a time I can think of a time I bought a car and I got home, it was a stick shift and I couldn't drive it. And I wanted to send it back. And it was a struggle to do it, but I did. We all can relate to this situation.
And my question for you was the 900 babies that you mentioned. Was that just in Maine?
No. And be honest with you, as I read this, Representative, there's a lot. I saw a bunch of numbers. 900, I think, was the largest number I saw. And it was from 2019, but that's nationally.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. McClellan.
Hello, Representative.
Do you have any information on the statewide availability of progesterone?
I don't, but I will certainly get it to you for the work session.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. My understanding is it's only in Portland, But I have not researched it real hard.
Any additional questions, committee members? Not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And,
God bless.
Penny Morrell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. I submitted lengthy testimony on LD 825 and especially the Crisis Pregnancy Center out in Waterville and the services that they provide and the information that goes along with Senator Stewart's bill. But after listening to his testimony and zeroing in on the abortion pill reversal, I'll state my testimony on that bill as and leave the other to you to for yourself. Excuse me. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am Penny Morrell, State Director of Concerned Women for America, speaking on behalf of Concerned Women for America, LAC, and I reside in Belgrade. Concerned Women for America of Maine is grateful that the abortion pill can be reversed. Like LD 825, another bill being heard by this committee today, I testify that women deserve to have all reproduction information. In any medical procedure, this is essential. Who wouldn't want women to have all information, especially how to stop an abortion if they change their mind? This bill mandates informed consent on pill reversal. The website for Alternatives Pregnancy Center explains the process, and that time is of the essence once the pill has been taken. And I heard testimony that Representative Griffin said she believes it's 24 hours, and that's been what I've found in my research as well. So I respectfully ask this committee to vote LD 851 and LD 825 ought to pass, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, any questions? I am not seeing any. Appreciate you being here. And that brings us to Brent Maynard, and you may proceed, please.
Brent Maynard of York Beach. I support both of these bills because these bills are very positive and constructive. We hear a lot these days about the importance of transparency. These bills are all about transparency. They are not requiring that any pressure be put on anyone to alter their decision, but merely require that all options be clearly placed before the person or persons making the decision. And I think emphasis should be placed on persons because choices about abortion oftentimes are made jointly, both by the woman and her partner. Whether one is pro-life or pro-choice, no one should be opposed to a choice being an informed choice. And that's all I have to say about this matter. God bless and have a good day.
Thank you, Brent Maynard. Committee members, any questions? Not seeing any. We'll go next to Karen Harrington. And Karen Harrington, if you can activate your audio and video, please, and begin your 3-minute testimony.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Sorry, bear with me, technical issues. I'm not super computer savvy. So I was actually the one who, sorry, my dog, hold on.
Okay, I think we will let her start when she's back. But at this point, let's move on to Carol Conley. Oh, she's back. Go ahead, Karen Harrington.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Goodness, I'm so sorry. My dogs were barking. My husband just got home, so I had to just throw them out real quick. So I was the one who had the question about, I prepared testimony for all 6, which I will speak on when we get to the next one. 1229 because that was mostly what I talked about. But in light of this bill, I just wanted to jump on and submit my little portion of this testimony. Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Karen Harrington and I live in Clinton. I am a registered nurse. I have been a labor and delivery nurse for 15 years. And I also volunteer at a pregnancy center in my community, performing obstetrical ultrasounds and assuming the role of nurse manager of the center. I am testifying today in support of 825 and 851, offering information and access to abortion pill reversal. And I can testify to what Senator Stewart was saying, that there actually is a demand for this. Women do change their minds after. Our center has received referrals because there's actually a national hotline that women can call. A lot of women don't know it exists, but if they have access to that information, they can call that hotline and get information and resources if they have since changed their mind and would like to have the abortion pill reversal. Again, it is within 24 hours, so time is of the essence. I have actually had clients that have been referred to our center because we offer free ultrasounds to anybody who wants one, regardless of their insurance status. Some of our clients have no insurance at all. Some have main care, some have private insurance. We offer ultrasounds at no charge to them. And we have had clients that have been referred to us seeking ultrasounds to know if their abortion pill reversal was successful. So again, those clients are coming to us hoping to see that their pregnancy is still sustained in their uterus and that the baby does have a heartbeat after they have since changed their mind and attempted the abortion pill reversal. So I just wanted to jump on and explain that there is a need for that, and that women do change their minds, and those services are really important that people have access and information about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not see. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Harrington, I've learned a little bit this morning, and maybe you can just help me confirm that what I've got down is accurate. As
Yep.
I understand it, when a pregnant woman wishes to terminate a pregnancy by the pill method, she takes 2 pills, some time apart from each other. How much time typically?
Usually within 2 days apart. I'm not entirely sure of that. I know that within the second pill, it needs to be within 24 hours that the abortion pill reversal is accessed. But it's within 72 hours from the very first pill they take, the very first abortion pill.
Okay, so let's assume a mother has taken the first pill. She has 24 hours then to take the progesterone.
So from the first pill, she has 72 hours.
Oh, it is 72.
Yes, and then after the second pill, it would be 24 hours.
Oh, I see. I didn't understand it could be taken after the second pill successfully.
Yes, it can. It can. And I do want to point out the fact that the abortion pill reversal is just progesterone. It's the natural hormone that a woman's body produces when they're pregnant anyways.
Right.
And we use it in antenatal care all the time. For example, we have patients, like I said, I'm a labor and delivery nurse. We have patients who come in for McKenna injections, which is just an injection of progesterone to help them carry their pregnancy. Women who have given birth preterm in the past, or women who have had multiple early losses because of maybe progesterone issues. We see progesterone used in other areas as well, just not, it's not just the abortion pill reversal that we use progesterone.
So progesterone is a naturally occurring hormone. Why wouldn't it be available in healthcare institutions statewide?
That I can't speak to that. I really am not familiar with what areas have access to them or not. So I apologize. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
But
then.
that's a great question, because I mean, we certainly have access to progesterone in the form of McKenna injections for our patients where I work.
Okay. And you're from Clinton?
I'm from Clinton, yes. I'm from Clinton. The pregnancy center that I volunteer at is in Waterville, and the hospital that I work for as labor and delivery nurse is in Skowhegan.
Okay, good. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much, Karen Harrington. That takes us to Carol Conley. You may proceed.
Good morning. Again, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of both of these bills. I'm Carol Conley in Glenburn, representing the Christian Civic League of Maine. Again, thank you for the testimony. I just want to refer to some written testimony that I know you have. This is a really relevant issue. Back 11 years ago, about 10% of abortions were performed medically. And now with RU 486 coming more to the forefront, it's about 50% as of 2 years ago. So it really is significant. And we were aware of the request of this legislation from up in Aroostook County. And so I do know that Senator Stewart, his intent of his bill was in regard to access. And we would support an amendment if that does come forward, for the work session. But we also support the idea of just the information being available to women. And on March 16th, Planned Parenthood sent out an email to its supporters saying that these bills would be promoting the lie that abortions can be reversed. It's not a lie. As you have heard, there are testimony that abortions can be reversed. Now, the question is there risk? And yes, there is risk with any medical procedure. So we want to address the access part, but we, even more importantly, if that's such a high hurdle requiring a medical institution to do that, we very enthusiastically, and it would even ask the question, why wouldn't we want women to have this information? To know what the risks are, just like a cancer patient has to decide, are they going to fight for life, knowing what the risks are. So it baffles us why, the Planned Parenthood would send out an email about this legislation saying that it's a lie that abortions could be reversed. And again, I appreciate the fact this is controversial and very personal decisions. We have to balance rights. Yep, my time's up.
Ask that, no, your time isn't up, but I would ask you to focus please on your substantive perspective on the issue rather than attacking another entity that may or may not testify after you, please.
Thank you. Again, we encourage the members of this committee, as the sponsor said, to get through the political part of this and just consider, I think, what is the common interest that we all have, that when Maine citizens are making a very difficult personal decision, that they have all of the information that's available to them. And that's why we encourage you to vote yes on both of these bills.
Committee members, I see that there is at least one question. Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Conley, I don't know if you can answer this or anyone else that may happen to still be on here, like the sponsor, but do we know the success rate of the reversal pill? Anybody?
I believe that there is written testimony that's given to talk about what the success rate is after the first 24 hours. And as the last person testified, and I believe Representative Griffin, no doubt, the sooner it is, the higher it is, as up to 2/3 success rate. The longer they go, especially after the second when it is reduced, our contention would be there's no question, there's risk. There's also question about effectiveness, but why not give women this information?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee members, are there any additional questions? I am not seeing any. And so with that, I believe that we have concluded those who wish to speak in support of this legislation. And so I'm asking those in the attendee portion of the meeting who wish to speak in opposition to LD 825 or 851 to please raise your electronic hand. And again, keep it raised until after you've had an opportunity to provide your testimony. And I'm going to call over several folks at a time. We'll hear from Kathy Sharpless, Jane Field, and Danielle Blair initially. And Kathy Sharpless, welcome to the Judiciary Committee, and you can introduce yourself, please, and begin your testimony.
Good morning. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Catherine Sharpless. I reside in Yarmouth, and I'm an OBGYN attending physician at Maine Medical Center. I am testifying on behalf of Maine Health in opposition to LDs 825 and 851. These bills require providers to tell their patients that they have the option to reverse a medication abortion, when, in fact, there is no evidence that abortion reversal works, and worse, there is evidence that it can endanger their lives. Most protocols for medication abortion follow a two-step process, whereby patients take mifepristone, a medication that blocks the hormone progesterone, followed by misoprostol, a medication that causes the uterus to contract. Misoprostol is usually taken within 48 hours of mifepristone. Proponents of abortion reversal state that if a patient takes high doses of the hormone progesterone after the ingestion of mifepristone, but before misoprostol is taken, that the abortion can be reversed or prevented. Currently, there's insufficient evidence that high doses of progesterone are more likely to stop the abortion process than simply not taking the misoprostol at all. An institutional review board approved randomized placebo-controlled study designed to test whether high doses of progesterone could prevent the completion of abortion compared to placebo had to be discontinued due to safety concerns. The aim of the study was to enroll 40 women who were planning a surgical abortion, but agreed to take mifepristone followed by a placebo or high dose of oral progesterone prior to their planned surgical abortion to study whether or not the process could be reversed. 12 women were enrolled, and when 3 of them experienced severe hemorrhage requiring emergency services, one of whom required a transfusion of blood products, the study was halted after a safety review. The study was unable to continue due to the clear danger that it placed on the women, and was unable to answer the question of whether or not high doses of progesterone were more effective than placebo for stopping a medication abortion. What the study did tell us is that the failure to continue the abortion process once mifepristone is taken, regardless of whether or not high-dose progesterone is taken, can result in life-threatening hemorrhage. Healthcare providers take oaths to protect their patients and do no harm. These bills would force us to break those oaths. As a healthcare provider, I would never want to lose the trust of my patients by advocating for an unproven treatment that could put their lives in danger. An important part of my job is to ensure that my patients understand all of their options when faced with an unwanted pregnancy. I take that role very seriously, and I have not encountered a patient who has changed their mind about abortion following the ingestion of mifepristone. These bills are unethical and dangerous and based on a false premise. I urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharpless. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
And next we will hear from Jane Field.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Good to see you all again. I won't force you to endure the introduction to the testimony I've submitted on all 6 bills today. A reminder, I reside in Portland, and I'm the executive director of the Maine Council of Churches. We represent 7 mainline Protestant denominations, 437 congregations, about 55,000 parishioners statewide. And we oppose both 825 and 851. I am not a medical doctor, and I'm glad that Dr. Sharpless spoke before I did. But one of the reasons that we oppose these bills is that they seek to force medical professionals to disseminate information to patients about a procedure that has no basis in medical science and that could in fact be harmful to women if attempted, this so-called reversal. The study that Dr. Sharpless just mentioned was at UC Davis, and women had to be rushed to the hospital because of violent hemorrhaging. It is not safe. Facts are important, especially when discussing the health of Maine's women. Claims regarding abortion reversal treatment are not based on science. They do not meet clinical standards. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists does not support this procedure. Yet politicians are pushing legislation to require physicians to recite a script that medication abortion can be reversed and to steer women to this care. Such unfounded legislative mandates represent dangerous political interference and compromise patient care and safety. Neither politicians nor church leaders should mandate treatments or require that physicians tell patients inaccurate information. And for these reasons, the Maine Council of Churches urges you to vote ought not to pass on LD 825 and 851. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Field. Are there any questions from committee members? Go ahead, Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Field, good morning again. I wonder, is there printed information from the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists that sets forth their position on reversal?
I was able to find it online very easily when I was writing my testimony, yes. And the information about the UC Davis study is available on npr.org and other sites.
Can that be forwarded to us?
I'd be happy to do that before your work session.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you both. Committee members, any additional questions? Not seeing any. Appreciate your testimony today. That takes us to Danielle Blair. And Danielle Blair, go ahead.
Good morning again, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and other members of the Committee on Judiciary. I represent NASW Maine, or the National Association of Social Workers Maine chapter, in opposition to both LD 825 and LD 851. Medication abortions require patients to take two different medications, one typically 24 hours after the other. Medication abortions are highly effective and safe. However, there is no objective, credible evidence that indicates that an abortion reversal or the process of preserving fetal tissue by failing to take the second medication and ingesting progesterone is safe or even possible. In fact, one 2019 study concluded, and this has been referenced by two other speakers here today, that this may put clients at risk for severe hemorrhage, an indication that so-called abortion reversals endanger women's health. As social workers, we are bound by our code of ethics to respect the inherent dignity and worth of every person. Today, I am advocating for clients seeking abortions to be treated with that same dignity and respect by their medical providers, which requires the receipt of medically accurate information and not stigmatizing or misleading claims based on misinformation. These bills were written by politicians, not by medical professionals, and they aren't meant to protect patients, but to shame and judge women for their reproductive choices. Medical professionals, which includes the American Medical Association, agree that bills like this one, quote, contradict reality and science and ought not to pass. Patients need medically accurate information to inform their decisions, which is critically important when decisions are as personal and as life-altering as the decision to have a child. Medical providers do want patients to know about all of the potential risks and benefits for any procedure, which is why Planned Parenthood and other organizations provide information about all of the options for women who are seeking abortions. There is still no evidence to indicate that a possibility of medication abortion reversal exists, forcing medical providers to give patients this misleading information for no purpose other than stopping abortions at whatever cost to women undermines informed consent and puts women's health at risk. NASW Maine urges you all to vote ought not to pass on LD 825 and LD 851. Thank you for your time to the committee, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions for Danielle Blair? Not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today. That will take us to Regina Rooney. If you could please activate your audio and video.
Hello. Hello again. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Again, my name is Regina Rooney. I live in Hope, and I'm writing on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence in opposition to LD 825 and LD 851. In our work at MCEDV, we typically encounter survivors who are seeking an abortion because bearing their abusive partner's child presents real and concrete safety risks to them. It will stymie their efforts to leave, which they may have carefully timed until their children were old enough for that plan to work. It will thwart their efforts to achieve economic independence. And in my work with survivors, I have heard more than once, it is like every time I got ready to leave, he just knew, and then I ended up pregnant. Abusive partners coerce and force pregnancy as a routine tactic because it is so devastatingly effective at binding their victim to them for the long run. Whether they are seeking support from a domestic violence resource center like our members, a reproductive health clinic, or some other community service, survivors need competent, trauma-informed support that provides what they need as efficiently as possible. They do not need mandated scripts that compel their doctor to provide information that doesn't apply to their situation. Nor do they need to be required to sign off on forms testifying that they were provided that information. They certainly do not need to be told that time is of the essence if they change their minds. We are only creating more unnecessary hoops for survivors to jump through when they are already dealing with an urgent and dangerous situation. This kind of scripting, based not on the needs of the survivor and expertise of the provider, but on a political agenda, is the opposite of trauma-informed practice. These pieces of legislation presuppose that people choosing abortion will change their mind. But survivors know what they need and are only trying to manage the many barriers to them getting it. It is at best paternalistic to insinuate that patients don't know their own minds when they make the informed choice to seek an abortion. And for these reasons, MCDV and our member programs urge you to vote against LD 825 and 851. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this perspective, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions for Regina Rooney? Not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today. And that brings us to Gwendolyn Doak. Oh, Gwendolyn, just one. Oh, no. Okay, there was a hand that was up and it's down now. Go ahead, Gwendolyn Doak, go ahead with your testimony, please.
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to make 2 procedural points before I begin.
Okay.
The first, I was referred to in someone else's testimony, and I would just like to remind them that it's inappropriate to characterize my emotional state. I would prefer that they refrain from putting their feelings into my mouth as though they are my words. Thank you. Second note, I am hearing the term abortion industry thrown around. It's a very inaccurate terminology to use. It's used for emotional effect. It is not factual. This is a field of reproductive care when I reference my medical professionals. May I begin?
You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm just a citizen. I'm not a legal mind, but I understand the concepts behind litigation abuse, reproductive abuse, coercion. Again, my prepared testimony is focused primarily on LD 1225, but is in relation to all of the bills proposed for the hearings this morning. And so I'd like to speak to these 2 specific bills, excuse me. I apologize for the interruption. I am pro-life and therefore I am pro-choice. My providers have never neglected to provide me with comprehensive information, including pros and cons of every option that I had available that I wanted additional information for. They always provided a complete list of options, an understanding of risks and limited time frames, windows of safety. And that includes Planned Parenthood and other reproductive care providers. There are anecdotal comments being made that I am not sure are a true reflection of statistics or factual medical information. I received my information from a trusted medical source who is my personal doctor, multiple doctors actually. And I will say that every patient has the right to pursue malpractice lawsuits should they feel that the needs that they had as patients were not met fully by law by that practitioner. The core of my religious belief, the tenets of my faith, prompted my first question: can I donate the tissue? My decisions were firm. My understanding of the situation and all of my options were clear at every stage of my reproductive experience in relation to maintaining my pregnancies and trying to carry to term. And I would just remind those present of my testimony in the previous section that referred to this session as harassment by a legislator. I just want to document that I do experience this in this.
Gwendolyn Doak, the 3 minutes has passed. Thank you very much for providing testimony today. Committee members, any questions? I am not seeing any. Once again, thank you for being here today. That takes us to our next testimony from Aspen Rulin. And Aspen Rulin, if you could activate your audio and video and proceed.
All right, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary, my name is Aspen Rulin, and I am the Client and Community Advocate at Mabel Wadsworth Center in Bangor. Mabel Wadsworth Center is the only independent, not-for-profit feminist health center in Maine. We provide comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care, including prenatal care, abortion care, birth control, STD testing and treatment, cancer screenings, and other wellness care. Mabel Wadsworth Center is Maine's longest-serving abortion provider and the only clinic to offer the in-clinic abortion procedure north of Augusta. Our patients come from all over Maine, and about half come from outside of Penobscot County, where our clinic is located. I am here today on behalf of our health center and our patients to oppose LD 825 and LD 851. Mabel Wadsworth Center opposes any and all efforts to restrict reproductive freedom. We trust pregnant people to make the best decisions for themselves about their bodies and reproductive health. Our patients must be able to trust their healthcare providers to provide accurate and evidence-based information. A person's health and individual circumstances should drive important medical decisions instead of the agendas of politicians. Especially when we are facing a global pandemic, lawmakers should focus on protecting meaningful access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care for people and their families, instead of focusing on another law that stands in the way of the care that someone needs. Patients need the same standards for abortion care that they would receive for any health care, which means information based on research and science, not deceptive, ideologically driven claims. Politicians have no place in the exam room, and we must reject all efforts that forced medical providers to recite or provide medically inaccurate information. Forcing unproven treatments compromises patient care, erodes doctor-patient trust, and perpetuates abortion stigma. The point of informed consent is to help patients make better decisions about their health and treatment. Medically inaccurate information does not help achieve that goal. We must trust people to know what's best for themselves and their families, and patients must be able to trust healthcare providers to provide accurate and evidence-based information. In our experience of providing safe abortion care for nearly 3 decades, patients are very certain about their decisions. Our staff takes great pride in the care we provide, giving people time and space to consider all their options, including whether to end or continue a pregnancy. And if they do choose to have an abortion, deciding whether they want to have a medication abortion or an in-clinic procedure. Regardless of the method, it is extremely rare for someone to change their mind after seeking abortion care. These bills only stand to harm patients and further stigmatize abortion care. I strongly urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions for Aspen Rulin? Not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today. And next we'll hear from Evelyn Hiltika. I probably am mispronouncing your last name and I apologize.
You actually did a great job. Thank you. We say it Celtica, but you did a really great job. Thank you very much. Good morning, committee, Senator Carney and Representative Hartnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Evelyn Celtica. I'm a family nurse practitioner, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Program Services at Maine Family Planning. We operate 18 health centers throughout mostly northern and central Maine, and we provide abortion care as well as sexual and reproductive health services. I'm here to testify in opposition of LD 825 and 851, two dangerous bills that put patients' health at risk. There is ample evidence that medication abortion, which uses two medications to end a pregnancy, is highly effective and safe. Many of our patients choose this method, especially during COVID-19. Our protocols are based on research, extensive research, and our patients are treated with compassion, dignity, and respect. They're given medically accurate information that supported by science. We trust our patients and they trust us. The bills we're discussing today would undermine the trust. These are ripped straight out of the anti-abortion playbook. These medically unsound bills would force our expert providers to give patients false and misleading information, or put it another way, to lie to them. These bills are clearly attempt to stigmatize a common healthcare procedure and to perpetrate the false narrative patients change their minds about having an abortion. Overwhelmingly, the studies show they do not. As you know, there's absolutely no credible evidence to show that abortion reversal, in part because of recent study to investigate the efficacy, was halted, as you heard earlier. Furthermore, you know that the AMA and the American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists oppose it. Do we really want Maine law to be based on unproven, unethical, and dangerous claims? Do we really want politicians to interfere with patient-provider relationships in that way? Many of us choose the goal of knocking down systemic barriers to quality healthcare for people of color, people in rural areas, and people struggling financially. To achieve this goal, we need to deepen or establish, at first, trust between individuals and the patients who care for them. Forcing providers to lie to patients is the exact opposite of what we should be doing if we want to build strong, healthy communities. Mainers come to us for abortion care expecting clear and comprehensive information based on science, not on politics. They expect compassion, non-judgmental care that is supportive and not stigmatizing. If we continue to meet these expectations, I urge the committee to vote ought not to pass an LD 825 and 851. Thank you. I also wanted to mention I live in Winthrop, Maine. I forgot to add that.
Thank you for adding that. Committee members, are there any questions? And I am not seeing any. Thank you very much for providing testimony today. That takes us next to Nicole Clegg.
Good morning. I think we're still safe to say good morning. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Again, my name is Nicole Clegg, and I'm here on behalf of Planned Parenthood of Northern New England to submit opposition testimony for LDs 825 and 851. I think you've heard from a number of other testifiers about the lack of medical research to support the concept of abortion reversal, and the fact that when there was credible research conducted, that research had to be halted because of the very serious health and safety risks it presented to the participants. So, I think I'll leave that there, and certainly you can refer to my testimony for greater information. I would just share briefly that this concept originated by a physician, Dr. George Delgado, in California. He conducted what he claimed to be a study involving 6 people, in which he claimed that 4 were able to continue their pregnancies, and then he published that research. That research did not meet any standards that would be appropriate for changing how you provide medical care. So, I just want to be I really think we need to appreciate where this came from, and that the standards by which medical research is applied were not applied in this instance. Secondly, I think it's important also to appreciate that the courts have had to weigh in on these types of proposals and have found that they violate the First Amendment by compelling speech that is untruthful and or misleading. In fact, in February, a federal district court issued a preliminary injunction blocking enforcement of a Tennessee law that requires abortion providers to tell patients that medication abortion can be reversed. This is, so I think, please bear in mind the lack of medical research, but also that the courts have had to weigh in and determine the same thing. I think you're going to hear from others. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions, but thank you again for your time this morning.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions for Nicole Clegg? I do have a brief question for you. Does your written material include the name and citation to the federal court decision regarding the Tennessee law?
I think so, but I will double check in case it doesn't. Be sure to add that.
Thank you very much. Yep. Okay, not seeing any other questions, we'll move on to the next person, which is actually Dusty Homan-Sprague. Go ahead.
Good morning again, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee. Again, I'm Dusty Homan-Sprague from the Maine Women's Lobby, and we are here today in opposition of LD 825 and LD 851. You have heard the reply from others about the dubious science behind this practice. And that indeed is why so many medical associations and medical providers have opposed this mandatory counseling. As I've said before, and will say again, when policymakers intervene in the private medical decisions that take place between pregnant people and their providers, these most often impact women who are already marginalized or oppressed. In this case, women who lack access to quality medical care, either because of geography, insurance, or resources, are less likely to be able to manage the health risks that can inevitably come from this unsafe and untested practice. There are virtually no circumstances where the legislature would choose to prescribe the medical care or conversations that a provider would have with a patient. Imagine writing a bill about obligatory hip replacement scripts or legislatively mandated prostate cancer treatments that were not grounded in peer-reviewed evidence. It is hard to imagine, and that is because providers have the training and resources they need to provide the right information and care to their patients. And there is accountability for when that doesn't happen. At the same time, women understand the choices that they're making when they pursue an abortion, and very few regret those choices. We trust women and providers to make decisions based in the data, and we hope that you do too. Please vote ought not to pass on these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, are there questions for Dusty Homan-Sprague? And I see that Representative Thorne has one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Homan-Sprague, you mentioned that very few women regret their decision. Is that something that you poll them after their abortion or ask them that question specifically down the road as a follow-up care?
I do not personally ask women about their experiences of abortion because, as we know, 1 in 4 women have abortions. Many people that I know have abortions, and I do not go around asking them their experiences related to them. I have cited a study here at the bottom of my testimony that has done reactions to people's experience of abortion, both in real time and as a follow-up 5 years later. So we know that there's lots of evidence that people don't regret their abortions because they made the right decisions for themselves and their families in the moment.
Thank you for answering that. You mentioned not many people regretted it, so I just wonder where you came up with that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dusty Homan-Sprague. And now we will hear from Megan Sway.
Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Megan Sway and I am Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine. I will be very brief because Nicole Clegg covered much of what I had in my testimony. Because the medical consensus on this issue is that it is not safe to do abortion reversals. Requiring doctors to do this would be government compelled speech of inaccurate information. And a federal district court in Tennessee recently issued a preliminary injunction. That case is Planned Parenthood of Tennessee and Northern Mississippi versus Slattery. And I have a citation to that in my testimony. Because this would be compelled speech that would violate the First Amendment, we ask you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan Sway. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any. Thank you once again for providing testimony. And that takes us next to Lynn Ellis. You may proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. It just turned that. So as I mentioned earlier, my name is Lynn Ellis. I'm from Brunswick, Maine, and I'm reading testimony today on behalf of one of my colleagues. And it was really important, especially for her voice to be heard on these two bills. So Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, and members of the judiciary, I start now with her testimony. My name is Deborah Crump, and I live in West Paris, Maine. I am testifying on behalf of the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network in opposition to LD 825 and 851. As a person of faith, I believe women have the right to make their own decisions about whether to have an abortion based on honest, reliable, evidence-based information. As a nurse, I am bound by the ethics of my profession, as are all healthcare providers, to provide accurate, honest information about medical procedures. In researching the issue of abortion pill reversal, I found there is no scientific evidence or medical basis for this procedure, and it could be harmful if attempted. This legislation would force physicians and other providers to tell their patients that medication abortions may be reversible, a claim wholly unsupported by the best, most reliable scientific evidence. Providing such misleading information is not only unethical, but dangerous. A number of states have passed similar laws in the last few years, including North Dakota in 2019. The American Medical Association was so concerned about this law, they filed suit against the state, and subsequently a federal judge blocked its implementation. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists state that claims regarding abortion reversal treatment are not based on science and do not meet clinical standards. Researchers, in an attempt to meet ethical and scientific standards, began a study of abortion reversal, but had to stop the study after 3 patients had to be taken to the hospital by ambulance with severe bleeding. These pieces of legislation represent dangerous political interference and compromise patient care and safety. Maine people need to be able to make their own reproductive health decisions without shame, stigma, medically inaccurate information, or outside infringement or influence. This is a deeply personal matter and one of the most important decisions a person can face. I oppose abortion restrictions that will shame, endanger, and punish women, or recklessly take personal medical decisions in complicated situations out of the hands of women, families, and their doctors. I urge this committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 825 and LD 851, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Committee members, again, Lynn Ellis is not here on her own behalf, so I'm not sure it's appropriate to ask for questions, but are there any questions, committee members? And I am not seeing any. Thank you, Lynn Ellis, for providing testimony today. And I think that that takes us through all of the opponents. I'll turn once again to the attendee space and ask if there's anyone here. Oh, there's one other opponent. That is Dan Morin, and he is going to join us in just a moment. Welcome back, Dan Morin. You can go ahead with your testimony whenever you're ready.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the committee. My name is Dan Morin, Director of Communications and Government Affairs for the Maine Medical Association. The preceding testifiers in opposition have pretty much covered most of the issues. Dr. Sharpless and their clinical experience, and you've heard from a number of patients and other advocates opposed to these two bills. I just want to add that the Maine Medical Association is in consistent opposition to bills before the legislature seeking to dictate the nature and content of patients' interactions with their physicians. We believe that they inappropriately infringe on well-established accepted standards of clinical practice and the patient-physician relationship. We continue to urge state government to respect the importance of peer-reviewed and evidence-based care guidelines along with patient autonomy. Physicians already have a professional and ethical obligation to help patients make choices from among a full range of therapeutic alternatives consistent with good medical practice. The legislature and the people of Maine should continue to allow the patient and their physicians to determine the most appropriate course of treatment based upon accepted standards of medical care and upon the patient's individual circumstances. If there's a problem with the care received, there is recourse. The Board of Licensure in Medicine, the Board of Osteopathic Medicine, a majority of both of those boards are comprised of practicing physicians. They're well aware of clinical challenges. They're educated and trained in medical care, and they're repeatedly counseled by board staff to consider each complaint based on its own facts and circumstances and make the decisions in that context. Each patient is different. Each standard of care, each care plan rather, is unique. And we urge the committee to vote not to pass on both of these bills.
Thank you for your testimony. And I see that there's a question for you. Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moran, is it the Maine Medical Association's contention that patients should be limited as to the options they're made aware of?
Each patient will discuss all of their options, as is the standard of care with each patient in each patient appointment. The options are discussed. Any implication through any bills that all options aren't discussed, we believe is fallacious, and bills are unnecessary.
So a lot of the patients are already made aware of this option whenever they're briefed on possibilities?
Well, I think we've heard from previous testifiers that the particular option contained in this bill isn't supported by peer-reviewed scientific data at this time, and all the leading specialty organizations nationally don't consider that an appropriate option. And our physicians in Maine abide by those standards, as well as the standards enforced by the Board of Licensure in Medicine and the Board of Osteopathic Medicine.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee members, any other questions for Dan Moran? I am not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Senator.
And I think that takes us through all of the proponents and opponents. So now for those in the attendee space, if you wish to be heard neither for nor against LD 825 and or LD 851, please raise your electronic hand and keep it raised until you're called to the panel. And I am not seeing anyone who wishes to be heard neither for nor against either of these bills. And so with that, we will close the public hearing on LD 825 and 851 and thank the bill sponsor for presenting the bill to us today. And with that, committee members, it is a little bit after 12. We have 2 more bill hearings to go. And our work sessions are scheduled to begin at 2. Would committee members like to take a short break, like a 15 or 20-minute break, say perhaps a break until 12:30 and then come back? Does that work for everybody? Seeing one nodding head. Is that okay, committee members? Okay. We will resume our public hearings at 12:30 sharp. And thank you all and see you in about 20 minutes. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Ann, how are you?
How are you?
Okie dokie. It's a nice, cool and crisp 75 degrees in here.
Oh my goodness. You must be melting.
I've got a lot to melt, but yes. How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
Hi, Peggy.
Hello. So I sent the calendar out to the committee. What I left off were two of Representative Evangelos's bills that he's working with the AG on, 1270 and 1273. So we'll need to work those in, you know, when it makes sense. And I said, do you want to do, we have two bills that one we're getting is the errors bill. It's not printed yet. Do you want to hear those on Friday too?
Friday, when?
I think we have
Friday.
Sure.
We have to be done with public hearings.
At this point, we're just putting stuff on paper and the lists keep getting longer.
Yes, they do. They do. And I have a tentative work session scheduled for that Friday, and I don't know if you've had a chance to talk about that. Soupy has not scheduled that yet.
We have not.
Okay.
I'll take a look at it too.
Done some budget stuff too.
Right. Just everything all at once.
Thank you.
Thanks.
As committee members return, if you could please activate your cameras so I know that we are back from our very quick break after our very long morning. And looks like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to give it a couple more minutes for committee members to return before we begin our next public hearing on LD 1229. Okay, and while we're waiting for others, I notice we've been joined by two, well, I've been told we've been joined by two new committee members. Representative Sheehan, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent Biddeford's House District 12.
Thank you. And Representative Reckett? You're muted.
My name is Lois Reckett, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland. I'm most appreciative of the lunch break because it was 3 minutes longer than my junior high school lunch break, which was 17 minutes. The time I went. Yeah. So this was like
I do not remember my junior high lunch break. That's a pretty amazing stat to pull up there, Representative Reckett.
It was so awful at the time that it imprinted in my brain.
Very impressive. It looks like we have a good set of members back, and so I am going to open the public hearing on LD 1229, an act to require certain medical providers to administer ultrasounds and provide information to certain pregnant patients. And I welcome back to the Judiciary Committee the bill sponsor, Representative Griffin. Begin your presentation when you feel comfortable.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Abigail Griffin, and I have the honor of representing House District 102, which includes the towns of Glenburn, Caduscag, and Levant, and I reside in Levant. I come before you to introduce LD 1229, an act to require certain medical providers to administer ultrasounds and provide information to certain pregnant patients. It is difficult to make a decision that will have a major impact on your life without all the necessary information. Informed consent is providing a person with adequate information, facilitating a person's understanding of the information, and give a person adequate time to ask questions and discussed with family and friends. It gives the person a time to make an informed decision. If a woman is pregnant and making a decision about her pregnancy, she should be informed of all her options. This bill would have a healthcare professional confirm a woman's pregnancy. The healthcare professional would be required to perform an obstetric ultrasound and explain the images of her baby to the woman. She is to be counseled on all her options, including adoption and parenting. The woman is to be given 48 hours to make a decision about her pregnancy. Documentation of the counseling will be signed by the woman stating she has received an ultrasound and all options were discussed. Every woman has a right to make the best decision for her and her unborn baby, and with this information, she can do that. And I also provided some links that give information of other states that have passed or are considering such legislation. And I'd also like to make comment that both of the bills I introduced today were requested by the Director of a Pregnancy Center in Bangor. Thank you so much for your time and sincere consideration. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Griffin, for coming back to our committee this afternoon after a long morning and presenting your bill. Are there questions from committee members for the bill sponsor, Representative Griffin? Seeing none. Again, thank you very much. And again, as the bill sponsor, you're welcome to stay as a panelist for the remainder of the public hearing if you're able to.
Okay, thank you. I need to get back to Health and Human Services.
I figured that. It's busy times. Take care. I will now turn to the attendee room to see if there are any legislators who are here today who wish to testify on LD 1229, starting with any legislators who might be here to testify in support. If so, please raise your electronic hand. And seeing none, I would ask if there are any legislators in the attendee room who wish to testify in opposition to LD 1229 to please raise your electronic hand. And seeing none, I will now turn to members of the public, and I would ask those who wish to testify in support of LD 1229 to raise your electronic hand and leave it up. And our committee clerk will move over you probably two at a time, and I will see when you become panelists and then call upon you in the order that you're sent over. And I would note that my co-chair, Senate co-chair, will be keeping the time this afternoon. So she will raise her electronic hand so she stays on the front page. We'll warn you when your time is running out, and we'll let you know when it has run out. And with that, I will call on the first person that I have testifying in support of LD 1229, and welcome back to the panel, Michael McClellan.
Yeah, we're getting used to this. Thank you, Senator Carney, Rep. Harnett, and the great Judiciary Committee. I am Mike McClellan. I'm the Policy Director of the Christian Civic League. As I said earlier, I live in Raymond, Maine, and I wanted to really quickly mention the young lady that earlier was offended. That was my comment that I made, and I was simply trying to point out the passion on both sides. So I do apologize to her, and I do apologize to the committee. I've handed in testimony in support of LD 1229. As these bills continue to go down the line today, each one, from someone in my perspective, is more of a head shaker of why are we even talking about this? This is such common sense. I've probably mentioned to you before that I was actually a state rep for 3 terms from Raymond. And in the 125th, we had a night where we had 4 bills similar to this bill. I can't remember one of them, but another one of them was if you were going to have an abortion, you needed to read the details like you do when you give blood. If you were going to have an abortion, another bill said that you then had to walk away for 24 hours before you could have the abortion. And the 4th bill was if you were going to have an abortion and you were a minor, your parents had to be notified, with a clause that said if your parents, if there was any kind of abuse situation, there was a safety valve in that. So you can see someone that has my perspective looks at those and just wonders why, if we are talking about healthcare today, now we're talking about ultrasounds, why we wouldn't pass bills like that, and none of them passed. But I'll close by telling the story that maybe you're familiar with, a woman named Abby Johnson, who now is a very famous pro-life proponent. But she once was a volunteer, and then a staffer, and then a director, and then the U.S. Director of the Year at a major abortion center industry, business. I won't say their name, but she was their Director of the Year one year for the whole country. She did this for much of her life, I guess, her adult life. And there's actually a movie about it. One day they were short of staff. They pulled her into an abortion to be a support person. And there was an ultrasound. And for the first time, she had to see that they were aborting a baby. She watched, in her own words, she talked about how the baby fought back and did not want to be aborted. And it rocked her life. So you can see how important an ultrasound can be. For someone that really wants to get an abortion and has beliefs and has, perhaps goals in their life where a baby is not in that mix at that point, I don't think it's going to make a difference. But for somebody that is undecided and is in a bad place, an ultrasound might help them make a decision that they later won't regret, have mental health problems with, et cetera, et cetera. I really appreciate that you're a veteran committee that has dealt with tough issues. And I appreciate how you will treat this issue, and I pray for you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. McClellan. And I just want to add as we go on this afternoon, words are pretty important. And I've heard a couple times today, words like the abortion business, the abortion industry. We're talking about reproductive health care. I can't tell people what to say and what not to say, but I would like us to be respectful. We're talking about women's reproductive health care. And with that, are there questions from committee members for Mr. McClellan? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
And as people finish their testimony, they'll be moved back into the attendee room, and I will continue to move over. My clerk will continue to move over persons as panelists. And the next person that we have testifying today is, and welcome back, Ms. Caruso. We've seen you a couple times in the last week and a half. When you are ready, please begin your 3-minute testimony. And again, thank you for appearing today.
Yes, thank you all too. You have a very tough job. I've been listening, and it's hard to have so many different conflicting testimonies, and I appreciate what you're doing. So good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Maine Committee of Judiciary. My name is Elizabeth Caruso. I live in Caratunk, and I am testifying in support of LD 825 and 1229. I believe as we consider these bills that we should all be in the business of helping women, men, and their families in crisis. And the ultimate goal should be to minister to the needs of the mother, the unborn child, the father, and family, and to ensure that the outcome is ultimately the best possible. The foundation of making an educated and successful decision is to be fully informed and to be cognizant of as many facts as possible. These bills provide for a more enlightened decision-making process so that the pregnant mothers and the fathers can make more comprehensive, all-inclusive choices. Because there is misinformation circulating as well as incorrect descriptions of preborn children as, quote, clumps of cells or products of conception, many people do not realize how developed preborn children are when they are aborted, and many are kept in the dark about the risks that abortion poses to women. Moreover, many have no idea what a preborn child undergoes during abortion or that there are adoption options available. It is only right and ethical that pregnant mothers know the truth about their baby, the baby's development stage, and simply just to recognize that he or she is a real person. Concurrently, just as significant is that the baby too deserves the dignity and honor of being recognized and acknowledged. Abby Johnson, who we just heard about, was a former abortion center clinic director and stated with regards to the mother viewing an ultrasound, quote, I believe that seeing an ultrasound before having an abortion procedure could and will change a lot of women's minds from my experience and the types of questions that women would ask during a counseling session regarding their procedure. She went on to say that, quote, because women will see the truth that way. Medical technology has made huge strides over the years, and in this day and age, we should be taking full advantage of it. I know from my father, an early OBGYN who started practice in 1948 with no ultrasound or heartbeat amplification technology, contrasted with my own experiences as a pregnant mom in 2003 and 5. The ability to hear the heartbeat and see the ultrasound images brought such a deeper connection with my babies forming inside. Modern day moms should have access to modern technology in order to educate and inform and ultimately connect with their bodies and the growing baby. We all need to walk in the light that we have available. As we minister to the needs of these women, children, and families, let's ensure that they receive full information from ultrasound technology, comprehensive care, education on women's health and parenting, as well as counseling on all available adoption options. Thank you for your time and service, and I would value your support of these bills.
Thank you, Ms. Caruso, for your testimony today and for providing it to the committee. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Caruso? Seeing none, again, thank you very much. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could go back to what you had just mentioned to us about calling this something and not abortion.
No, that's if that's what you heard, that's not what I meant to say. What I said was I was hearing terms like the abortion business, the abortion industry, and we're obviously the word abortion is used in many of the titles that we're hearing today, but we're talking about reproductive health care. We're talking about medical centers. I don't think the terms business and industry are appropriate. That was the point I was trying to make, and I can't tell people what to say, but I do want to treat people respectfully.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You're very welcome. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it has been brought up again, I would like to make the official point of order that it is not our job to micromanage testimony or the terminology that those testifying use. And if someone wants to refer to this issue as the abortion industry, that is certainly their right under our Constitution to do so. And it is our job to listen respectfully for 3 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Are there questions for Ms. Caruso? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your time and testimony today.
Thank you all.
The next person that I have is Brent Maynard. Welcome back. You may begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable, sir.
Brent Maynard. I am from York Beach, and I definitely think this bill should pass. It adds another dimension to the term transparency because it really is talking about physical transparency, being able to see something, image something. And it mandates that a woman considering an abortion be allowed to actually see the developing fetus. I have read testimonies, one of them being Abby Johnson, whose name has come up so many times, where the viewing of an ultrasound has changed a person's stand on abortion. It's likely that many people will at some point see an ultrasound of a developing fetus from online or television sources. And if this happens after they have had an abortion, post-abortion, it could change her mind on her past decision, and she would have to live with that regret and that guilt for the rest of her life. I have had a personal friend who went through a serious period of guilt after she had an abortion. My stepmother had a friend who was in her 80s and still felt guilt over an abortion she had when she was in her 20s. So I think, allowing people to see an ultrasound really, might avoid a woman from a man and a woman, because sometimes it's the partner involved in the decision also, might avoid their having this guilt and regret after the decision that she or they have made. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maynard, for spending a good part of the day with us today. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Maynard? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony.
You're welcome.
I would now call upon Susan Lafreniere. Ms. Lafreniere, as soon as you are ready to begin testifying for 3 minutes, please begin.
Thank you so much, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Suzanne Lafreniere. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Portland. The Diocese of Portland is Catholics in Maine. We are 1 in 7 Mainers. We are your constituents, your friends, and people in your community. There are 141 churches in the state of Catholic churches in the state of Maine, organized into 55 parishes, multiple schools, and you can't go far in Maine without going by a Catholic institution. Apologies to the committee for being unable to testify in person on the other bills, which we support this morning, 4 other bills, but I was stuck in COVID compliance meetings all day, which I'm sure you can all appreciate. My message for you this morning is that LD 1229 and a bunch of the other bills really is information for women to make better decisions. When I was a kid, I remember they had PSAs on the TV that said like knowledge is power, reading is power. And we always think that more information is better for people to make a decision that can be life-changing, both for the mother and the child. Catholics have supported universal health care as a right since the beginning. I lobby before the legislature for Medicaid expansion. Catholics cannot be put into a political box like that. The important distinction is we believe in life-affirming healthcare. Saying something, as I know Representative Harnett was encouraging us to use the term reproductive healthcare. For me and for Catholics, a reproductive healthcare is an oxymoron if it ends a life. Healthcare is to make sure that the life of the child, the life of the mother, any life from the beginning of the life to the very end of someone's life is supported, and Catholics put their money where their mouth is when it comes to life-affirming healthcare. Most of the ultrasounds in the state of Maine at our pregnancy support centers were funded and paid for by Catholics throughout the state. We believe in the importance of every individual soul, and we continue to financially, emotionally, and spiritually support that as best we can. So I would urge your support for LD 1229 and some of the other bills, and I would welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Are there questions for Ms. Lafreniere from committee members? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony today. And I would next call upon Karen Harrington. Welcome back. Ms. Harrington, as soon as you are comfortable, please begin your testimony.
Can you hear me okay?
Hear you just fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, greetings again, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee. Just to recap, my name is Karen Harrington. I live in Clinton. I'm a registered nurse, labor and delivery for 15 years, and I'm also a volunteer at a pregnancy center in my community, performing obstetrical ultrasounds and the nurse manager. I'm testifying in support of all 6 of these bills. As a nurse, I strongly advocate for true and complete informed consent. The definition of informed consent is the process by which a healthcare provider educates a patient about all the risks, benefits, and alternatives of a given procedure or intervention. Abortion is no different. Informing patients of all of their options and alternatives available to them is medically ethical. Opponents often state that when women receive abortion services, they do not change their minds. This is not true. Between 2012 and 2016, 1,668 women sought reversal through the abortion pill reversal hotline. Opponents also like to claim that reversal is dangerous by citing an outdated study that resulted in 3 hemorrhages. What they failed to mention is that 2 of the hemorrhages were in the woman receiving the placebo, not the progesterone, and also that hemorrhage is a risk of the abortion pill itself.
If you search any drug guide for the side effects of progesterone alone, you will not see the risk of hemorrhage listed. A more recent study in 2018 with 754 women concluded that, and I quote, the reversal of the effects of mifepristone, which is the abortion pill, using progesterone is safe and effective. Specifically concerning 1229, performing obstetrical ultrasounds is not only part of the informed consent process, but it can be medically necessary and life-saving in certain situations. For example, if a woman seeking an abortion has an ectopic pregnancy, which is quite common, 1 in every 50 pregnancies to be exact, that is an emergency situation. Performing an ultrasound in the case of an undiagnosed early ectopic would identify it prior to the woman experiencing pain. Pain occurs as the fallopian tube stretches, and if left untreated, results in a ruptured tube and massive internal bleeding. The goal is to surgically remove the tube and pregnancy before a rupture happens. As a nurse, I've taken care of many women who have had ruptured fallopian tubes, massive blood loss, and internal bleeding as a result. If untreated, women can die from this. This fact alone supports warranting routine obstetrical ultrasounds. The other benefit of performing an ultrasound is the contribution to informed consent process. Again, patients should have access to all the necessary information. Performing an ultrasound does just that. And if a woman doesn't want to look, they obviously don't have to and should be informed of such. However, as a nurse volunteer who performs limited obstetrical ultrasounds on women, many of whom are abortion-minded, I can testify that seeing the contents of her own womb is often important information that a woman needs to make an informed choice. For example, some women who are unsure of their dates may want to know the gestation before they make their decision.
That means your 3 minutes is up. If you could quickly summarize your testimony, please.
Okay, sure. And another situation would be a twin gestation. I've had women change their minds once they realize they're having twins. And then the other situation would be in the event I've had women come in and who are abortion minded and say, oh, I hope there's no heartbeat. And in the event that I do an ultrasound and the baby isn't viable, say it's measuring 8 weeks and has no heartbeat, we know it's not viable. And then she doesn't even have to worry about the decision of whether or not she's going to have an abortion. At that point,
thank you.
It would be a moot point. Thank you.
Thank you. We do try to keep everybody to the 3 minutes.
Yes, I understand. I was just hoping that where I'm doing 5 bills in one, I could try to squeeze it all into one testimony.
Thank you. We have 2 questions. The first hand that I saw up from a committee member was Representative Thorne, followed by Senator Keim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Nurse Harrington. Appreciate you being here. You also said, and I don't want to misquote where you worked the second place, besides labor and delivery as a nurse, you said you work as where?
So I'm a volunteer. I don't get paid for it. I'm a volunteer at First Choice Pregnancy Center in Waterville, and we offer free ultrasounds to anybody who wants one. There's also a myriad of other services the center offers, but my focus is the ultrasounds.
Okay, so at most like planned pregnancy locations or so forth, is an ultrasound even, is it an offering? Is it that you're aware of other than your location?
There are various pregnancy centers throughout the state, a handful of them that do offer ultrasounds. I can only speak to my center. We offer free ultrasound up to 22 weeks gestation. We offer multiple ultrasounds if patients would like, to anybody who requests one. I have no idea what other services in the state provide.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we receive no funding of any sort. It's all privately funded.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Senator Keim.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Harrington. I was wondering the ectopic pregnancy and how, since you're a nurse, I was just hoping you could explain to me a little more about how that endangers a woman if they try to perform an abortion on her, but yet they don't know that that's the type of pregnancy she has.
So I'm not, because I don't work at a place that performs abortion, I'm not exactly sure how they go about things. I don't know if they do an ultrasound until the actual procedure. In the event, So in my line of work with my volunteer work, if I had a patient that came in and had an ultrasound and I saw an ectopic pregnancy, so a pregnancy in a fallopian tube and not inside of the uterus, I would have her go to the emergency room right away, because it's only a matter of time before that baby grows so large that the fallopian tube can rupture. And usually they experience pain right before, but a lot of the patients I've taken care of in my other role as a nurse in the hospital have been after they've ruptured, which can cause massive bleeding and internal hemorrhage. And it's an emergency situation, but I don't actually know if they have an ectopic, how they handle that at a place that provides abortion. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
I just know that our centers have had a reputation of identifying ectopic pregnancies early before they result in an emergency situation. So that's where I'm saying offering routine obstetrical ultrasounds can pick up on that, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Are there additional questions from committee members for Ms. Harrington? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony both this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
We did have more people registered to testify in support, so I am going to check to make sure I'm not missing anyone. If there is anyone in the attendee space who wishes to testify in support of LD 1229, would you please raise your electronic hand? And seeing none, I will now turn to persons who wish to testify in opposition to LD 1229. And I would ask the same thing, if you could raise your electronic hand and leave that hand up, and the committee clerk will move you over in the order that the hands went up. And I will call you as I see you moved over to panelist status. And the first person that I have to testify in opposition to LD 1229 is Danielle Blair. Ms. Blair, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your 3-minute testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. So good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and other members of the Committee on Judiciary. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Danielle Blair, as I've mentioned, and I am a resident of Farmington. I represent NASW Maine, Association of Social Workers Maine chapter, in opposition to LD 1229. Politicians, not medical experts, are using this bill to force delays and to mandate additional procedures before abortions for no medical reason. This is not good medicine, and the push to institute unnecessary waiting periods is part of a broader political strategy to make abortions entirely inaccessible. The Code of Ethics for my profession compels social workers to engage in social and political action to advocate against policy that undermines reproductive rights. Forced delays are burdensome, and the people who will be burdened most are those who are already disproportionately impacted by persistent inequities in reproductive health care. These are women of color, people in rural communities, and those with lower incomes. With only 3 public providers of abortion in the entire state of Maine, forced delays will mean arranging twice the time off from work, as well as twice the travel arrangements and expenses. This could include childcare, it could include co-pays. I think you get the point. Waiting periods often cause patients to wait more than 2 weeks for an abortion, and some women who seek care during the first trimester of pregnancy are unable to obtain that care until the second trimester due to waiting period laws. I think it's important to note that we cannot, on the one hand, condemn abortion later in pregnancy while making abortion early in pregnancy impossible to access. I would also note that given that medication abortions are only available until the 11th week of pregnancy, lengthy delays could push abortion procedures enough to prevent women from using this safe and effective method. These laws are also particularly cruel for families who need to end a planned pregnancy for a non-emergent medical reason. Providers do want patients to have the information and support that they need to make decisions about pregnancy, which is why Planned Parenthood and others are already providing patients with counseling support and information about all of their options. This includes parenting, adoption, and abortion. NASW Maine urges you all to vote ought not to pass on LD 1229. Thank you to the committee for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Blair, for your time and testimony today. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Blair? Seeing none, again, thank you for spending a good portion of your day with us today. The next person that I have on my list is Gwendolyn Doak. Welcome back, Gwendolyn. You may begin your testimony by activating your camera and unmuting yourself as soon as you feel comfortable.
I'm sorry, do I have the permission of the chairs to address another point of procedure before I begin my testimony?
Briefly, but we are trying to get everything through within 3 minutes. We have a lot of people lined up to testify.
I understand. I understand. I'm not asking for prayers or any other thing right now. I understand in my responsibility as a member of the committees of my town, as a planning board member and as a finance committee member, I am held to a different standard as a appointed official of my town. And so I do have a higher standard of expectation from my legislators who are aware of my legal rights as a citizen, regardless of their representation of my zone. I am a Maine citizen. Thank you.
Okay. If you could proceed with your testimony, please.
Thank you, sir. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Committee on Judiciary. My name is Gwen Doak. I'm a Franklin County resident from Wilton. I am speaking today in opposition of now 6 proposed bills this legislative session alone. And I'm documenting what I have experienced as harassment during this legislative session. We need to respect each person's ability to make deeply personal decisions themselves, to have an abortion or any other type of reproductive health care in accordance with their family, faith, and medical provider. This restriction is clearly yet another attempt for politicians to deceive and shame patients who need abortion care. This would be a government mandate on all patients, and this bill in particular is a sanction of state rape. In my opinion and my personal experience, all patients have the option of requesting and demanding an ultrasound if they so choose. Those demands and requirements can easily be abused by the state, as exampled in my home state of Virginia, where transvaginal probing was approved as a method of ultrasound. It is not up to these proponents to dictate what I can or cannot do in the course of my medical care. With respect, I am not going to show any of the documentation currently. I am only referring to it to the side so that I make sure that I list everything. This legislative session and these bills coincided with my family's legal consultations related to preparation of will and consolidated with trust, excuse me, and general powers of attorney. This is not based on fictitious or supposed instances. This is a very real, very present threat to my current citizen, my current rights and individual responsibilities under my constitutional state and federal rights. Consultations with documents in preparation, advanced directives, a copy of my cemetery certificates, deeds to lots, trust agreements, a copy of my driver's license indicating that I am an organ and tissue donor. I apologize. How much time do I have remaining?
Your 3 minutes has expired.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your letting me log this, and I do intend to speak primarily to 1225 again when it comes up.
Thank you again for your time and testimony. Are there questions for Gwendolyn Doak from committee members? Seeing none, again, we thank you for your time and testimony. And before I call the next person to testify, I wanted to welcome Representative Poirier to the panel and give her the opportunity to introduce herself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and part of Madison. I have been able to listen to most of this morning's session via YouTube, but I did have some other things I had to attend to this morning, so I apologize for being late.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that you were able to join us, and it's good to see you. Next person registered to testify is Evelyn Kieltka. I should have listened more carefully when Senator Carney pronounced your name this morning, but welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, and please begin your testimony when you feel comfortable.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett. As I earlier introduced myself in a previous bill, I'm Evelyn Kieltka. I'm a family nurse practitioner and I work at Maine Family Planning. I'm here to testify in opposition to 1229, yet another medically unjustified barrier that would burden patients and exacerbate disparities in healthcare. As you heard at points today, other points today, anti-abortion politicians across the country are meddling in medicine and as an effort to push abortion out of reach altogether. This bill is one of hundreds proposed in recent years that interferes with a patient-provider relationship while attempting to shame patients who need abortions. Bills like 1229 fly in the face of science and the standards of care that my colleagues and I study, research, and uphold every day. There's no medical reason to delay an abortion or mandate additional procedures before an abortion. This bill does nothing to protect patient health and safety. The only motivation behind LD 1229 is to make it harder for people to access safe and legal abortion when and where they need it. Every patient in Maine who comes to Maine Family Planning receives comprehensive information and support they need to make their decisions about their pregnancy. Every patient receives care according to rigorous evidence-based national standards. Maine Family Planning dedicated health professionals treat all patients with dignity, compassion, and respect. This bill does not. It demeans patients by casting doubt on their ability to make informed healthcare decisions on their own timeline. It dictates that a provider must say and the images they must show a patient. It mandates medically unnecessary diagnostic testing. Mainers have said time and time again they don't want politicians butting into the exam room, but this bill gives the green light. Medical experts agree that ultrasound is not medically necessary for most people seeking abortion care. Our healthcare providers are able to access on a case-by-case basis which procedures and tests are necessary before abortion. Ultrasound requirements are onerous for providers and patients alike, and they do nothing to improve patients' experience or healthcare outcomes. Abortion is already the safest procedure in the United States. Of course, the harm of the LD 1229 falls hard on some Mainers who are already struggling to access healthcare. Forcing patients to make multiple trips to a healthcare center makes it tougher for those who can't afford to take the time off from work, to make 2 appointments, or to find the resources to cover extra childcare or travel expenses. The additional costs can prevent people from getting abortions they seek. Once again, I point out the data showing long-term economic and mental health effects of denying someone access to abortion. I thank you very much for your time. I urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1229. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kieltka, for your time and testimony today. Turning to questions from committee members, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Kieltka. I'm just curious about the math on the safest procedure that we have in the US. It was my understanding that approximately 50% of those involved in an abortion actually die during the procedure. So I wonder if you could outline the math for me on that.
Well, that certainly is not information I'm aware of. Thank you for the question. In fact, abortion is one of the safest outpatient procedures in the country, and I can certainly provide you those data for your work session.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Are there additional questions for Ms. Kieltka? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and testimony today. We appreciate you being here before the committee.
Thank you.
The next person that I have on my list is Regina Rooney. Welcome back, Ms. Rooney.
Hello, thanks again.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee. My name again is Regina Rooney. I live in Hope, and I am writing on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence in opposition to LD 1229. I spoke earlier today about the context in which we at MCDV typically encounter survivors who are seeking an abortion. So I just remind us that for some individuals, having a child with an abusive partner presents real and concrete safety risks, and that abusive partners frequently coerce and force pregnancy as a tactic of control. So I know you're probably going to hear testimony about how prohibitive 48-hour waiting periods are for pregnant patients due to factors like lack of transportation, time off of work, distance to a clinic. And I ask you to add to those very real barriers examples commonly faced by survivors of domestic abuse who are seeking abortions, like needing to avoid a dangerous partner who is monitoring your every move, having to fit medical appointments in around court, children's therapy sessions, or law enforcement interviews, trying to find safe shelter and new housing when you've had to flee your home, managing your children's transition to a new school, and keeping all of these various commitments and safety strategies straight when your brain is coping with the impact of trauma. So survivors seeking to terminate their pregnancies need competent, trauma-informed care that provides the support they need as efficiently as possible. They do not need to be made to wait 2 days, during which time their abusive partner can further prohibit them from accessing care. They do not need additional procedures that are not medically informed, medically indicated, but which are instead forced on them by politicians who feel like they know better in a dynamic distinctly reminiscent of a controlling partner. They do not need to have their choices and wishes disregarded by being forced to listen to a scripted explanation of the procedure that the state is forcing them to endure. And they do not need to be made to sign off on additional paperwork certifying all of that happened. This legislation creates unnecessary hoops for survivors to jump through when they're already dealing with so very much. That's the opposite of trauma-informed practice and the opposite of Maine's stated desire to support survivors of domestic abuse and violence. And for these reasons, MCDV and our member programs urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you, and I can take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rooney. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Rooney? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony today. And I note now that the clerk has moved over Jennifer White, who I said I would call upon. She had to leave during the testimony of those in support of LD 1229. And Ms. White, I will get to you after we finish the opponents that have registered, but your testimony will be presented to the committee. So I would ask the committee clerk to please move over the remaining persons registered to testify in opposition, beginning with Nicole Clegg. Welcome back, Ms. Clegg, and please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Good afternoon. I think we get to say that at this point. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Nicole Clegg, and I serve as the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs at Planned Parenthood of Northern New England, and am here to submit testimony in opposition to 1229. My testimony is rather lengthy, so I'm not going to read through all of it. I do want to highlight in particular that the legislation before you calls for the establishment of a 48-hour waiting period, and the consequences of policies like 48-hour waiting periods have on people and their ability to access care. There's a fair amount of research that's been conducted, and what we have found is that it increases the cost and burden on people, especially those most marginalized and struggling to make ends meet. And unfortunately, it leads to an increase in abortions delayed. So one study found that patients did not benefit from the additional time. Instead, abortions occurring in the second trimester increased by about 40%. And another study found that it increased in another state by 78%. Other research has found that waiting periods could effectively prevent a patient from accessing medication abortion entirely by delaying access to the care beyond which that option is available. You know, these types of barriers are burdensome and unnecessary, and you know they impact people who are already struggling with systemic barriers in access to quality healthcare. Finally, I would just share that Maine's laws in regards to access to abortion are comprehensive and have been carefully drafted over the years. They address the ability to see an ultrasound. They address informed consent and counseling. They're really comprehensive, and I think that to this point, they have been meeting the needs of people of Maine and ensuring that high quality care continues to be delivered by medical professionals. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your time and testimony today, Ms. Clegg. Are there questions from committee members? Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Ms. Clegg. And 48-hour rule. And I remember when I signed up to get my vasectomy, so I couldn't make any more babies. I had to have a waiting period to make sure that that's what I wanted, even though it's a reversible procedure for males. This one's not reversible. Once you abort a fetus, a baby, you can't go back. I mean, certainly making a decision in haste as opposed to a thought out decision of 2 days isn't something that most people would object to, is it?
Well, so first off, that is not our experience. When people contact us to access care, including abortion care, they have thought out their decision. They've done what they need to do to understand what they want for their future. And we support them in the conversations. And, certainly if someone comes to us and they're still making up their minds, then they come back. But for a majority of our patients, and as the data exemplifies, when people have made up their minds to access an abortion, they are confident in their decisions, and we need to respect that. I think that the reality is that we still deal with a lot of limits in regards to access. And so people are traveling far distances. So when you're asking someone or when you're imposing a 48-hour waiting period, you're involving all kinds of additional costs, which are disproportionately borne by people least able to afford it.
Okay, so abortion remorse is not something that you encounter?
It is an uncommon emotional experience. And there's just a lot of research, especially that has been conducted by, the National Psychological Psychiatric Associations that points to the confidence people have in the decisions that they're making.
Thank you for those answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Are there additional questions from committee members for Ms. Clegg? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony today. We appreciate your presence.
Thank you.
Next is Jane Field. Welcome back, Ms. Field. Please begin your testimony. Reppenfield, I'm mixing up my names. Please begin your 3-minute testimony when you feel comfortable.
Thank you very much, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the committee. Good afternoon, and my condolences, having sat through just 1 day of hearings, knowing what you all go through in not only hearings but work sessions gives me great empathy for you, and gratitude to you for your service to our state. I won't force you to endure the introductory paragraphs. You have my testimony in writing. You know that I'm the executive director of the Maine Council of Churches, our 437 congregations of 7 denominations and 55,000 parishioners all around this great state. We stand in opposition to LD 1229. Affordable and accessible healthcare, as I've mentioned before, is a really central tenet of our biblically grounded moral agenda, which you can find on our website. And we believe healthcare is a basic human right. So we consistently advocate for ensuring Mainers access to affordable healthcare, regardless of their income. And that includes comprehensive, high quality, affordable sexual and reproductive healthcare, including abortion services. We believe that people throughout Maine should have access to safe quality care that empowers them to build the lives and families that they envision and that they decide when and whether to parent. LD 1229 would seek to force medical professionals to perform a procedure that has no basis in medical science. Facts are important, as we've said before, when you're discussing the health of Maine's women, and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists has deemed that an ultrasound prior to an abortion is medically unnecessary. The procedure serves only to create an undue burden for women attempting to access safe, legal abortion care. And it's yet another example of attempts to shame women who seek an abortion by adding testing that has nothing to do with the procedure to terminate a pregnancy. I believe that this bill is a thinly veiled attempt to infringe on a woman's right to choose a legal medical procedure, as well as to stigmatize and judge those who choose it. And yet politicians are pushing legislation to require physicians to perform a procedure like this and to require patients to undergo medically unnecessary treatment. And that's an unfounded legislative mandate. It represents dangerous political interference. It compromises patient care. And I don't think we in the church nor you in the legislature should be in the business of enforcing this kind of mandate. For all these reasons, the Maine Council of Churches urges you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1229. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Field. Questions from committee members? Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reverend Field, does your religion believe in the 10 Commandments?
I'm not sure what you mean by believe in. We're certainly grounded in Hebrew scripture, and that's where those appear.
As like, thou shalt not kill?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Are there additional questions from committee members for Reverend Field? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony today. We appreciate your presence. The next person that I have to testify is Megan Sway. Welcome back, Ms. Sway. Please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Thank you. Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the Judiciary Committee, good afternoon. My name is Megan Sway and I'm Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine, and I reside in Portland, Maine. I'm here on behalf of the ACLU to oppose LD 1229 that would force unnecessary medical procedures and delay when a person seeks to get an abortion. If passed, this bill would require a medical provider to do the following when a patient seeks to get an abortion: provide alternatives to abortion even when the patient doesn't request it, perform a medically unnecessary ultrasound, explain in detail what the ultrasound images are depicting, show the patient the ultrasound and get a signed consent form. And then the patient must wait 48 hours between the time the ultrasound is performed until the abortion may happen. This violates medical providers' First Amendment rights by compelling them to display ultrasounds and describe in detail what the fetus looks like, regardless of whether the physician or patient wishes for this to happen. This sort of mandate is opposed by major medical associations, as you've heard, and in large part because it violates basic ethical and informed consent principles. Government mandated delays also prevent people from obtaining needed abortions. As you've heard earlier, research, including a study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, shows that requiring women to make separate trips to the clinic to receive a state mandated information prevents between 10 and 13% of women, or 1 in 10, from getting the abortions they seek. For these patients, making an initial trip to an abortion provider is incredibly difficult. Making a second trip is impossible. As I've mentioned earlier today, pregnant people have a constitutional right to choose to carry their pregnancy to term or to terminate it. Doctors have the right not to be compelled by the government to speak things that are not medically necessary. Because this bill would impermissibly infringe on both of these rights, we urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sway, for your time and testimony today. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Sway? Seeing none, again, thank you for being with us this afternoon. I would next call on Abby Stroud-Bentis. Ms. Stroud-Bentis, when you're comfortable, please begin your 3-minute testimony.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary, I'm Abby Strout-Bench. I live in Rockland, and I'm the Director of Education and Community Engagement at Mabel Wadsworth Center in Bangor. I'm here on behalf of our healthcare center and patients to oppose LD 1229. As mentioned, credible research shows, and it's been our experience, that patients are very certain about their decision. Biased counseling, mandatory ultrasounds, and mandatory delays are all premised on the false idea that the pregnant person has not fully thought about their decision to have an abortion, a notion which is condescending and inaccurate. At Mabel Wadsworth Center, we ensure that all of our patients are provided the time and space to ask questions and get the information they need to make the best decision about their health and lives. When patients call to make an appointment for an abortion, our front desk staff will ask them a few questions about their medical history from our intake form. Included is the question, are you feeling sure about your decision? For the majority of our patients, they quickly answer yes. If they're not certain, we will offer to set up an options education appointment at our health center. During an options visit, patients meet with one of our trained staff to discuss parenting, adoption, and abortion. We give them as much time as they need to come to a decision and then schedule them with an abortion, prenatal care, or make a referral for adoption services. All of these options are treated equally with respect, non-judgment, and compassion. In addition to talking with our patients on the phone about their decision, we offer space for people to share how they're feeling and discuss all their options at the beginning of their appointment. Next, I'll address the barriers patients experience getting to our clinic for their appointment. Last year, over half of our abortion care patients traveled from outside of Penobscot County. Our patients have named transportation, childcare, and getting time off work as the biggest barriers they face to accessing care with us. Forcing patients to make the trip twice will amplify all the barriers they already face and will be more burdensome for those who already experience the most barriers to care. While the bill itself requires a minimum of 48 hours, the reality is such restrictions end up delaying care even longer as people work out the logistics of multiple clinic visits and additional expenses. For over 36 years, we've been a trusted sexual and reproductive healthcare provider for people living in northern and eastern Maine. We've built that trust by providing quality, compassionate, and medically accurate care for our community. The importance of trust between a medical provider and their patients cannot be understated. It's an essential part of good public health. Forcing medical professionals to provide medically inaccurate and stigmatizing information erodes trust and perpetuates abortion stigma. We trust pregnant people to make the best decisions for themselves about their bodies and their reproductive health. We strongly urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stroud-Bentis. Questions from committee members? Senator Keim.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Ms. Stroud-Bentis. I was wondering, before an abortion is performed, it's not routine that even the medical professional who's doing the abortion will do an ultrasound?
That is a decision made by our healthcare provider and whether or not an ultrasound is necessary, depending on a client's needs.
So they're not done automatically ever. It's not ever an automatic decision. Whether or not the patient looks at the ultrasound, the doctor is not performing one every time.
That question I can have our medical director get back to you on specifically if it's offered every time or not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Stroud-Bentis, you mentioned in your testimony medically inaccurate. Where in this bill does it have a medical inaccuracy?
Well, oftentimes in the mandated counseling, there's medically inaccurate information determined by politicians as opposed to the healthcare providers providing the services.
Still confused on that, but thank you for attempting to answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Thorne. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Stroud-Bentis, in your experience, if a patient requests an ultrasound early in her pregnancy, will that request be honored?
Absolutely.
And so there's no grounds for refusing the request, even though there's no indication that something's wrong or gone awry.
Again, I can have our medical director follow up, but my understanding is if one of our patients asks for an ultrasound, they will be offered an ultrasound and then offered the option of viewing the ultrasound or not viewing the ultrasound, depending on their desire.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Are there additional questions for Ms. Stroud-Bentis? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and testimony today. The committee appreciates hearing from you.
Thank
you. I will now call upon Desti Homan-Sprague. Ms. Homan-Sprague, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, and members of the committee. Again, I am Desti Homan-Sprague, representing the Maine Women's Lobby, and I live in Bath. We are here today in opposition of LD 1229. It seeks to impose a waiting period before accessing care, legislatively mandates unnecessary medical procedures, and dictates what providers offer for information and images during their treatment. As I have said before, all such limitations, restrictions, and barriers between people and the care that they are seeking disproportionately harms women who are already marginalized or oppressed. In the case of this bill, we know that waiting periods have a much more significant effect on rurally located women who may have to travel farther or find accommodation to manage the waiting period. Poor women already experience more delays due to barriers related to payment and transportation, and arbitrary or artificial added delays create more harm for those with fewer resources. And finally, women face far higher lifetime healthcare costs than men, even after significant improvements under the Affordable Care Act. Required but unnecessary medical procedures create added medical expense that disproportionately affects women with no health insurance, poor health insurance, or high deductibles. As we have stated before today, women in Maine deserve to make these decisions that affect their lives and the lives of their family with their providers and not with policymakers. We hope you will vote not to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Homan-Sprague. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Homan-Sprague? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony today. I will now check the attendee room to see if there are any other persons who wish to testify in opposition to LD 1229. And see that Mr. Moran has been moved over. Mr. Moran, please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Thank you, Representative Hartnett and Senator Carney, members of the committee. My name again is Dan Moran, Director of Communications and Government Affairs for the Maine Medical Association. A lot of the points have been covered, but we'll again indicate our opposition to LD 1229. As with other bills previously heard, we consistently oppose bills and statutory mandates that require physicians to discuss specific information concerning patient treatments that may or may not be necessary or appropriate at the time of a specific encounter, or mandates that may conflict with a physician's best clinical judgment and well-developed and accepted standards of care. We oppose defining medical emergency in this bill. We believe portions of the bill are invasive and require a test to be performed even without a patient's consent, which was baffling to our members. It may not be supported by evidence or accepted standards of care. Waiting periods by our members are determined unnecessary because it's rare that a surgical procedure like an abortion would be performed in an initial visit. Standard is to have a detailed and thorough discussion for any healthcare decision. Through our research, we could only find a handful of states that have similar legislation: Kentucky, Louisiana, Tennessee, Texas, Wisconsin. In fact, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit found a similar law in North Carolina unconstitutional in 2014. The U.S. Supreme Court refused to hear the case. Also, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected an effort by Oklahoma to reinstate a similar law requiring women to undergo an ultrasound before proceeding with an abortion, a law that was previously struck down by Oklahoma's Supreme Court. The court ruled that the state law conflicted with established federal law and violated a woman's right to make her own choice in reproductive matters. In the North Carolina case, the statement was made, the law violated the First Amendment and was deemed unconstitutional because it interferes with a physician's right to free speech beyond the extent permitted for reasonable regulation of the medical profession, while simultaneously threatening harm to the patient's psychological health, interfering with the physician's professional judgment, and compromising the doctor-patient relationship. We oppose LD 1229, urge the committee to vote ought not to pass, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moran. We appreciate your time and testimony today. Senator Keim.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Moore. And I had a couple of questions for you. One is you made a statement that it's rare that an abortion would take place at an initial visit. And yet we heard from other agencies who said that it would be a very big barrier for a woman to come back for a second visit. So how do you square those two?
I think in those determinations, it was another instance where the decision was made by the patient and the physician that required a more immediate. It was rare from what we heard from our members, but again, we think the state should stay out of these decisions. If it's deemed by a clinician and a patient that an abortion ought to be performed earlier for whatever medical reason, be it rare or not, it should be done by those two people and not the state of Maine.
Thank you. And my other question was, is in your, at least in Maine Health or what you're aware, is it standard procedure that a woman be given an ultrasound before every abortion?
I think it goes along with any other patient relationship. If you have a, if you discuss an MCL tear in the knee, a discussion goes on as with any other medical procedure as to what the best gauge is to determine further treatment. People have choices whether to have MRIs on their knees. It depends on their insurance coverage. We heard a bill earlier today. Some people have access to it, some people don't. It goes hand in hand with this bill. So I don't think it's in the practices I've spoken to, it's not mandated that you do an ultrasound every single time, but the discussion does take place as to whether the patient would like one done, and the appropriate discussion will happen after whether it's warranted or medically necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Are there additional questions for Mr. Moran from committee members? Seeing none, again, we thank you for your time and testimony today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Harnett.
Turning back to the attendee room, are there any persons wishing to testify in opposition to LD 1229? If so, please raise your electronic hand. Seeing none, I would ask the committee clerk to please move over Jennifer White, who had wanted to testify in support of LD 1229, but had to leave for an appointment. But I understand she is back. So if we could move over Jennifer White. Ms. White, thank you for sticking it out. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your 3-minute testimony as soon as you feel comfortable to do so.
Okay, thank you. I am Jennifer White from Gray, and I'm sharing my testimony in support of LD 1229. I'm also supporting the other abortion bills being heard this morning. 14 years ago, I was pregnant at the age of almost 40 and went in for a routine ultrasound. We were told by the medical doctor that our daughter had multiple holes in her heart, and they pushed us to sit down with a genetic counselor to terminate my pregnancy. The push for an abortion came immediately following the ultrasound, and while we were still grappling with the news. We never personally considered it an option that we would take, but we were both troubled that aborting our baby was a quick and deliberate option the medical center was suggesting. Medical professionals are sometimes wrong. Our daughter was born healthy, with no holes in her heart, and she's a gifted child. She was tested by Johns Hopkins University and was awarded a high honor certificate because of her scores. She's not only gifted academically, but she's also a gifted musician and an athlete. The world is a better place because she is in it. I am thankful that both my husband and I were given the gift of being her parents. Life is sacred. I think it is wrong that abortion is the quickest and most convenient form of birth control that is pushed on women. For many that choose an abortion, the emotional suffering from their decision negatively impacts their life forever. I know that because I have several friends that have chosen to have one. The pain they live with because of it often is left unspoken and too deep to talk about. Each one felt that was the only viable choice they had given the circumstances. services? What if we funded and supported adoption services instead of abortion? I know there are lots of families that would love to adopt but simply cannot afford to. What if women were counseled to get their tubes tied if they would rather not have children? What if women had other reproductive birth control choices that were more easily accessible than abortion? All women deserve to have an ultrasound of their baby before making life-altering decisions that not only affect their life, but the life of their child. All options should be given to them along with viable resource agencies, organizations, and funding mechanisms that can help support them in their decision. I am grateful that my husband and I knew how to handle the pressure that was placed on us during my medical visit that delivered sobering news. We knew that God had blessed us with this child and we would keep her regardless of any medical diagnosis. But for many women, finding out they are pregnant is not a happy occasion. They feel overwhelmed, they feel alone, they are embarrassed because of the circumstances, they are worried about their financial support and future. Every single woman deserves a thoughtful and caring response that gives them multiple options. Please vote ought to pass LD 1229 and support women by ensuring that they are given an ultrasound and counseled on all of their options before they can choose an abortion.
Thank you very much, Ms. White. We lost the last sentence. Your sound cut out a bit, but I believe it was in support of LD 1229. Is that correct?
Yes, I just said that every woman deserves a thoughtful and caring response that gives them multiple options. And I asked you guys to vote ought to pass and support women by ensuring that they are given an ultrasound and counseled on all their options before they can choose an abortion.
Thank you very much for your time and testimony today, Ms. White. I have nobody else who's indicated they want to testify in support or in opposition to LD 12. Oh, I'm sorry. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. White? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony today. Again, seeing no other persons who've indicated they want to testify in support or in opposition to LD 1229, I would ask if there's anybody in the attendee room who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 1229. If so, please raise your electronic hand. And seeing none, having heard testimony from all those present today wishing to provide testimony, I now close the public hearing on LD 1229. Thank the committee members and all persons who testified today. And with that, I will now turn to our final public hearing of the day, and that is LD 1225, an act to provide dignity for fetal remains by requiring their interment or cremation. And I would ask that the bill's sponsor, Senator Scott Searway, be moved in as a panelist, and I see that that has happened. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Senator Searway. Nice to see you again. As soon as you are ready to present LD 1225, please begin.
Good afternoon after this tough day. I've heard quite a bit that you've gone through, so I respect what you're doing. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Maine Committee on Judiciary. I am Senator Scott Searway, representing Maine State Senate District 16, which includes towns of Albion, Benton, Clinton, Fairfield, Unity Township, Waterville, and Winslow. I am here to testify on legislation I submitted, LD 1225, an act to provide dignity for fetal remains by requiring their interment and cremation. This bill requires the final disposition of fetal remains resulting from abortion, miscarriage, or fetal death, regardless of gestation age, through cremation or interment. This bill is my attempt to put structure to this issue that is becoming a national focus. The CDC reported that in in 2018, 619,591 abortions occurred in the United States, a number that was trending downward as the majority of Americans oppose most levels of abortion. However, recent events suggest a potential rise in the next few years given the leadership in Washington, D.C. As you know, abortion is a polar issue that many have strong opinions on. Some would say there was an unholy alliance between supporters and those against abortion in recent years. Each side advocated for its points, but the balance remained intact. We have seen recently a strong move out of that balance as abortion advocates have pushed for more and more access. Even as public opinion clearly does not support them, this legislation is your opportunity to give or perhaps restore dignity and compassion to human life that was cut short. It saddens me to think if we were discussing our household pet or a farm animal, the expectation of law would be so much more compassionate and focused than LD 1225 would simply do the right thing. So it's really important to do. I believe it is right and just act for us to give dignity to fetal remains. These remains can be disposed of in 3 ways: burial, cremation, and treated as medical waste and incinerated. Cremation and incineration would appear to be the same method, but in fact, we consider destroying human remains with incineration to be inhumane. Reading studies and stories show us that fetal remains also show up in experiments, are thrown into landfills, flushed away, and other methods that I suggest would not even consider as a path if we were discussing our loved ones. Please know that I do look at the aborted fetus as a human remain. If you honestly look at the entire situation, there is no way to look otherwise. This is a discussion perhaps for another day. I mentioned earlier that this issue is a national debate. States including Alabama, Arkansas, Idaho, Indiana, Louisiana, Minnesota, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Texas, and just last week, Tennessee, each have seen the value and the need to treat human remains with dignity and respect. They have created laws that regulate the disposition of these human remains to ensure that health, safety, and moral concerns are all addressed. I realize that there will be some who do not view these fetal remains as worthy of respect or special treatment, that they can just be taken out as trash. I could not more strongly disagree with you. My beliefs tell me you are wrong. However, I would ask that those of you in that group to consider other health issues that develop when these aborted fetuses are not dealt with respectfully and safely. A simple Google search on the topic of fetal remains disposition shows terrible results. When we have systems that does not honor the respect, we get just that, chaos. Even as the law states remains be incinerated with other tissues or so-called waste, it is not always done so. We find horror stories of people who perform abortions and keep fetal remains in their office, perhaps as trophies. We find fetal remains in community landfills, in a garage, in a trunk of a car. These stories come to public because a doctor passes away, perhaps, and his collection is found. Some stories relate the collection is decades old. And the infamous Dr. Gosnell story example, he had rooms full of jars of human remains. He also was convicted of using minors to perform abortions. Do I see a pattern here of the chaos results from what lack of respect creates in behavior? I read a story of a business who took over a building that had an abortion complex. They spoke of the smell from the sinks, and no matter what they tried, they could not resolve the issue. I'm guessing this clinic was not disposing properly. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that fetal remains laws are proper in the interest of the state. As I've studied and learned about this issue, communicating with leaders in other states, I have come to realize that this issue is even more complicated than I imagined. Of course, abortion is big business, and these are those who make a lot of money and would not want to cut into the profit margin by giving a proper burial or a disposition of moral or even for health and public safety reasons. Think of the few stories I shared above. Abortion clinics are often given a free pass on health and safety considerations, a free pass of no other health organization is allowed. In the current world, we cannot expect them to act with health and safety in mind. States who have shown the wisdom to create a public safety law like LD 1225 have found they must address many points to ensure this type of legislation is effective. The law may need to clearly state that it supersedes any contradictory or former law / agency that applies to this matter. If you are creating a law that mandates burial and cremation, you may need to adjust state rules in those areas to allow for proper and safe fetal dispositions. This law should clearly prohibit the selling of fetal remains, the dumping down drains, garbage disposal, sewage systems of fetal remains. It should clearly prohibit fetal remains from being dumped in landfills. Department rules rules likely should create a documentation system so that each fetus is accounted for and perhaps sanctions when it is found that the public safety laws are being circumvented. Morally, this is the right thing to do, but it also is the best interest of the state to do so. In closing, I realize this is a sensitive topic for many. The moral ramifications of this law may trouble some, but I suggest to you that the public health and safety issues a law such as LD 1225 would protect and resolve clearly make this a piece of legislation worthy of adoption in Maine. As this legislation travels through the Maine legislative process, I challenge us all to come together to ensure that the public health and safety issue is dealt with so as to protect all Maine citizens. As I listen to proponents and opponents today, I challenge us all to do the right thing and work together to create a resolve to this public health and safety issue. You know, just 2 days ago, just a minute. My granddaughter, she actually my daughter is going to have a granddaughter, and she had her name on with the rest of the kids, and she's coming in September. She's got a name there. I don't want to see fetal remains go down the drain. It's ridiculous. So I hope take this important thing, make it work. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Seaway, for presenting the bill, and I know that was difficult presentation to make. Are there questions from committee members for the bill sponsor, Senator Searway? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator, for presenting the bill. I'm sorry for your loss. And as the bill's sponsor, you're welcome to remain as a panelist for the public hearing if you would like to, and are able to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would now turn to the attendee room to ask if there are any legislators present who would like to testify in support of LD 1225. If so, please raise your electronic hand. Seeing none, I would ask if there are any legislators who wish to testify in opposition to LD 1225 to please raise your electronic hand. Seeing Leah, okay. Seeing none, I will now turn to persons wishing to testify in favor of LD 1225. I would ask you to please raise your electronic hands. Keep them up until you are moved over as a panelist, and the committee clerk will move people over in the order, excuse me, in which they raised their hands. And as I see people moved over as panelists, I will call upon you and allow you to present your 3-minute testimony. And after that, ask committee members if they have questions, and then you will be returned to the attendee room. The first person that I have to testify in support of LD 1225 is Judy, and I'm going to do my best. In Senegal, I'm guessing I didn't get that right, but please, when you are ready to testify, please unmute your mic, activate your video, and begin your 3-minute testimony as soon as you feel comfortable. And to this point, I hope that you can hear me. Judy, if you could unmute your microphone and activate your video. We seem to be having some technical difficulties, so I would ask the committee clerk to please move over. The next person from the attendee room was indicated an interest in testifying in support of LD 1225 to a panelist, and I would call upon Carla Karen to please unmute your microphone, activate your video, and as soon as you're comfortable, begin your 3-minute testimony. And welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Karen.
Thank you very much for having me. I think we have feedback because we're in the same place. Maybe turn yours down. Good day, and thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Carla Karen from Winslow. I'm a wife, mother of 3, and grandmother to 3 amazing grandchildren. A number of years ago, my daughter chose to terminate her pregnancy. In the years prior to that, I had made visits to family planning in Augusta to pray for the mothers, the babies, and the choices that they would be making and what those choices may result in for their futures. After the pain of finding out my own daughter had made this choice and nearly losing her due to complications resulting from an incomplete abortion, I stopped going there to pray. It was too painful. 2 years ago, I found myself back at family planning, praying for the mothers and the babies once again. I knew I needed to heal, not just for myself, but for my daughter as well. As I stood across the street one day, a large box truck pulled up and parked at the entrance to the facility. I did not know what it was for, but watched the reactions on the faces of those around me that were praying. I was informed that this truck was there to dispose of medical waste. I lost my breath felt sick to my stomach, and my legs became weak beneath me. That was the destiny of what would have been my grandchild. When we know better, we need to do better. Babies are beautiful and precious and deserve to be buried with dignity, not disposed of as waste. The mother or others affected by the abortion may find themselves struggling someday with the choice that was made in fear and in insecurity, without confidence, and may wish to connect with their baby years later. Providing a dignified burial can allow for healing on many levels, and this is why I'm speaking here in full support of LD 1225. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karen, for coming before the committee today and providing a deeply personal testimony. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Karen? Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Karen, for coming by today and providing your testimony. And you may know the answer to this, you may not. I'm just going off your experience. Is it an option that they give to women to do something with the remains privately, or is it considered medical bio-waste?
There are options. I'm not aware of what specific options they are. Sorry, there's some feedback from here. I'm not certain to the specifics.
Okay.
And my daughter didn't express those to me, so I don't know personally what those are.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Are there additional questions for Ms. Karen? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony today. The committee appreciates hearing from you.
Thank you.
And I will now try Judy Eisenagel, who's been having technical difficulties. I now see that we have two of her. If one of her could activate her mic and video, thank you. We can see you. And as soon as you're comfortable, please correct my mispronunciation of your name.
You got it right the last time. And I apologize for my lack of technical skills here.
We're all learning.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett and members of the Maine Committee on Judiciary for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Precious Innocence, a nonprofit organization regarding an act to provide dignity for fetal remains by requiring their interment or cremation. And thank you, Senator Seaway, for sponsoring our bill. Senator Seaway represents my town of Winslow. Dignity is a key word in the title of LD 1225. Dignity is the right of a person to be valued and respected for their own sake and to be treated ethically. It has nothing to do with class, race, gender, religion, abilities, or any other factor other than being human. I firmly believe that life begins at the moment the mother's egg cell is fertilized by one of the father's sperm cells, and that is conception. I believe that personhood begins at conception, and ethical treatment should also begin at the earliest stages of life. Regardless of the gestational age or the reason why the unborn baby's life was terminated, the fetal remains must be treated with dignity and respect. Current Maine laws pertaining to all other human remains are very specific, and we feel that fetal remains must also be protected by law and prevented from being disposed of into landfills, along with medical waste, which is most likely to happen when the loss occurs at less than 20 weeks gestation. According to polls taken by their professors, medical students are taught to approach a cadaver with respect. Many of the students are struck by feelings of reverence and awe for the life that previously existed in that now deceased body in front of them. Likewise, when the divinely created life in the womb is lost through stillbirth, abortion, or miscarriage, The world as it would have been is changed forever. We must honor the existence of that infant's life by proper interment or cremation, not only out of respect for the babies, but also so that the mothers will know where their babies' remains are interred. LD 1225 states that a woman who suffers a fetal loss must be informed both orally and in writing of her right to determine the final disposition of her little one's fetal remains. The mother may choose to take immediate possession of her child's remains, in which case precious innocence, if asked, will pay for the cremation, but burial and related expenses will be the mother's responsibility. If the mother chooses to leave the fetal remains in the hands of the facility where the fetal loss occurred, that facility will bear the responsibility for proper disposition. If the mother elects to release the fetal remains into the custody of precious innocence, cremation and interment will be free of charge. Detailed records will be maintained by Precious Innocence regarding the burial site of every fetus handled by.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a 3-minute time limit. If you've reached that limit, if you could just wrap up your testimony in a sentence, please.
It is our hope that many years after fetal loss, a mother may find comfort by visiting the burial site of the baby she lost, which she would be able to do through Precious Innocence record keeping. Remembering and honoring her child's brief life, every child deserves to be remembered, and doing so could help bring a sense of finality to the mother as well, or at least lessen her grief. Thank you. Please vote in support of LD 1225.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are there questions from committee members? Thank you again for your time and taking the time to testify before the committee.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate it. The next person that I have testifying in support of LD 1225 is Penny Morrill. Welcome back, Ms. Morrill. Please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity again to appear before you today. I'm Penny Morrill, State Director of Concerned Women for America of Maine, speaking for Concerned Women for America, LAC, and I live in Belgrade, Maine. CWA of Maine supports LD 1225, an act to provide dignity for fetal remains. In doing my research for this bill, I found the following article by Aaron Hegger that gives false information I expect this committee will hear today from opponents. It's titled, "Here's Why Fetal Burial Legislation is Surging in the States," and it was written December 2nd, 2019. And in my testimony, I have a graph of 4 states that have this already: Indiana, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. And then the rest of the states are black, but Senator Searway mentioned several of them, Maine included, that are looking at this bill and hoping that you will sponsor it, support it. Excerpts from the article state that since 2016, lawmakers in 4 states have passed laws requiring the burial or cremation of fetal tissue. 3 have been blocked by the courts. Opponents of this bill will tell you that where a court decision is made, abortion opponents will try to use it to close abortion facilities. They will also say that burial and cremation are more expensive than incineration. How tragic that some in the medical field or abortion providers might be that callous about fetal remains. Another concern from abortionists is that this will create regulatory pressure on them. If what they are doing is clean and upscale, wouldn't they welcome full disclosure of every aspect of their practice? Even the U.S. Senate filed a bill in 2019 regarding fetal tissue remains, with violation resulting in up to 5 years in prison. Abortionists feel this bill will contribute to the shame and stigma of abortion. This law protects the dignity of human life. Every human life deserves respect and a proper burial or cremation. So you can see this issue is important to most people in one way or another. I know Judy Eisenegel personally and her story of what she found after investigating women's stories. She simply wants human remains given proper burial. Concerned Women for America does too. I'm pleased to announce that as I write this testimony, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee signed this legislation into law. I urge this committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1225. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions. Oh, and I've given you a link in my testimony to my.
Thank you, Ms. Morrill, for your time and testimony this morning and this afternoon. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your time and testimony today. I'll next turn to welcome back Michael McClellan. Mr. McClellan, as soon as you're ready to go, you know the drill.
I do. I got a lot of practice today. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the great Maine Judiciary Committee. I am Mike McClellan. I'm the Policy Director for Christian Civic League of Maine, and also sitting here in Raymond on a beautiful day. And I don't know about you, I was really touched by Senator Searway's talk. I served with him and know him as a man of integrity. So it's kind of causing me to point out my written testimony has some pretty solid points in it. And I'm going to choose to kind of take the high road and just make some real quick points and get out of your way. I want to say that Christian Civic League of Maine believes that we're talking about a life, a human here. And isn't that the elephant in the room for all these bills today? And all, you know, in all reality, one side sees this as life and one side sees this as tissue. We believe that this human life deserves dignity and respect like any of you do and like I would want. We acknowledge abortion is legal right now at this moment. So we do seek to do the best thing in a bad situation. And one of those things today is that we can support LD 1225, a bill that gives fetal remains a proper ending. So we see this as a moral issue, but we also see it as good public health. And as I said, and as the senator said, there are a lot of horror stories out there. When you don't respect something, that's kind of how you act sometimes. And it's in my testimony written if you feel like you want to read about it more. In closing, again, I thank you for all you've done today and what you do every day. This is a tough one because, as I said, the elephant in the room is we can't even agree on the definition of what we're talking about. So that's why the two sides seem so polar. I thank you for your time and all you do, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McClellan. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. McClellan? Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McClellan.
Hello again.
You would mention elephant in the room because I've documentaries on how elephants have burial grounds for other elephants and they come by and they pay respect. And it's amazing that elephants have more respect for their dead than humans do. So thank you for coming and providing your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Are there additional questions for Mr. McClellan? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony on the variety of bills today. Take care.
You as well.
This is my day for tough names to deal with. I welcome Armel Sigad to the Judiciary Committee. Welcome, and please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Okay, just for the record, it's Sigou. It's a French name.
Sigou, thank you.
Dear Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Maine Judiciary Committee, my name is Armel Sigou. I live in Rockland, and I'm here to support LD 1225. What if after your grandmother died, her body was thrown into a landfill? What after your husband died, he was dismembered, and his heart, lungs, and brain were sold to the highest bidder? Horrible, you say, ghastly, unthinkable. To imagine getting rid of human beings' remains as any old garbage is shocking. To sell dead body parts for profit is revolting. Why do we react that way? Could it be that human beings are infinitely precious? Could it be that their envelope, so to speak, retains some of that precious character even after they have taken their last breath? We know this instinctively. We all realize that unless we unite around the universal truth, we risk allowing the most cruel, perverse, evil practices to become accepted. Our bodies are important. I'd like to share with you one of my favorite stories, the story of Antigone in ancient Greece, the courageous heroine of the famous play by Sophocles, who would rather risk her own life than let her brother's corpse remain abandoned, unburied in the street where her uncle Creon, the king of Thebes, wants to leave it to rot. You remember that story, I'm sure. Antigone says, no, you cannot do that to my brother. You can kill me, but I will not let you treat my dead brother that way. I will give him the proper burial he deserves. And Antigone, defying the king, chooses to bury her brother's cherished remains no matter what might happen to her. She does the right thing and she pays the highest price. It's a tragedy, it's fiction, but Antigone teaches us that there is something inherently noble about the human body, even after death. We know that human life can never be cheapened. That is why even after it has ended, no matter how it has ended, we take care of the body of our loved one. We wrap it carefully, we bury it or cremate it, but we never throw it out. We know that in life and death, we are all brothers and sisters. And we know that the most vulnerable among us, the most innocent, must especially be protected. Now, who among us is more innocent, more vulnerable than a preborn baby? When that little boy or little girl has been destroyed despite our best efforts, there is still a tiny baby body that needs to be treated with dignity and care. We can't allow it to be thrown out like trash, forgotten, trampled, desecrated. We must still protect the body of that child because that child was a human being like you and me who deserves to be treated with respect. In America, there are now 11 states that have acted to halt this injustice by enacting laws similar to LD 1225. This bill makes it very clear that certain actions are totally unacceptable. I quote, a person may not cut or dismember fetal remains or otherwise violate the integrity of fetal remains. A person may not use fetal remains for scientific experimentation. A person may not dispose of fetal remains in a landfill, unquote. I find it profoundly sad that we need to explicitly mention these things, that we need bills to make them unthinkable. And yet I find it deeply encouraging that we have people standing up today to echo Antigone's words and say, no, I will not let you treat my dead brother that way. Thank you. And I ask for your support of LD 1225.
Thank you for your time and testimony today, Ms. Sigu. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your time and testimony today. We appreciate hearing from you. I would now call upon Andre Levesque. Please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable, and welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of this committee. My name is Andre Levesque. I live in Gore, Maine. I am representing St. Anne's Parish Council of the Knights of Columbus as their life director in support of LD 1225. I'm sure during the course of these hearings, you will hear many statements about the value of human fetus, as you heard earlier. Some may say it's a mere clump of cells, but the science shows us that from conception to in the mother's womb, the baby quickly begins to develop. In 21 days, for example, the heart beats. In 34 days, the arms and legs appear. In 36 days, the eyes develop. In 52 days, the baby begins to move, hiccup, move arms, legs, head, stretches, even yawning. In 6 to 10 weeks, the baby feels pain and has a unique fingerprint. I mention these facts to you to remind you that in the baby's journey, science tells us that the miracle of a beautiful baby will be born. This point needs to be clear that we are talking about the development of a child in a mother's womb. Now, if the child, for whatever reason, is terminated due to miscarriage or abortion, all respect and dignity should be given to his or her remains. Recognizing that the parent has the right to custody over the fetal remains, this bill would support her decision to retain or release the remains to custody and control of the state. All we are asking is that every child that has their life interrupted will not be treated like biological waste, to be discarded in a landfill, or worse, to be desecrated in pieces in a lab somewhere. My brother Knights and I request that you look at these facts and support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levesque, for your time and presenting your testimony to the Judiciary Committee today. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, again, I thank you very much for your time and testimony, sir. I would next call upon Karen Harrington. Welcome back, Ms. Harrington. Please
Hello
begin
again.
with 3-minute testimony.
Senator Carney.
Feel comfortable.
Okay. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I am testifying in support of LD 1225. I thought maybe I would try to consolidate all of my testimonies into one, but I didn't quite get to this one, so I figured I would take my 3 minutes this time and discuss it. I fully support treating all human remains with respect and dignity, including humans who expire prior to or sometime after exiting the womb, no matter the gestation. Wish I had a little bit more time to discuss this because I have a lot of stories as a labor and delivery nurse. I have cared for many grieving parents who have suffered fetal losses at varying gestations. It is by far the hardest part of my job. On my unit, every baby who dies in the womb or shortly after is mourned, and their remains are treated with respect and dignity, regardless of whether their death was, like I said, before exiting the womb or after. The remains of every human, including babies, should be treated the same way. Over my career as a nurse, I have cared for not only the remains of babies, but multiple people who have passed. And I myself, my mother had a 3-year battle with cancer and died 2 years ago at the age of 51 inside my home. My husband and I cared for her in the end with our 4 young children. And, you know, her body was treated with respect and dignity after it passed. She was cremated and is actually in my kitchen right now in her urn. The thought of her body being dumped in a landfill or put in a blender and down a sink is an atrocious thought to me. And I just feel like all human remains should be treated with the same level of respect and dignity that we would expect our loved ones to be treated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harrington. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Harrington? Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Harrington, based on your experience over the years as a labor and delivery nurse, does a mother who has undergone an abortion, or perhaps whose baby has been stillborn, have the legal right to claim possession and custody of the remains?
I cannot speak to what happens in an abortion clinic. My facility that I work for does not provide abortions. I have cared for women post-abortion who have had complications and were admitted, so I have cared for women post-abortion, but I can't speak to what choices they are offered about their fetal remains. I don't know. I do know that on my unit, I see women at 20 weeks gestation and up, and they are definitely offered the choice of what to do with their fetal remains.
I see. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Are there additional questions from committee members for Ms. Harrington? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and testimony today. We greatly
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
your being here. Excuse me, and that brings us to John Baldacci. Mr. Baldacci, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your 3-minute testimony as soon as you're comfortable and ready to go.
Thank you, Senator Harnett. Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you, Senator Searway. I serve as legal counsel to Precious Innocence, Inc., which is the entity behind or played an instrumental role in developing LD 1225. And I'm here to answer any questions the committee has and to submit my support on behalf of my client for this bill. My client seeks to enact LD 1225 to ensure that fetal remains are not used for profit, for experimentation, or used in any other way that would undermine the dignity of human remains. The bill serves to address the moral and societal problem of how and under what circumstances fetal remains can be disposed of and what purposes fetal remains can be used for. I won't go through my full testimony. I would note that I have a copy available for the committee on file. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has about the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baldacci. We appreciate you being concise. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Baldacci? Seeing none, thank you very much, excuse me, for your time and testimony today and for the written testimony that you submitted as well.
Thank you, Senator.
Greatly appreciate it. Not a senator, sir, but thanks anyway. The next person is Chandra Beal. When you are ready to go, if you could just begin your 3-minute testimony. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee.
Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Chandra Buell. I live in Bremen. When a person has died, one of the ways our culture shows respect for their life is by interring or cremating their body. Life begins at conception. Excuse me. At that point, the baby begins to develop. When they die before birth, we can demonstrate that their life mattered by treating their remains with honor and dignity. Life is precious. Every life is precious, whether the person lived for 2 months in their mother's womb or for 92 years after birth. Please support LD 1225 so that all fetal remains will be interred or cremated. Let's let Maine each life. Thank you for listening and for your diligence as you represent the citizens of Maine.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buell, for your testimony both this morning and this afternoon. We appreciate hearing from you. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Buell? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony, ma'am.
Thank you.
And before calling on our next person to testify, I'd like to welcome to the committee our colleague, Representative David Hagan. Representative Hagan, if you could, first of all, nice to see you. If you could introduce yourselves to the audience and those who are in the attendee room.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you too, Representative Harnett. Mr. Chair, appreciate that. I am David Hagan. I represent House District 101, Hamden and Newburgh. Thank you.
Thank you, and good to see you. I would now ask, it appears that that is the end of our list of persons who wish to testify in support of LD 1225. I'm seeing hands of people who have already testified, so I will not be calling them back to testify for a second time. But I will ask if there are any persons in the attendee room who wish to testify in support of LD 1225 who have not already testified, to please raise your electronic hand. And seeing none, I would now ask Ms. Eisenagel. I keep seeing your hand go up, but I believe you've testified already. So I will now turn to persons testifying in opposition to LD 1225, and I would ask that you please raise your electronic hands. Keep those electronic hands up, and you will be moved over in the order in which those hands were raised. And I will call on you as soon as you become a panelist. I'm sorry, I'm receiving a message that there's somebody else who wishes to testify in opposition to the bill who I did not see raise her hand, and I can't even make out the name. The last name is Poulin. Committee clerk, if there is somebody with that last name, could you move them over so we could finish those testifying in support of LD 1225? And maybe it is under Ms. Eisenagel's name.
I think that's the case, Representative.
Thank you. if you could move, is this Ms. Poulin? If it is, could you please unmute your microphone and activate your video and begin your 3-minute testimony?
Yep, you can click there. There, okay. Yes, good afternoon. I'm sorry for that confusion. Honorable members of the Judiciary Committee, our sponsor, Scott Searway, my deepest condolences and my appreciation to all the co-sponsors today in standing in favor of LD 1225. It's an honor to have you on our team. My name is Lynn Poulin. I'm from Waterville, and I come to you today as founder and president of Precious Innocence, the foundation responsible for drafting the bill you see before you today. First of all, this is not a pro-choice, pro-life issue. This is a pro-baby initiative. I want to add, we provide free cremations and interment services. The courage required to stand in favor of this bill is not for the faint of heart. As our elected representatives, I sincerely thank each of you who have upheld your promise of support to your constituents today by speaking and testifying. Again, we provide free cremations and interments. Why did we want the existing law to be changed? Number one, because it didn't recognize babies of all gestational age. It clearly spoke for babies of 20 weeks of gestation, but not for those of under 20 weeks. Why? Because we wanted to end the mutilation of human fetuses. And again, the human remains to no longer be incinerated with medical waste and dumped into landfills. What are we trying to convey by changing the law? First of all, that all human remains be treated with dignity regardless of gestational age, with end-of-life cremation and interment. To repeat Senator Searway's comment, 600,000 fetuses were aborted in 2018 and ended up in landfills. Landfills, which are depositories for garbage and inhabited by rodents. What do we hope to accomplish by the passing of LD 1225? We hope to be able to enter into professional, trustworthy networking of entities involved in the treatment of early termination of life. Organizations that will work together in providing dignity at the end of life of all human beings. A networking of professionals bonding together as a result of their willingness to do what is humane and overdue. A partnering of the groups who will decide the final dignified end-of-life process of all human remains. A group that works and arrives at a solution for the future. A solution that is in the best interest. Yes.
I need to interrupt you. We have a 3-minute time limit.
I'm sorry.
A bit over it, and I was on, so you didn't hear me. So if you could wrap up in one sentence, please.
Okay, we have the statistics that the 21st century, let's not be building landfills with human remains. This must stop. Please pass this bill.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poulin.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, I thank you very much for your time and testimony today. We appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
I will now turn to persons who have indicated interest in testifying against LD 1225. And the first person I will recognize is Kristen Lash. And my co-chair had to leave for a bit, so I will be keeping the time until she returns. Ms. Lash, as soon as you are ready to testify, please begin, and I will start the 3-minute clock.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. And Senator Searway, I extend my compassion to you for your loss. Thank you for your time. It's been a long day. My name is Kristen Lash. I'm a West Bath resident, voter, and I have a health care services background. I'm currently pursuing my master's of social work. I'm here today to oppose any bill that removes, restricts, or rolls back access to reproductive health care, including LD 1225. For more than 11 years, I've provided informed, compassionate, therapeutic massage to individuals living with chronic pain, cancer, HIV or AIDS, and those receiving hospice care. I also support individuals across the multiple realities of pregnancy as a massage therapist and doula. A mentor once articulated the enormous humbling responsibility of touch therapy as being witness to a life story, all of the joys and sorrows as it is experienced by the body. They viewed our work as a way to lessen the sometimes isolating experience of being human and a reminder that we are not alone. I hope today you also extend compassion as you listen to testimonies and imagine how you might support individuals experiencing realities of pregnancy without widening that chasm. I carry my mentor's words with me. They frame my beliefs and how I approach my work. I also carry my own stories, and at one point, I occupied the role of patient and accessed an abortion. I was relatively alone in the process outside of the compassionate care of my primary care physician and medical providers. That is why I'm also trained as an abortion doula. Not many people know that aspect of my story at all, yet I am sharing it publicly with you today because I believe that no one should be forced to feel more isolated or stigmatized as they navigate realities of pregnancy. Abortion is a reality of pregnancy, and individuals are also deserving of support, dignity, and kindness, regardless of how their stories unfold. I accessed an abortion early in my 30s, about 10 years ago, because I did not have financial means to care for another being. I believe had I been forced to inter or cremate that tissue from my procedure, I would have experienced enormous amount of mental distress as well as increased financial instability and debt. 2 years earlier, I left a privileged life and marriage after I learned my partner gambled our savings, including my retirement fund in the stock market. I was rebuilding my life and learning how to care for myself as I cared for my clients. My work felt purposeful, but I was living paycheck to paycheck, unable to meet basic needs or pay for routine health care. I entered an unhealthy relationship and became pregnant. I considered the struggles I would face to provide financially and emotionally for a child, and I made what I believe was the most responsible decision at the time and the right decision for me. I took 2 unpaid sick days to access my abortion, quickly returned to my professional responsibilities, and had a fully booked schedule because it was, after all, Mother's Day weekend. LD 1225 claims to provide dignity for fetal remains. However, it denies individuals and their chosen families dignity, respect, and choice of processing personal decisions in accordance with their beliefs, faith, and guidance of medical providers. Thank you, Rep. Hartnett. I hear the buzzer. I will wrap up in one
If you
sentence.
could wrap up in one sentence, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know it's been a long day. I have supported individuals who have miscarried and have experienced infertility, have also had pregnancies end in late term. And I believe if we recognize that there are multiple realities of pregnancy, we also recognize there are multiple reasons why individuals access abortion. They should not be forced to choose. They should not be forced to cremate
Thank
tissue.
you very much, Ms. Lash.
Thank you.
We really need to be consistent. I appreciate it.
you.
Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Lash? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and testimony today. We appreciate you being here. I would next turn to Hannah Lord. Ms. Lord, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your 3-minute testimony as soon as you feel comfortable and ready to go.
Thank you. So good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee of Judiciary. Thank you for your time. Hello, my name is Hannah. I'm a full spectrum doula in Portland, Maine, and I'm here today in opposition of LD 1225 because I understand the complexity of every pregnant person's story from a trauma-informed lens. I'm a single mother to an amazing 8-year-old son. 2 years ago, I wanted to give the gift of a child to people who couldn't have one of their own. I started the journey of a gestational surrogacy, carrying an embryo that is not genetically mine. After my first IVF transfer, we were all ecstatic to find out through my blood work I was pregnant. When I arrived at my second ultrasound, they couldn't find a heartbeat. The IVF clinic was concerned that there was a phantom pregnancy in my uterus while the embryo was in my tube. This life-threatening condition is called an ectopic pregnancy. I was immediately sent to an OBGYN who gave 2 injections of methotrexate, a medicine to manage ectopic pregnancies, in my back. Oh, sorry, I lost my place. I attempted to go back to work a few days after, while I was still miscarrying the pregnancy. Within 30 minutes of being at work, I had to change my pad 6 times and a pool of blood still leaked on the floor. I immediately went to the ER for an ultrasound to make sure my body was doing what it needed to do. As a single mother, I was terrified because I knew if anything went wrong, my son needed me. I am a full spectrum doula who is specially trained in bereavement, and nothing could have prepared me for this loss. Even though the embryo wasn't my own, I went through a grieving period in my own way. During the loss, I was in survival mode, and having to plan a burial or cremation would have just furthered the trauma I was going through. Months later, I finally became pregnant for the intended parents. After their son was born, they were finally brought peace after the loss. They told me if the loss never happened, we would never have been able to have our son. Things happen for a reason. We know in our hearts this baby in our hands that we have now was meant to be brought to this earth. My hope is that you see by my story, each pregnancy and process of loss has its own individual complexities of its own. Each pregnant person should be allowed the autonomy to grieve in their own way. Without the interference of our government. I have supported hundreds of people through birth, abortion, and miscarriage as a doula. What I've witnessed is every story is unique in its own way. Holding space for a human to choose how to process their journey in pregnancy, termination, and loss is the best way to create a truly trauma-informed healing environment, and that is not what this bill does. Please vote against LD 1225. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lord, for your testimony today. The committee appreciates your time. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Lord? Seeing none, again, the committee offers you its thanks. Be well. Next person to testify is Gwendolyn Doak. Gwendolyn, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your testimony as soon as you are ready.
Respectfully, I have one point of order that is relevant
Ms.
to why
Doak,
I am having to speak.
Ms.
May I
Doak, I
please-
just need to let you know that you have 3 minutes and the 3 minutes is starting
I
now.
understand. I do not see Representative Scott Landry on the screen. I understand he's a co-sponsor. I just would like read into the record which sponsors and co-sponsors have submitted legislation to this point where I am speaking, and whether or not they are present at this moment during my testimony.
I'm not even sure I understand your question, and I don't know who is, if Representative Landry is present or not, but the 3-minute clock is running.
Okay. Esteemed members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am having difficulty because the only reason I have had to be here today is because my appeals to the sole legislator who was a co-sponsor in my region for this bill has not publicly testified in regards to my concerns as a constituent. My husband held me. My community held me. My spiritual advisor held me. They did not hold a receptacle. They did not let go of me to choose a receptacle. Dignity, chaos, all of the testimony thus far has validated my concern that this hearing that purports to be in respect of dignity for fetal remains, the sponsors and others refuse to acknowledge that they do not respect my dignity and my legal right. Unfortunately, the actions of these sponsors and co-sponsors have affected my family's life, including this moment. I respectfully say that the core of my religious belief, the tenets of my faith, prompted my first question: can I donate the tissue? And key in that decision was the possibility of hope to live in someone, anyone, maybe many ones, to gain from our loss and to make the only choice we could make, given our religious belief, to turn loss into life. I named those losses. Many of us do. That is my right, my personal right, my sacred books, my allowance. I have documented 6 instances today where I'm currently being harassed by this legislative process. I thank you for allowing me to document that today. I will be submitting additional testimony before the public works session on Thursday. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Doak. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your time and testimony throughout the day today.
Thank you. I would just like to state that my husband, John R. Doak, and my son, Sean Nathan Doak, whose name means gracious God's gift, are here present today at my request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person to testify is Aspen Rulin. Please begin your testimony as soon as you're comfortable by unmuting your mic and activating your video, and begin your 3-minute testimony when you're ready to go.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Aspen Rulin, as you know from earlier, and I am the Client and Community Advocate at Mabel Wadsworth Center in Bangor. I want to thank the honorable members of this committee for listening to my testimony today. As many of you already know, as we've discussed this, our center provides abortion care among a myriad of other services. Because of this, I am more than qualified to speak not only to the harm of this bill being proposed, but just how much of an unnecessary overreach it truly is. This is not a bill based on supporting people who have abortions or in filling any need, but rather in the enforcement of stigma, both for those accessing and performing abortion care. First, I want to speak to my values, both as an individual and as a representative of Mabel Wadsworth Center. I believe in bodily autonomy. I believe in compassion. I believe in respecting the personal decision-making of all people. I believe that all pregnant people should have the resources they need to handle their pregnancy in the way that is right for them, whether that is continuing it or having an abortion. I do not think that these are radical beliefs. This is simply the baseline if you see pregnant people as just that, people. The handling and disposal of fetal tissue is, to put it bluntly, a non-issue. Our clinic and other main providers are already handling and disposing of fetal tissue appropriately. As licensed healthcare facilities, we know and are dedicated to following health and safety guidelines and laws, including around the disposal of any medical or biological products. Medical staff currently work with patients on a case-by-case basis to answer any questions about how fetal tissue is handled. By creating laws that attempt to engineer a solution to a problem that does not exist, abortion care providers are restricted from exercising their best medical judgment and providing individualized patient care. Our patients need medical care and support, not the unnecessary interference of politicians into their medical care. Evidence and experts, guided by patient and community needs and concerns, should inform medical research, whether it is seeking answers for COVID-19 or tackling other diseases. Instead of listening to experts, anti-abortion politicians and organizations are playing politics with people's lives and health. Medical professionals need support, not political barriers that deny them the ability to do their work, whether that is hospital nurses on front lines, health aides in communities, or researchers looking for answers. This restriction is clearly yet another attempt by politicians to deceive and shame patients who need abortion care. I strongly urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and testimony today. Are there any questions from committee members? Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Rulin, have you ever thought of running for office?
Given the family history, it's been considered, but not something I'm interested in at this point. I particularly like the work I'm able to do with Mabel Wadsworth Center.
Oh, Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Are there additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, again, we appreciate your time and testimony on multiple bills today.
Thank you.
Take care. Next call upon Kimberly Simmons. Ms. Simmons, as soon as you are ready to go, please begin your 3-minute testimony. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Kimberly Simmons, and I'm from Portland, Maine, testifying in opposition to LD 1225. The personal is political has never felt more true. My miscarriage is one of the most devastating medical experiences I've had and sparked deep and very private grief. My story is really none of your business, and yet your consideration of a bill that implies that my path through pregnancy loss was undignified demands a response. I would never have wanted to treat fetal tissue as more than just that, and I am appalled that elected officials would like to require this of me. Pregnancy loss takes so many different forms. Experts estimate that 20% of pregnancies spontaneously abort, and the majority of those losses occur within early weeks. An unknown number are simply experienced as heavy periods. The specifics of what is proposed are so elusive and open a door to surveillance that is extremely troubling. Language in the bill refers to parental rights of fetal tissue, which terrifies me. Will controlling partners be able to demand all menstrual blood be collected and handed over for inspection? If someone miscarries in the toilet at work, will they face potential criminal charges? Will we be forced to simply further medicalize menstruation, pregnancy, and miscarriage in order to comply with these requirements, consigning pregnant people to expensive and unnecessary hospital visits? My own loss included a D&C, but for whatever reason, I found myself doubled over in the shower a few nights later, completing the miscarriage at home. It was scary, unexpected, and painful. A requirement that I collect the blood and hold a funeral for my fetal tissue would not have helped me recover. But access to better information about what to expect, better health care, access to childcare while I recovered, and paid time off for my husband and I to have healed together would have made a difference. You have the opportunity to vote for other bills that will significantly support Maine mothers this year, and I hope our genuine material needs get the attention they deserve. I cannot shake off the feeling that this bill is intended to be cruel, to stoke the guilt and shame too many already associate with pregnancy loss, to compel us to make our pregnancy losses public spectacles. I come back to the word dignity and the implication that my fetal tissue is more worthy than I am of being treated with respect. And I wholeheartedly hope you reject LD 1225 and the attendant rhetoric that how I navigate pregnancy loss is yours to determine or judge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simmons, for your time and testimony this afternoon. I'm going to ask if there are any questions from committee members for you. Are there any questions from committee members for Ms. Simmons? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your time and testimony today. I would welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, Nicole Clegg. Please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Representative Harnett and Senator Carney and members of the Judiciary Committee. I want to thank you all. I know that this has been a long day and we may not always all agree, but I really appreciate the approach in which we've all entered this conversation. So thank you. I will aim to be brief and just quickly refer to a few aspects of my testimony in opposition to LD 1225. First, I really think it's important for us to highlight that Maine law does address how fetal tissue should be handled. And there are rules that address the wishes of people who have experienced an abortion or a miscarriage and want to make arrangements for cremation or burial. The difference here is that LD 1225 intends to apply this to all people, regardless of their circumstances. As a medical provider, we work with our patients to honor their wishes. We have open conversations, and we work to accommodate if they want to make burial arrangements. We know that there's no one-size-fits-all approach, whether we're supporting a patient who recently miscarried or a patient who's made the decision to have an abortion. Each experience is unique, and the stories behind that pregnancy are their own. Mandating cremation or burial doesn't only add an expense for many who are unprepared for it, but it also is insensitive to the emotional experience, the grief that many people may be experiencing. Imagine forcing a victim of sexual assault to make burial arrangements after an abortion, or telling someone who has miscarried at home that they must collect the tissue and then find a way to make burial arrangements. Otherwise, they risk being charged with a crime. You know, this legislation, while I understand for people who've experienced grief, might be what they are looking for, but I don't think it's going to accomplish what they hope. It could instead inflict more pain and hurt on people who are already grieving and experiencing the loss of a pregnancy. We need to respect each person's ability to make their own personal decisions about pregnancy loss or abortion in accordance with their family, faith, and medical provider. For these reasons, I urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1225. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon, Ms. Clegg. Are there questions from committee members? Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Clegg, you made a reference to Maine law and fetal tissue as it stands right now. So I want to ask a question that I asked earlier and did receive a partial answer, but Ms. Harrington could not completely answer the question. Right now, the current Maine law, if a mother consents to an abortion, let's say at a young gestational age, does that woman have the right to request custody and possession of the remains?
We work with our patients if they express that interest. There is like some just very practical aspects of when the abortion and pregnancy loss occurs during, at what time in the pregnancy, what may or may not be possible. Right. Many people seek abortion care and experience miscarriage very early in a pregnancy. And so that just makes it harder to accommodate that request.
Yes, in which case there would be virtually no remains. Is that fair to say?
It would be really challenging, yes.
Okay, well, let's take a fetus that's somewhat older, in which there would be physical remains. The question simply is, does the woman have the right to request the possession and custody of the remains?
They can. I think I want to just caution that I can only speak for our practice. So I don't know how all medical providers treat pregnancy loss, but certainly when we experience that, we work with a patient to accommodate that request. And there are, in the state's rules and regulations, there's a process to follow to accommodate that request.
We'll probably find out on Thursday, but do you know what state rules and regulations you're speaking of?
I'm afraid to say that I cited those in my testimony because I'm guessing I probably didn't, but I can share the citation.
That's okay. That's right. Thank you then. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Are there additional questions from committee members for Nicole Clegg? Thank you very much for your testimony throughout the day. The committee appreciate your time and input.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Next turn to Leah Coplin. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello again, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Leah Coplin. I'm a certified nurse midwife and the program director at Maine Family Planning. And I'm here today to testify in vehement opposition to LD 1225. This bill is a little more than a politically motivated attempt to shame and stigmatize abortion patients while forcing abortion providers to jump through more hoops. Since 2011, politicians have passed nearly 500 restrictions on abortion at the state level, many of which represent unwarranted intrusions into the exam room. In 2021, state lawmakers have already put forth 384 such proposals, and LD 1225 is one of them, written by politicians with zero regard for science or medical professionals. This bill does nothing to help patients. In fact, it completely disrespects a person's ability to make a personal decision about their healthcare in accordance with their family, faith, and medical provider. As a Jewish woman, I can tell you that this law is incompatible with my religion's beliefs on when and if fetal tissue should be buried. I could not even imagine the amount of distress this would have created for my friends and family who experienced early pregnancy losses if they were forced to defy their religious beliefs due to such a law. This is a blatant example of politicians interfering in personal health decisions. Every day, patients come to Maine Family Planning seeking non-judgmental care, counseling, and compassion. They expect clear, straightforward, medically necessary information, not loaded rhetoric that serves no medical purpose. While we know that the vast majority of people who choose to have abortions felt it was the right decision for them, we also know that abortion stigma is pervasive and persistent. I have no doubt that forcing patients to associate the death rituals of burial or cremation with their abortion procedure would perpetuate this stigma and could potentially inflict emotional harm. Furthermore, the burial or cremation mandate would seemingly also apply to fetal tissue from miscarriage. As a certified nurse midwife who supported many people through miscarriages of wanted pregnancies, I believe passage of this bill would further complicate an already painful process. From a practical point of view, I have concerns about how and whether Maine Family Planning would be able to comply with such a regulation and what the cost would be to us, to the state, and to our patients. Of course, this part is the point of the bill, to target abortion providers and make it harder for us to provide needed care. For all these reasons, I urge the committee to reject LD 1225.
Thank you very much, Ms. Copland, and thank you for your time and testimony throughout the day. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Copland? Seeing none, again, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Before turning to the next witness, I just want to remind people, and perhaps I did not say this earlier, but the chat function is not intended for substantive conversation. Anything said in the chat is not part of the record of this public hearing. It is only for technical issues or technical assistance. And with that, I will turn to our next person testifying, Regina Rooney. Welcome back, Ms. Rooney.
Hello, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the committee. For one last time today, I am Regina Rooney from HOPE, speaking on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence in opposition to LD 1225. Thank you all for your work on this long day. Survivors of domestic abuse already face too many stressful barriers as they manage the risks posed by their partners. They are busy navigating the court system, maintaining employment amidst a partner's constant harassment, trying to figure out what technology their partner is misusing to stalk them, trying to find therapy for their children that will accept whatever insurance they might have, managing pressure from family or friends about the quote unquote right thing to do about their pregnancy and their relationship, and more. And they're managing all of that amidst sustained terror and often even neurological impacts of trauma that can make simple things difficult. Abuse during pregnancy, which is more common than gestational diabetes or preeclampsia, brings with it particular risks which must also be managed. Homicide accounts for 31% of maternal injury deaths in the United States, and abuse has serious health implications for both pregnant patients and fetuses, including a 50% or more increase in chance for miscarriages. There is wide agreement by Maine legislators that we should be addressing the barriers that face victims of abuse, not adding to them. And LD 1225 does the opposite. As a result of this legislation, there will be survivors who miscarry in the midst of this traumatic nightmare who will be required to prioritize disposing of fetal tissue above any of those other considerations that they and their children face. There will be survivors who seek an abortion for their own safety, who now face an additional layer in that process. And there will certainly be survivors who miscarry after being beaten, and we will be requiring them to focus on the fetal tissue rather than their own safety, health, and healing. And when survivors do not deal with the fetal issue as the state, tissue as the state has determined that they should, we will make them into criminals and potentially give their abusive partner one more thing to hold over their heads. No, I can hear it in my head now. I know you didn't deal with that miscarriage. That's a crime, you know. All it's going to take is one phone call from me. And we know survivors will not prioritize following through with this law, because how can they possibly do so amidst the ongoing trauma that is domestic abuse and violence? And why should they have to? LD 1225 compounds trauma for no good reason. It's not guided by providers or the needs of patients, but by a political agenda that will hurt all sorts of people. And it will hurt survivors of domestic abuse in particular ways that are deeply unfair and callous. For these reasons, we and our member programs urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you, and I will take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rooney, for your time and testimony throughout the day. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Rooney? Seeing none, again, the committee thanks you for your input.
Thanks.
I will now welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Megan Sway. Ms. Sway, please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Thank you, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, distinguished members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Sway, and I'm Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of the ACLU of Maine, I'm here to oppose LD 1225 because it does not serve a legitimate medical purpose. Section 1 of the bill would require individuals to collect biological material expelled from a person's body after a miscarriage. And if the individual or entity did not do so, they could be punished with up to 364 days in prison. Because the number of healthcare providers that are specified in the bill is so large, a person who experiences a miscarriage while visiting the dentist or a hearing aid dealer is likely to be in a position where those healthcare practitioners must collect the expelled blood and tissue, offer it to the person, and offer them bereavement services. Healthcare providers already operate under state health regulations that dictate how they can dispose of fetal tissue. And this bill takes the decision of how to handle a miscarriage or abortion out of the hands of a patient and doctor scenario and imposes requirements regardless of what is best in any given person's circumstance. In doing so, the bill would stigmatize people who have abortions or who have miscarried and force them to jump through state mandated hoops that serve no legitimate health or safety purpose. For this reason, we ask you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sway, for your testimony throughout the day. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Sway? Seeing none, again, the committee thanks you for your input. I now welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, Reverend Jane Field.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. I hope I get my frequent flyer miles. This has been a long day for all of us, and I am so grateful to all of you for the hard work you've been doing. And I also think that you, like I, have been deeply touched and humbled by each and every personal story we've heard during the testimony on this bill. If I had the chance to rewrite my testimony, I would, and it would be transformed by the power of those stories. All of them, no matter whether they were testifying in support or opposition to the bill. However, as Executive Director of the Maine Council of Churches, I am here to testify in opposition to the bill, 1225. But fundamentally, the thing I wouldn't change about my testimony is that we in our denominations and at the council respect and trust that women will make ethical and moral choices in consultation with their medical providers. And current Maine law allows, as we've heard, if a woman who's had a pregnancy loss, either through abortion or miscarriage, wishes to take custody of those remains and inter them or bury them or cremate them, they can. As a pastor, I would walk alongside any parishioner of mine who said that that was the choice they wanted to make. I would also respect those who said that was not the choice they wanted to make. And we've heard people tell you their stories today about why they might not make that decision. So We honor people's beliefs. It is not the place of the government to say that one belief is right and one is wrong in this instance. If you're someone who thinks fetal tissue is, as some have said today, a baby, you would act accordingly. If you don't, you would act differently. And the law already accommodates those decisions. We don't want to turn people into criminals for differing beliefs, I don't think. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions if you have any.
Representative Harnett, we're not able to hear you.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from committee members for Reverend Field? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your input throughout the day. Thank you. Now turn to, welcome back, Dusty Homan Sprague, to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Good afternoon, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the committee. Again, I'm Dusty Homan Sprague. I join you today again on behalf of the Maine Women's Lobby, but I'm using my space here to share my personal story by way of illustrating the impact that proposals like this have on people in our communities. Some years ago, I was excited to find myself pregnant with our second child. As I entered my second trimester, I went to New Hampshire to visit my parents to give them the good news in person. Just before dinner, I started to feel uncomfortable, discovered I was spotting, and decided to wait and see what the next natural steps were going to be. On Monday, I went to work as usual. I can perfectly remember the feeling of getting uncomfortable during a legislative hearing, going to the bathroom on the 4th floor to discover that I was going to lose the pregnancy. I drove home and passed the pregnancy. It was about 10 days of messy and uncomfortable passing. When I conferred with my provider, I learned that the best approach was to do a weekly blood test to make sure it had fully passed. I did it for several weeks until the bills started to roll in. I had a $3,000 deductible, and I was about $1,000 into that in expenses before I realized, and I stopped and decided I would just wait and see how it went. That December, I found myself pregnant again, started spotting again, started to pass the pregnancy again. It was immediately before Christmas, and I chose to have a DNC rather than have 10 days with my 4-year-old over Christmas in a messy, bloody nightmare. A month later, I got a bill for most of the rest of my $2,000 deductible. When it happened a third time that spring, at least I knew to save the hassle and money of blood tests, and I called my local family planning provider for more affordable options. It was obviously a challenging 16 months in my life with wild hormonal swings and the inevitable grief, as well as the logistical burden of medical procedures and then medical bills. Thankfully, I didn't also have to contend with needing to collect the scraps of my lost pregnancies for burial or cremation, or to manage schedules or services with vendors, or to pay for those added expenses. Thankfully, I didn't also have to contend with the burden of the state telling me and my family what our experience should cost us or what it should look like. We hope that you will join us in opposing these bills. Regardless of whether people manage abortion or miscarriage, there should be no role for the state in helping to make those decisions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Homan Sprague, for sharing that personal story. Are there questions from committee members? Representative Libby.
I don't have a question, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, Ms. Homan Sprague, thank you for being here, and I'm very sorry for your losses.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions for Ms. Homan Sprague? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your time and testimony today. We greatly appreciate your input. Thank you. I will now turn back to the attendee room to see if there are any persons in attendance who still wish to testify in opposition to LD 1225. If so, please raise your electronic hand so that I may recognize you and have you come over as a panelist. And seeing none and seeing that nobody else has been moved over by the clerk, I will now turn to the attendee room to ask if there are any persons in attendance who wish to testify neither for nor against LD 1225. If so, please raise your electronic hand so that you can be recognized. And again, seeing none, I will just check with my committee clerk, Supi. Have I missed anybody as far as you know?
You have not, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, having received testimony from those present today and wishing to testify, I now close the public hearing on LD 1225. I thank the committee members for their efforts throughout the day and for everyone who came to testify, regardless of the position that they advocated. We appreciated all of the input. And with that, I will turn the gavel back over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Carney.
Excuse me. Thank you, Representative Harnett. And I understand that there's been a request for about a half hour to caucus before we begin the work session. Senator Keim, is that enough time for you? Is that too much time or is that the right amount?
I think that's safe. Let's do 30 minutes. It might be a little too much time, but I don't, I hate to say 20 minutes and then keep everybody waiting.
Okay. Do you want to split the difference and come back at 3:45?
Okay, sounds good.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And Representative Evangelos, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Carney. I wrote an email this morning to the committee, including the chairs, regarding the judicial nomination hearings for next week.
Yeah, let's take that up when we return from the break.
The 4:15.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. See you at 4:15.
Just opened my window to smell the lilacs. And now I'm sneezing.
That's funny. Yeah, it's a pretty time of year. There's so many flowering shrubs.
I don't know whether I told you I painted my, well, not me, I had my fingernails colored to match the lilacs in my yard. So
Oh,
I have a yellow, a pink, a blue, a light purple, and a dark purple nail on each. Got to do some things to cheer yourself up, is my theory.
Yeah, that's nice. Looks like our colleagues are not quite back yet. I'm going to fill up my water glass before we get started. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, everyone, for being so prompt. I want to start out. I know we've got a bunch of work sessions and it's nearly 4 o'clock, but I just wanted to start out by addressing Representative Evangelos's concern about the upcoming confirmation hearings on the judicial nominees. And I wanted to explain a little bit why they've come up in a time frame that is seems rushed to you, Representative Evangelos. We are, did you wish to speak first?
No, I'll speak after you speak, but I want to speak.
Okay. That the posting occurred on May 10th. The absolute latest date we could have a committee confirmation hearing would be June 14th. The House and Senate are planning to wrap up our work for the session on June 16th. And so we are in a really tight time frame for getting the work done. And that is why the confirmation hearings were scheduled promptly. And I would like to hear your concerns. I just didn't know if you were aware how tight the timeline was.
Well, I mean, the timeline on everything's tight. I got Peggy's calendar today. The problem is we just found out yesterday. There was no posting given to the Judiciary Committee members. We got a notice yesterday from the information office about the posting of the hearings. Two of these three nominations are Supreme Court nominations. And, you know, I don't know about the rest of you, but I like to research their judicial record and, you know, some of their important court cases, you know, other findings and issues they've been involved in. I know absolutely nothing about the new Supreme Chief Justice nomination. This takes time. In Washington, they take 6 months to a year to do this. If we weren't doing anything this week, I could get it done. But we're hearing somewhere between 65 and 85 divided reports tomorrow. I haven't even done that homework. We're going to likely be there till late tomorrow night. You've seen what our schedule looks like on Thursday and Friday. How in the world is this committee supposed to do its due diligence on these important nominations? I mean, these are Supreme Court nominations, two of the three. And, you know, what are we supposed to do? Just run through it, not ask any questions, and just rubber stamp it? I mean, it's just, I think we should apply for an extension.
I don't think it's possible to apply for an extension. And I'm sorry, I agree with you that we do have a lot on our plates. We have also heard consistently from the judicial branch that they really need to be fully staffed as we emerge from the pandemic and all of the regular court proceedings pick up. And I think we owe it to the judicial branch to have these hearings in a timely fashion and vote on the confirmation nominations. And I'm sorry that this is a busy week. Next week and the week after that are also going to be busy. And we're actually going to be busy straight through to the deadline for conducting the nomination hearings. And
I get it, but what justice are we doing to the judicial system by not doing any research on these candidates? It's simply unacceptable for, you know, a Supreme Court nominees were given 1 week's notice, because I found out yesterday along with everyone else. We didn't get a notice on May 10th. There may have been something posted through the governor's office. But in order to do justice to the process, we have to do our due diligence and our research, and there's no time to do it. I mean, our schedule just doesn't allow it. These are complex matters. These are 7-year appointments. And, you know, I'm just, I'm not prepared to go forward with them on Tuesday. I don't think anybody else is either, but no one will say anything. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hear you. I know that we are, we've all been working very hard all session. And I'm sorry that there is less time than you would like, but I would just encourage you to make good use of the time that you have available. And, you know, if there's anything that I can do to help you, I'm happy to do that.
Well,
I'm
there's no
sorry
time.
that it's not
That's the
something
problem. I mean, it's not a matter of budgeting my time. There's no time. We're going to be doing a 12-hour shift tomorrow. Everybody knows it. We've, you know, the Senate keeps sending supplements. We're going to be up to 100 divided reports by tonight. I haven't even done that homework yet because it's just pouring in now. You know, part of our, I understand the judiciary wants to be staffed, but let's face it, the governor just posted this Chief Justice nomination very recently. It wasn't as if we had a lot of advance notice on this. This just happened.
Posted on May 10th, so 8 days ago.
Right.
Your concerns are noted, Representative Evangelos. We've got 2 other hands up. I would like to let those representatives speak. And then to your point about the need to move forward and get our work done so that we can prepare tomorrow, I would like us to quickly turn our attention to our work sessions this afternoon.
Well, I'm going to raise an objection with Mr. Hobson when they come in and let him know that we didn't have time to do our due diligence, and I'll see if we can get an extension from him. Is that all right?
I don't think it's my place to approve or disapprove of your information, but thank you for sharing it.
That's my intention. This isn't fair, and you know we're not doing our job, so thank you.
I think we are doing our job. I wouldn't agree with you there. Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do agree with Representative Evangelos that we need time to do due diligence. I think I've stated before that I generally start from a position of no, and so if I don't receive all the information I need, the same applies to a judicial nominee as it does to a bill for me. So Representative Evangelos, you can certainly take the same strategy I do and apply it here if your conscience says that you have not received enough information or time to make a good decision for the people of Maine.
Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to also echo the exact same thing I just heard. This is not enough time to make a very large decision, and I just think we need a whole lot more time, and there is no time. These bills are just coming in by the millions, and this is big stuff, so I agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
I would just add just a slightly different perspective. I guess I share the feeling that these are late arrivals on the calendar, but Andrew Mead is a reappointment to the Supreme Court. So he's been confirmed at least once before, and he's been acting Chief Justice since for the past 13 or 14 months, and in fact has appeared before us during that time. So it's not as though he's an unknown player in the game. Judge Stanfill has been on the bench since 2007, and I think it was last year that she was confirmed to the Superior Court. So she had a confirmation hearing before this committee. I wasn't on it at the time, but she had it fairly recently in her elevation for the district to the Superior Court. I understand she's taking on, or has been nominated to take on, a substantially different kind of position, but she isn't, again, a complete stranger to the committee or the system. Third nominee is a first timer, and I agree. We don't know much about that person, except from what we will hear from those who do. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I wanted to pipe in here because we did have a discussion along these lines one other time, and I wanted to support Representative Evangelos in as far as I think that what we're talking about here is balancing the responsibilities of the chief executive with the legislature. And I've always thought that we need time for scrutiny with notice and the ability to confer and get questions answered prior to the actual hearing so that the hearing can be efficient. So I expressed that, and but I think in these cases, Representative Moriarty makes good points that we've had these folks, maybe not this specific membership of the committee, but we've had these folks before us in the past. And my criticism is with the deadline for getting this done, and the I can't criticize this chief executive any more than any other chief executive, but it is not in their interest to have the legislature scrutinize their nominations. So I think it's the rules that we need to address, not the individual nomination being appointed. So nominated. So I just wanted to pipe in there that there is a discussion that I think we should have about this at some time, but I am not in favor of changing our schedule right now. That's our burden to bear, I'm afraid. Thank you, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's statutory deadlines that were given. Representative Harnett?
And you may have just said this, but you broke up a bit. The rules are in the statute. I mean, the timelines are set in statute. So it's a statutory change if we want to do that. As to Justice Mead, he's been the acting chief judge. He's been before us numerous times. I think he's been nominated at least twice to the law court, if not more. Justice Stanfield was confirmed by this committee in the 129th to the Superior Court. And I don't know, I mean, we've done district court nominees before based exclusively on what we're getting in terms of material when they're presented to the committee. And, you know, I wish that the governor might have done this a little sooner, but she didn't. And it's not as if she's had nothing on her plate. And I'm very concerned about the court moving forward. We're coming out of a pandemic. There is going to be a steep increase in the number of trials and the number of court actions. And one of the most important things the Chief Justice does, I think, is really the administrator of the entire judicial department. And I can't think of a more pressing time or a time where that's a more pressing need than what we have moving forward, coming out of the pandemic. And we've heard it from private members of the bar talking about how concerned they are. And we're talking about indigent legal services and how many, you know, we have people sitting in county jails because they're not having trials, and that's not a tenable situation. So I feel hard pressed to move forward with these, but I'm one voice.
I see Representative Evangelist and Babbage, your hands are still up. Do you have anything new to add? Because I would really very much like to move forward with our work sessions for this afternoon.
Yeah, I do have some more things to add. Sorry. You know, the point is, if Justice Mead had been nominated to be the Chief Justice, it may have been a little smoother, but the fact is that wasn't the nomination. He's a known commodity. We deal with him, but he's not the nominee. So there's going to be a lot of concerns and questions. Justice Mead has also been involved in some pretty substantial Supreme Court cases that need examination. But if I can't get any satisfaction from the chairs on this or from anyone else, I'm going to exercise Rule 503 and ask for a Judiciary Committee pre-conference hearing. We're entitled to it if we ask for it, and I'm going to ask for it.
Duly noted. At this point, I would like us to move. I'll go ahead, Senator Khan.
Right. I don't know what that rule is, and so I was just hoping to hear that before we moved on.
I'll read it to you. The Joint Standing Committee must hold a pre-hearing conference within 21 days of the notification of the governor, unless the committee decides otherwise. It used to be something we used to do routinely in the Judiciary Committee. We used to get together and talk about the nominations and discuss any concerns ahead of time, and then we would a week or two later go through with the process. It seems to be a rule that we don't abide by anymore, but these are 7-year appointments, 6-figure salaries to the Supreme Judicial Court. And, you know, we got to take some time to know what we're doing and develop the right questions to ask based on their judicial record. And given our calendar, there is no time. So it's one thing to say it's duly noted, but it says the joint committee must hold. So duly noted and must are two different things. So I'm exercising Rule 503, please.
Go ahead, Senator Keim. Actually,
well, I just don't know exactly what that means. So that means we have to have a meeting of the Judiciary Committee before we have the hearing. Am I understanding that correctly?
What we, because we discussed this Rule 503 process before the first round of confirmation hearings that we did this session. And what we learned in that discussion was that actually, even though that is part of the statute, it has not been the custom of the committee to hold one of those hearings. And I don't even know when the last one was held. But I think what I would like to do is, because it seems like we need more information about the 503 process, that perhaps we can move forward with our work sessions and then this evening look into the 503 process, or sometime tomorrow. And then when we gather again on Thursday, we can consider what we're going to do with that request.
Okay. Why don't we take it up Thursday morning so we can get busy? All right. Because tomorrow is going to be a disaster. We're not going to be able to see each other tomorrow. So Thursday morning, is that okay?
Yes. Yeah, I think we'll take it up Thursday morning.
Thanks. That's all.
Thank you all. Okay, so we are going to dive into our work sessions at this point. And just for those members of the public who are in the attendee space, I am going to read through the order of work sessions and then propose a slight modification. So we're starting with 4 bills related to remote notarization, and those are 810, 904, 1144, and 1399. We have amendments on 1144 and 1399, and the amendment on 1399 in particular would allow us to potentially dispense with 810 and 904. And so I'd like to take up 1399 and then 810 and 904 and then 1144, and then turn our attention to 411 and then the 3 asset forfeiture bills. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, so I'm taking that as a yes, and I'm going to keep moving forward. So I'll open the work session on LD 1399. And Peggy, if you could give us kind of an overview and then particularly of the draft amendment.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that. So LD 1399 is actually it's a bill that provides for remote notarization. Notarization. We do not have any authority for notarization remotely in the statutes, electronic, remote at all. But the governor, during the pandemic, the governor issued an executive order to address remote notarization. This bill would put it into the statute. It's based on model legislation from the Mortgage Bankers Association and the American Land Title Association. Just so you know, 810 and 904 are also about remote notarization, and 904 would ask you to adopt the uniform law from the Uniform Law Commissioners, RULONA, the revised uniform law on notarization. And there are lots and lots of people who are affected by notarization, that use it, that rely on it. Little everyday transactions as well as great big transactions. And a lot of the people got together and said, we're not really pleased with what's in this bill. It's going to need a lot of work. There's also good things in Rulona that we want to look at. And then we still have this executive order that's existing, and we can actually live with it while we figure out all the other details. The Secretary of State's office oversees the Commission of Notaries, and they are interested in updating our law as well. And they actually had started work on looking at Rulona, and they were going to report back. And then the pandemic came, and the same, you know, the Secretary of State's office also does all the elections. So they were dealing with the 3 elections during the pandemic. So they didn't get as far along in the process. So rather than spending time looking at the contents of LD 1399, if you remember at the public hearing, all the people that testified said, we kind of like this idea about extending the executive order through the end of next December. The Secretary of State puts a working group together that goes over all of this, and additionally talks about electronic notarization if necessary. And then there are some pieces that the Secretary of State's office wants to try to clarify that aren't necessarily about remote notarization. That working group would report to you next year. You would be able to report out a bill that would then take effect January 1st. And so that's what the amendment is. The amendment that was distributed at the public hearing said, we hereby extend the executive order. We can't do that. We actually have to put the executive order in statute. And so that's what this amendment does to LD 1399. And I can answer any questions. I can also walk you through it. I can share the screen. However you want to go forward is great.
Thank you, Peggy. And the amendment is the document dated 5/14/21 that was circulated to all of the members of the committee.
Yes.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. Let's see if committee members have questions about it. Representative Harnett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Peggy. I got a little confused with which Decembers, which Januaries.
Yeah.
The resolve would keep the executive order 37A basically in effect until January 1st of 2023, right?
Yeah, right.
And the committee would report back to us, the Secretary of State's working group would report back to us December of this year, 2021?
I think it's
February 1, 2022.
2022. So then we would have time to report out a bill in the short session that would then take effect either prior to the expiration of the resolve. Okay, but no later than.
Right.
Okay.
You
Thank
got
you. I just got, there were too many Januaries and December for my brain at this time of day, or maybe even in the morning.
Committee members, are there any other questions about the amendment? I'm not seeing any. My thought is that we could move forward with a motion on the amendment. And is anybody prepared to make a motion? Representative Harnett?
I would make an ought to pass as amended using the amendment dated 5/14/2021.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Keim. Is there any discussion? The committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are ready for the vote. So the motion is Representative Harnett ought to pass as amended, seconded by Senator Keim. Welcome, Ms. Panett.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Ready to go?
We are.
Thank you very much. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I will recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Madam Chair, I have 12 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member voting in the negative, and 1 member is absent.
Thank you very much. And so the ought to pass as amended vote carries 12-1 with 1 absentee. And Representative Libby, what is your report?
Ought not to pass.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close the work session on 1399. And I would entertain motions of ought not to pass to dispense with, we'll start with LD 810. Sir, we go ahead, Representative Harnett. I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry, ought not to pass on LD 810.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Evangelos. The committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are.
Sorry. I can write fast, but not that fast. Madam Chair, Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Representative Harnett. Excuse me, Senator Kime. Sorry, I've just lost my.
I'm sorry, I had to step away to answer a phone call. Could you repeat what we're voting on? Is it ought not to pass?
Yes, on LD 810.
Yes.
Senator Kime votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett, I can't hear.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Madam Chair, I have 13 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 member is absent.
Thank you very much. So the ought not to pass motion on 18 carries, and with 13-0 with 1 absent. We'll move on to open the work. Well, we'll close the work session on 810 and open the work session on 904, which is the third notarial acts bill. And I look for a motion. Go ahead, Representative Moriarty.
I move ought not to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Any discussion? I think we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime.
Yes.
Senator Kime votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yep.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Madam Chair, I have 13 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 member is absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And so the ought not to pass motion on LD 903 carries 13-0 with 1 absentee. And Representative Harnett, would you like to be recognized?
Yes, please. I just thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to alert the committee. I had promised the bill sponsor of LD 810 that I would let her know when we were taking up the bill. But then I ended up calling her to tell her that we just killed her bill. But she was comfortable with that, knowing that we have a vehicle through the resolve. She just wanted to make sure we had a vehicle to report something out next year. So a little slow on the notice.
Thank you very much, Representative Harnett. Peggy?
I just wanted to make sure that the committee was aware that there were a lot of people that worked very hard on putting together this kind of compromise amendment. And I just want to thank them for all their work. It wasn't me, it was them agreeing to come to some kind of agreement to put it together for you. So especially Andy Cashman and Paul Chaikin was involved, and I know that Leo Delicata was, and also the Secretary of State's office stepping up to agree to convene the working group. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Peggy, and thank you for pointing that out. Many of those folks are here with us today in the attendee space, and so we want to express our thanks to you for all of the great work that you did on the notarization legislation. We really appreciate you taking the lead and addressing the issue in such an effective way, and we are excited to see the additional work that occurs in between sessions and get to work next session on something that's final. And thank you once again for all of your work.
Thank you.
And I think we're ready to move on to our next bill, which is a related issue, which is LD, excuse me, 1144, an act to amend the law regarding advanced healthcare directives. So we'll open the work session on that.
Great. Thank you. So this bill was written to address advanced healthcare directives or healthcare powers of attorney for people who are in a healthcare setting where they have to be isolated. Those documents need to be, they're not really notarized, but they're witnessed. I think they both need 2 witnesses. And so the bill was put together to recognize that especially during the past year or so, there were people who were isolated and couldn't have their witnesses in the room with them at a hospital or some other healthcare facility because of COVID. And so this was the attempt to try to get their advanced healthcare directive, their wishes on how, or appointing a surrogate to make decisions for them would get taken care of. Several people got together and worked on refining the bill. And oh gosh, I even said LF instead of LD 1144. If you don't mind, I would actually ask for the people who worked on this amendment to explain it. And I know that Leo Delicata and Lisa Harvey McPherson had worked on it pretty closely. I'm not sure who else did. They were my contacts in working with it.
Okay, I've just brought them over to the panel, and we'll see if up, and then we can ask if there's anybody else who we should bring over. Welcome, Leo Delicata, and welcome, Lisa Harvey McPherson. I know that we also owe thanks to you for your excellent work on this legislation. And
thank you, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett and members of the committee. I think the summary is quite clear, and it explains, I think, in a way that would only be duplicative of what I would say of exactly what this does. So if you would like me to go on, I would, or I could just sit here quietly for a minute and let you read the summary. And if anybody has questions, I'd be more than happy to answer it. But that has a lot of information in it, and hopefully it will be enough. Is that okay?
yeah, I think committee members may have already read the summary. Go ahead, Senator Keim.
I have a couple of questions. My first one is for Peggy. Can you help me understand why? So we heard this bill along with the other notary bills, and because a notary was mentioned at first and now the notary was taken out. So can you just help me understand? Can you help me understand why that was?
Well, I don't think a notary is ever actually required in a healthcare directive. You need witnesses, but you don't. I don't think you need a notary. And that was probably my just thinking. Oh, we can wrap all four of these bills up in the resolve that 1399 is going to happen. And I think you might have been able to do that, but it doesn't. Answering a notary question doesn't necessarily answer the questions about witnessing a document, which is what this is really about, is how do you witness a document when the person who's signing it can't actually be in the same room with anybody else. And so this is kind of setting up, okay, they can be outside the room in a safe place, or you can actually do it, through a Zoom screen. But you don't, and I'm really hoping that Mr. Delicata will correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I don't think you need a notary for either.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. And my other question I had was for Lisa Harvey McPherson, actually. I was wondering if you could help me understand why. I mean, obviously there have been other times when people have been contagious and couldn't have someone in the room with them. So why would you want to bring this forward now?
Thank you for the question. And I also want to thank Representative Roeder for sponsoring this bill. This bill was initiated by Northern Light Eastern Maine Medical Center, and they reached out to me because of the experience during the COVID pandemic. When patients are hospitalized with COVID, they are in strict isolation, and we all understand the protective nature of caring for those patients. But the protocol is everything in the patient's room is considered to be a contaminated item. So when the patients were signing these documents, they were contaminated pieces of paper because they had been exposed. And so how do we legally execute a document that is now considered to be contaminated? So we would tape them on the back of the door in the patient's room. And we readily identified we can work to ensure that the individual's desires around their advance directives are communicated in such a way that that document can be moved over and entered into the clinical health record. And this was a way that we sought to do that. And I do want to share with you, we worked with Leo, and we're very grateful for his assistance. And the most substantive change in this bill, from my perspective, is it limits the ability to execute these documents with a designated person and audiovisual communication to a hospital or a residential setting so that there are personnel that will work with the patient and the family in executing these documents.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Senator Kyman. Thank you for the answers. Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to figure out why we need this bill now versus the many years we've had with many other diseases that are droplet based precautions. When we have heard from the CDC that we don't need to be concerned about surfaces, particularly after a certain time frame. And my bigger concern with this bill is the larger issue, the issues that many institutions around our state, I've heard from so many folks who have had issues with visitation. I just got a text from a friend today who's dealing with a situation, not a COVID patient, but where the loved one is dying in a hospital, and today will be the first time that the family has gotten in to visit and will be allowed for 30 minutes. So the issue I have is, where are the precautions for a family to make sure that this is being appropriately applied, and that family is able to get in and adequately deal with the situation long before it's half an hour before the patient dies.
Can I just, Ms. Harvey McPherson, I just like to address that. Is Representative Libby, you raise a really important and concerning issue. It is, however, outside of the scope of this bill. This bill is really about how advanced healthcare directives can be executed. And it doesn't really address family situation. That would be a different bill, perhaps in our committee, but perhaps in another committee.
I understand that. It does directly play into this bill, though I have to disagree with you. The entire premise that the bill is based on is what I'm asking about. And so I guess my clarifying question would be, why do we need this now? Droplet precautions are not new. They are not unique. What is unique is that folks have not been allowed to get in to see their loved one. And if they could, then this would be a moot point, because they would be able to be, if not in the same room, just approximate to it and working out these details.
Good.
Go ahead, Mr. Delicata, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that what this bill does is it provides an alternative to being in the room. You can either be outside the room, you can be in the room, or you can be face-to-face with audiovisual equipment. It gives another feature to another choice, another option. And it actually could make it easier for families in a situation that could be as challenging as the kind of infection that we've been fighting for a year. So, I mean, I understood and I understand why the hospitals really want an alternative. They may never use it, but at least they'll have it if they need it.
And the why now, this was brought to my attention because of the unique circumstances of COVID. It prompted a larger number of advanced directive types of requests and support from hospital personnel in our institutions than we would have normally experienced in, like, during the flu pandemic, or those types of situations. So it pointed out to us, given the volume, we wanted to serve our patients in a way that really provided an alternative to make sure their wishes were followed through.
I understand. I can discuss when we're discussing our votes on the bill, but I simply disagree with the premise of this bill.
And I would just like to ask the bill sponsor if she would like to provide any more information about why we need this bill now, and also to express thanks for bringing the bill forward.
Would it be all right to address folks?
Yes, go ahead. And thank you and welcome to the committee.
Thank you. I'm going to keep my video up just because I'm packing for tomorrow. So I apologize. I don't want y'all to see my higgledy-pigglediness here. This bill in particular was brought to me because there were certain situations where a patient's advanced care directive was not able to be executed, was not able to be signed. And as someone who had to dig through reams and reams of paper to find my own parents' advanced care directives, I know how important those documents are. And I know how much they mean to the person who is executing them, who is setting down on paper exactly how they want their health decisions to be made. And were I in a position where I was separate from one of my parents when they were signing an advanced care directive and I could not witness it, it would have been a hardship and a burden. And I understand Representative Libby's concerns. There are so many people who are not able to visit loved ones in congregate care facilities and in hospitals, and that is tragic, and that is a matter that should be discussed, I believe, but maybe hasn't the same kind of bearing here. There are situations that will arise that are not COVID related that this will apply to. We're just giving hospitals the tool to execute the wishes of their patients. That's all we're trying to do here. Thank you very much for everybody's hard work.
Thank you so much. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Mr. Delicata. Serving on judiciary, I'm in a room full of lawyers. So when I say this, I realize I'm at risk, but I'm not a fan of litigation. Particularly frivolous litigation, of course, but sometimes it's warranted. And I have a real problem with the next to last sentence in the amendment as to how that may be interpreted as far as good faith actions or omissions. I think, negligence doesn't require malice. And so I worry that that's too much of a blanket immunity. I just wanted you to react to that.
Representative Babbage, I can tell you that that's not my language. That was from the hospital's attorney.
Well, I understand why you would want it.
I expect that it's pretty much standard language that hospitals use in most situations. I honestly was interested in the rest of it, and that's a great question, but I don't think you're going to get a completely satisfactory answer.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, the ACLU is not in the attendee list, are they, by chance?
Do not see a representative of the
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Peggy, did you want to weigh in on that? Your hand, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is adding a new section to the Uniform Healthcare Decisions Act. And there is a section already in current law called immunities. And it does say a healthcare provider or healthcare institution acting in good faith and accordance with generally accepted healthcare standards is not subject to civil or criminal liability or to discipline for unprofessional conduct for complying with the decision and kind of going through that. So I think that is intended to kind of say, if you use these procedures, we're going to extend that immunity just like we've extended the immunity for complying with the healthcare decision, the healthcare directive. So I realize that you are granting somebody immunity. What you're granting them immunity for is using these procedures as opposed to following up on whatever's in the healthcare directive. That's already covered by the act that's in current law. I don't know if that helps you at all.
Thank you very much, Peggy. I'm not sure either. I'm not sure if I agree with that original language, but I worry that the implementation could be interpreted in a more blanket way. That's my concern. Thank you so much.
Senator Kime?
Thank you. My chair, my question is again for Lisa Harvey McPherson. You mentioned something that I wanted to follow up on. You said that COVID brought about the need for more advanced directives. And I'm still trying to just understand the whole picture of how this bill would be used. So could you just help me understand what you meant by that and give me some examples?
Yeah, we would have patients who were otherwise generally healthy. You know, initially in COVID, we would have a lot of older adults, and we had some nursing home patients, and generally in that population, it was more common for them to have advanced directives. But as we saw COVID change, and we would see other populations that were historically really healthy, and then were suddenly hospitalized with a very significant diagnosis of COVID-19, having an advanced directive was part of their care planning conversation. And there were sectors of our population that had never executed this agreement or this document and decided that they wanted to when they were hospitalized.
So, and one more, thank you, that's helpful to understand. Right, because in general, people have an advanced directive planned out ahead of time, but it's someone who recognizes they're close to needing that or can see that in their future. I understand that. And then would this, so an advanced directive, could that include physician-assisted suicide?
Leo, I don't think that it does, and you can confirm that for me.
I would say no.
Yeah.
It doesn't. And, you know, so let me just leave it at that. It doesn't. There's nothing in the Healthcare Decisions Act that describes physician-assisted suicide. And, you know, I suppose you could read it into it if you wanted to, but there's nothing specifically in the statute that says that.
So then the most serious advance directive would be that someone would say they didn't want some life-sustaining procedure. Okay.
Yeah. The discussion would commonly come up around ventilators and COVID and people deciding, you know, would they want to be ventilated or not?
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you.
Could I, Ms. Harvey McPherson, could I ask you a question about going forward, you know, in the post-COVID world? Do you foresee that hospitals and other residential healthcare settings, that there might be circumstances that would require, again, the use of this kind of remote execution of a healthcare directive?
Well, we never know what the next kind of public health infectious disease incident will be. And so whatever that is, I can see this as a tool. Pre-COVID, I will say if we were to implement kind of additional public safety, public precaution procedures, it was usually during an influenza outbreak. And so that's the only other example I can think of right off, that we would institute precautions around visitors and protection and isolation.
Thank you. Representative Babbage, is your hand up anew or residual? Committee members, any other questions either for the bill sponsor or for Mr. Delicata or Ms. Harvey McPherson? Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Thank you. Peggy, when you were talking about the use of good faith in Title 18C, were you talking about Section 5-810?
Yes.
Okay, because that's a term that's used throughout that title, but it's only defined in certain parts. And it seems to mean honesty in fact. Is that your understanding of what good faith means? I can't find a definition near the section that you cited.
Right. I don't see a definition in that act, and I don't know if there's one the probate code. Yeah, I think that is a standard meaning. It's one of those terms that, you know, in legal parlance, it's, you know, honesty in fact and how you're proceeding, almost like a due diligence type standard, but how you go forward.
So it has nothing to do with negligence or anything like.
No, no.
Okay.
No, you're not talking about a standard of care. You're talking about how you go, how you respond.
How you rely on the document.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Peggy, if I may, if in the process of using what is provided in this amendment, there is an error. You're saying that this immunity from suit or legal liability for good faith actions or omissions isn't at all relevant to that?
Are you talking about like a medical error?
Perhaps I don't know. The wrong document is used for the wrong patient. You know, whatever. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what could go wrong, and I don't want unintended immunity to be granted for the use of this process if it ends up in being a negligence, because it is related.
I don't think this is trying to address the negligence of medical care or any kind of health care. I would think applying the wrong document to, you know, putting the wrong document in somebody's file wouldn't be covered by this. I think this is more about the process is about witnessing and making sure that you have the principal, the patient is having somebody execute the document for them, and they know the person, they know the patient, and it's being witnessed. I don't think it's really about anything that happens after they have.
So what would be the basis of liability then? Why is liability coverage needed if it doesn't have anything relevant to do with negligence? Or
if I don't know if there's some you know, technical violation in the witnessing, or
Can I ask Peggy, would the previous reference to good faith actions and all of that you quoted earlier, would that be blanket to the section of statute we're talking about?
Well, the section I was talking about was carrying out somebody's healthcare directive. That if somebody says this is how I want to be treated, when I can't express, there's no liability for going for there's liability if there's some kind of negligence or, you know, malfeasance, but you can't hold somebody, the hospital, responsible for carrying out the healthcare directive. So I think that's what's in section 5.8.10. This is a new section in that same statute that's saying the same, you know, general act, article 8 of, no, it's article 5, but it's part 8. And it's talking about just making sure you get this document in place. That's what the liability language is getting to the point that you actually have the healthcare directive. Once you have the healthcare directive, then that other section that I read you, it is going to kick in.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm just going to turn to Lisa Harvey McPherson for a moment and ask if that particular immunity provision, is that essential to the bill from your perspective, or would you be, would the bill effectively meet the hospital's needs and the needs of other healthcare providers without that immunity section? Given that there is the immunity that goes into effect once the document is signed.
Yeah. So we were there, Leo and I were assisted with legal counsel, in-house counsel from Northern Light Health. And the particular attorney that worked with us is the attorney that worked with the patients in their efforts to attain the advanced directives during their isolation protocols. And it was at his strong advice that we included this section.
And is he here by any chance?
No, he's not.
Okay, thank you. All right, Representative Moriarty.
Madam Chair, my response to Representative Babbage's point is simply this: never underestimate the creativity and imagination of an aggressive plaintiff's attorney. This is something that will be hopefully rarely used because of the preconditions that must be met before it applies at all. But the greater good is in seeing that the wishes of the patient in extreme circumstances are carried out. And a hospital or a similar medical care facility should not subject itself to potential liability in ways that we're not able to guess at or foresee this afternoon. I think it's essentially, I guess I would agree that it's appropriate to have that in there. And it makes sense to me. It's good insurance.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share similar concerns with Representative Babbage. I just am thinking through, having been present in many of these conversations in my career, I'm just thinking through the logistics. I do see that the principal has provided an unsigned copy of the Advanced Healthcare Directive, but there are so many places where there's room for error. If the principal is given the copy of one document, but then another is signed in error, or there are a myriad of ways that this could go wrong when this is not being done in the room with the principal, with some parties connected via audio visual and others outside the room. There's so much room for error. And we're talking about really significant issues like a DNR, if someone is deciding, life and death issues. I don't like to see this much margin for error, and then to say that they are immune from suit or legal liability. Good faith actions or omissions, to me, can extend so far as to code or not code a patient, according to this advanced directive, to vent or not vent a patient. And those are very serious good faith actions or omissions. I do not think that there's any way to not have such large margins of error when we're talking about so many moving pieces. I'm very concerned about this bill. And I do very much appreciate the good intentions of everyone involved, but there are so many moving pieces.
I am not sure who is up next, so I'm gonna, Representative Moriarty, is your hand up anew or is it residual?
It is again.
Okay, go ahead.
My understanding on the issue of whether there was error in coding or not coding a patient, as Peggy explained it, is covered by the broader immunity section that she cited and read to us, not by this section, which is really just pertinent to the execution of the document.
Thank you, Representative. Go ahead, Representative Babbage.
Thank you. That was a residual, but I was about to raise it. I think I'm going to vote to pass as amended, and my amendment will be to strike that next to last sentence. I'm not sure if I have the final copy as a proper line and so forth. But the original bill did not have the liability protection. And I know this is an add-on, but I'm more comfortable without that being in there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Senator Kime?
Thank you. So I'm comfortable with the bill. I was wondering, so my question is for Ms. Harvey McPherson. I was wondering if you could tell me what you believe are safeguards in this process.
I believe restricting this to the hospital or residential healthcare facility and the staff at that facility is an important safeguard. When we were talking with Leo about where his concerns with the bill lied and our interest lied, I originally wanted to include home care. And Leo, and my background was as a home care and hospice nurse, so I'm very sensitive to that setting. And Leo expressed concern that that could be one of the highest risk environments, that the patient would be alone. There might be some electronic witnesses. It's an environment that could present risk to the patient. And we wanted to put in the safeguard of professionals within an institution when these documents were executed, and we agreed to that.
And is that the only safeguard that you see here in this amendment that makes you feel comfortable with it?
I also see that if hospitals do implement this option, or a patient chooses to execute this option, we are highly structured organizations with policies and procedures. And so there would be another process that would define further within the organization the policies and procedures on how this would be done and what staff would be involved, social workers, doctors, nurses, things like that.
So my other question around that is the mental state of the patient at the time. How is that taken into consideration?
That would be determined by the physician.
And that's part of the broader advanced directive statute because it's not listed here, or is that correct or not?
Yeah, when patients want to execute an advanced directive today, if the provider has a question of the patient's capacity, then there's a process to assess and determine that patient's capacity for decision making. And so it kind of puts it in that bucket of process. Do they have capacity or not?
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you as well, Ms. Harvey McPherson, is the potential to use two-way audio visual technology also a safeguard?
Yes, we believe that it is, and we also have in there that not only do you have to have the ability to have the technology, but you have to have sight and sound in real time. So if we were in the process of using two-way video technology and the camera froze, for example, you would pause the procedure and you may need to reschedule depending on the broadband challenge.
Thank you. And Leo Delicata, could you please identify any other safeguards that you understand to be present in this legislation, in the amended version?
Yes, actually there are two more. And one is the fact that the individual is given an unsigned copy of the document, the healthcare directive or the power of attorney, and is also provided with the executed copy so that it could be compared. And the copy, executed copy, the signed copy would go either to the individual or to the individual's agent if the individual was not available because they were very sick and had lost their capacity as a result. So I think that's very important. You would actually see the document, you'd be able to look at it. And the hospitals, you know, the advanced directive statute was one that the hospitals had a tremendous amount of of interest in and worked very hard to get the language correct. And also, after it was passed, they organized a work group that came up with a form that all the hospitals use. And in fact, it's the form that's online now. So if you go into almost any hospital in the state, that's the form that you're going to get. And so the idea that you might have a different form in a controlled environment like a hospital is probably pretty rare. So the form itself, the way the form is shared, and also one other thing that wasn't mentioned, which was, capacity is one, but identity is the other. So if you're in the hospital, both of those have been verified and are continuously verified. And capacity is something that the Healthcare Decisions Act assumes that everybody has capacity. And then if you lose your capacity, as Lisa indicated, or have diminished capacity, that's something that there's a protocol that's used that the physician, the primary physician will determine whether the individual has capacity. So that safeguard happens in the hospital. The identity safeguard happens. The fact that you're using a common form is a safeguard. And also the fact that that form is shared. And as Lisa said, the audiovisual technology that you have to use has to be used in a certain way so that you always have the witnesses and the principal and the person who's going to sign on behalf of the principal all connected, sight and sound in real time. So I think that, you know, a lot of that might not work exactly correctly. If it was in somebody's home, you wouldn't be able to tell who was in the home or whether there was some kind of undue influence going on. But I'm confident that in a hospital or in a healthcare facility, that would not be something that I would be worried about.
Thank you. I see lots of hands up. Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for Peggy. Peggy, I see testimony from Northern Light and Maine Health. I know nursing homes or residential care facilities are included in this. Was there ever any communication from folks in that community asking for this bill or speaking to it for or against? I just don't see much in the portal.
Right. No, I don't know who the working group was that worked on this, but that's the only testimony that I'm aware of as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Klein?
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on something you mentioned, Mr. Delicata, that you said that the form or the paper that was handed to the patient would be the same thing that gets signed electronically. So are you saying that because all advanced directives are identical? Because I would think they are not.
No, the actual form would not be signed electronically. There'd be a real person signing the form on behalf of the individual who was isolated. So there's no electronic signing. It's just the individual will be either outside the door and out of the hearing of the individual who's isolated, or would be in another part of the hospital. If the entire floor, for instance, was an isolation floor and you couldn't get anywhere near the room, you could actually have a camera and you could zoom with the person that was in the room as well as the witnesses. And the witnesses could very well be with the individual outside of the isolation area that was going to be signing on behalf of the patient and the witnesses. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was your question?
Well, it's just that, so the advanced directives for every patient aren't the same, but you're saying that there's a copy handed to the patient and that patient has that copy. And then there's the person in some other location that's signing for them. And so you mentioned that the safeguard is the fact that the same paper, that the pieces of paper are identical.
And they're given the signed copy. So when the individual signs it, they make a copy of that. The original stays with the hospital, obviously, because otherwise in COVID times, that would be a contaminated piece of paper if it went into the room. So you would give them a copy of the original, the signed copy, and then they could compare it with the piece of paper that they had before to make sure that it was exactly the same.
Okay, I guess I understand, but where I saw the breakdown in that process is that if the person in the room makes no mark on the piece of paper, there's no way for anyone ever to know what they have seen versus what got signed on their behalf, like, because that's a contaminated piece of paper that's in there.
Yeah, but that piece of paper would stay in there. And then the next piece of paper that would come in would be the signed piece of paper. So the only thing that comes in the room is a copy of the paper with the signature on it, the form with the signature on it. And you put the two together and you can see,
then you're saying at that point, the patient could look at both pieces and say, yes, they signed something that I didn't approve.
Exactly. Correct. Exactly. Couldn't figure out any other way to do it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to follow up, Leo, the form is a standard form that's used from hospital to hospital and setting to setting. And there are little boxes that you can check off in another area where you could add additional instructions. Correct. Right?
Yeah. If you use the hospital form, it's the same form in every hospital. Everybody that belongs to the hospital association uses that form.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification, if the signed form comes in the room compared to the copy, now isn't that signed copy contaminated?
It's a copy. It's a copy of the signed copy.
Okay. Thank you.
There are three documents. There's the blank copy that the patient is looking at.
Yeah, I get it.
There's the original that is signed by the people outside of the isolation. And then that original is photocopied and delivered to the person in the isolation room who signed it. Is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
And then those copies go in the contamination bin to be destroyed.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Good questions. Other questions, committee members? Is the committee ready for a vote? Go ahead, Representative Moriarty.
Madam Chair, is there a motion pending?
No, no one has made a motion.
Then I will offer a motion ought to pass as amended, and I intend to refer to the amendment, including the release language on page 2, as it appears before us.
And so the amendment that you're referring to is the proposed committee amendment for LD 1144 dated 5/14/21.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? I am not seeing a second. Is there another motion? Oh, Representative Sheehan, are you seconding or another motion?
Seconding.
Okay, so there's a motion ought to pass as amended and a second by Representative Sheehan. Any additional discussion, committee members? Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. Ms. Panett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Senator Harnett, excuse me, Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 6 members voting in the affirmative, 5 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. Representative Babbage, what is your report?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Excuse me. My report is ought to pass as amended, striking the single sentence on liability.
Thank you. Representative Hagan, what is your report?
Ought not to pass. OMTP.
Thank you. Representative Libby?
Ought not to pass.
Representative Poirier?
Ought not to pass.
And Representative Thorne? Representative Thorne, are you ought not to pass as well? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay.
I apologize. Could I have him, Representative Thorne, go on record? We need to hear. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Vote ought not to pass.
Thank you so very much.
I'm on record.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So that concludes the work session on LD 1144. Mr. Delicata, Ms. McPherson, and bill sponsor, thank you very much for your hard work on this and also for all of the information you provided today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and I think that brings us to the next work session, and that's on LD 411. LD 411 is, I believe it originally was a concept draft. Let me just grab that. But the bill sponsor has requested that we re-refer LD 411 to the Health and Human Services Committee. I would ask if there is a pending, if anyone would like to make a motion for re-referral. Moved by Representative Harnett. And is there a second? Seconded by Representative Poirier. I think that any discussion? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you. I just would like to know, Madam Chair, what the bill entails. Fair judicial outcomes is fairly broad. Before I vote to send it to another committee, I'd like to know if it really should go to another committee.
Yeah, I think that the sponsor's intent is to create legislation that directs the Department of Health and Human Services to coordinate with the Department of Corrections regarding the provision of services within the services related to mental illness. I don't really know anything more than that, other than that it seemed, the sponsor seemed to think that the language she was going to propose fit squarely within Health and Human Services and not within the jurisdiction of this committee.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry to not have a lot of detail, but I think that that's just where this legislation is at this moment. So we have a motion by Representative Harnett, seconded by Representative Poirier. This is on the motion to re-refer LD 411 to Health and Human Services. Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears we are.
Madam Chair, Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 11 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And so the motion to re-refer to Health and Human Services carries with an 11-0 vote with 3 absences. We'll close the work session on 4/11 and move on to our next work session. And we have 3 bills that are all related to asset seizure and civil asset forfeiture. And I would like to open the work session on all 3 of these bills at the same time with the consent of our analyst, Sam Seneff, who has been working on these for the committee. Does that make sense to you, Sam?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, so we'll open the work session on LD 1363, 1499, and 1521. And with that, Sam, go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did just want to alert the committee to the fact that I don't believe that either of the sponsors are available given the work day tomorrow and travel schedules. So I just thought the committee should know that.
It does appear that Representative Balkingham is here,
Okay.
and I'm going to bring him on to the panel. And yes, I can appreciate that. Thank you for pointing it out. Because of where we are in the session and our deadlines for moving forward, we are going to proceed with the work session at this point. And welcome, Representative Balkingham. Dan, go ahead.
So I think probably I did do separate bill analyses for each of these, but I think probably what I'm going to do is pull up the sheet that has summaries of all 3, because I think you can kind of get a better handle on what all 3 do if I do that. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen briefly for the committee, if that's okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I have on this sheet here summaries of all 3 bills. They all do different things, so they don't necessarily conflict with one another. So the first one is LD 1368, and that is an act to require due process in asset seizure. It adds a new section, which would be codified at Title 15, Section 5821C. And it would define some categories of property exempt from forfeiture, including U.S. currency with a total value of less than $100 and a motor vehicle with a fair market value of $1,000 or less. It would also establish a process for district attorneys to determine fair market value and give district attorneys the discretion to raise the total value of currency or motor vehicles exempt from forfeiture based on a determination of the frequency of offenses that subject property to forfeiture and the average value of forfeited property less the cost of forfeiting and seizing the property. The sponsor did, with testimony, include amendment language, which I'm going to just switch the screen quick and pull that up here. So that language, it is mostly a reorganization. It doesn't, there is not much substantive change versus the original bill. One thing I did want to point out though was in this determination language by the district attorney that gives some discretion in allowing for the DA to create higher values. This number 2 here, this publication language, the original bill put it in the hands of the DA to determine what it says. The district attorney shall identify one or more resources or publications that will serve as the basis for the determination of fair market value. The amendment language is a little different. It says that the DA shall advise the publications that law enforcement agencies may use to establish the value of a motor vehicle. So it's giving a little more discretion to the law enforcement agencies to determine the value versus the DA doing it themselves. The rest of this is mostly, from what I can tell, a reorganization to make the intent clearer of the bill. So that is it for 1368. It's pretty straightforward, I think. The second bill is 1499. So this is an act to improve accountability in asset seizure and forfeiture reporting. So this is originally drafted it was a concept draft, but it was a little bit unusual because a concept draft with quite a bit of language in it. It wasn't allocated language. I did work with this sponsor to create a draft that has all that language allocated in it, and you should have that. So I'm gonna treat this as if the bill was kind of the amendment, because the substance is the same, it's just organized. So this would enact the Seizure and Forfeiture Reporting Act. It would create what's referred to in the bill as the Centralized Reporting Authority to establish and maintain on a monthly basis a case tracking system and a searchable public website that includes information about property seized and forfeited under state law and under any agreement with the federal government. It includes quite a few elements that need to be reported for each piece of property that is seized. It requires the authority to 120 days after the close of the fiscal year, submit to the Speaker, the President, the Senate, the Attorney General, and the Governor a written report summarizing activity in the state for the preceding fiscal year, type, value, disposition seized, and any proceeds that were received or expended at state or local levels. It also provides a fine of $500 or a quarter of the forfeiture, whichever is greater, in the event an agency or department of the state fails to report receipt of forfeited property. And it requires the state auditor to perform a financial audit of records submitted to ensure compliance. So again, there is an amendment which lays that all out in detail. The third bill is 1521, which is an act to strengthen protections against civil asset forfeiture. What this bill does essentially is it eliminates civil forfeiture entirely. It does retain forfeiture, criminal forfeiture. It places some additional limitations in criminal forfeiture. So for firearms and dangerous weapons, it limits forfeiture to cases in which the owner of the firearm or dangerous weapon is convicted of a crime in which the firearm or the dangerous weapon was involved. It removes the current exception for forfeiture of computers that were used without the knowledge or consent of the owner. It prohibits a law enforcement agency, prosecuting authority, state agency, county, or municipality from entering into agreement to transfer property that was seized through federal forfeiture to a federal agency directly, indirectly, or by other means. So sometimes in forfeiture, there's transferring of the asset to another entity, and including potentially to an out-of-state entity. It requires agencies to file reports of property forfeited with the Department of Public Safety and the department, and to maintain all records on a publicly available website. So that is the one part that I could identify that does look like there would be some overlap in terms of that reporting mechanism and tracking mechanism. So both 1499 and 1521 anticipate some creation of some publicly accessible tracking website for all forfeited property. So I do have, I also included from Mr. Risler with the Attorney General's office. He wrote a summary of how asset forfeiture works in Maine, and you should all have that as well. And he is also here to answer any questions that the committee has. There is, I should mention, sorry, for LD 1521, there is also language from the sponsor proposing some amended changes. I apologize, I didn't have time to get this into an amendment form, but I think this does lay out some of the potential changes that the sponsor is considering with this bill, and he is here, and if he may wish to walk through that. So that is what I've got on those bills. Should I stop screen share? Or is there anything anyone would like to have a look at?
Committee members, could you please raise your electronic hand if there's anything in particular you'd like to ask while the screen sharing is up. Representative Hagan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Interested in section 1 with the firearm part. Could we have more on that?
So in 1521.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Is that something you would like to hear from the sponsor?
Yes, either you or the sponsor or both.
So Representative Fockingham is here and may wish to speak to that.
Thank you.
And just Representative Hagan, just wanted to ask you a quick question. Would you like the screen sharing to be up while Representative Fockingham explains, or not?
Nope, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay. So Sam, if you don't mind ending the screen share, that way we can all see each other as we discuss this. Thank you very much. And Representative Fockingham, I don't know if you need a more specific question for Representative Hagan, or if he's given you enough of an indication of his question.
No, that's fine. I can go from there. So I'd refer back to the public hearing. This bill, the good thing about where I'm going with this bill and the current practices in the state of Maine is that our law enforcement does a pretty good job here in Maine. And we're just trying to put in statute. As I testified, it's a really simple concept. You don't lose your property unless you used it in the commission of a crime. And when the state police came and testified on this bill, the only concern they had was that inner federal working with federal authorities. And so the section there that you're asking about isn't really any different than the practices they use already. They're fine with reporting and all the other sections. The only section that they really had concern with was that section that I mentioned about cooperating with federal agencies on the interstate part. And so I've been working with a gentleman named Lee McGrath, who's the executive director of Institute for Justice. Mentioned his name to you guys at the public hearing. And I'm trying really hard to get this bill right. And so I've been working with him on the amendment. And what he discovered is that Maine has a really great criminal forfeiture process, and that if we make that the sole process, then there's not really a lot of work for us to do here. And I believe the chairs are aware that he would be in attendance today. And
yeah. Would you like me to bring him in?
if it's permissible with the chairs, I would like to hand it over to Lee and let him explain this amendment that I've sent to Sam that I've been working on.
Thank you, Representative Falkingham, and welcome, Lee.
Thank you.
McGrath. It's my eyes are tired. Welcome, Lee McGrath.
Senator, you've had a long day, so as you all have. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss each of these bills. Let me build upon what Representative Falkingham has said. Maine has a good criminal forfeiture process. And what the amended version that Representative Falkingham has submitted, or the outline with amendment, shifts the focus to criminal forfeiture. No one in Maine who is acquitted of a crime should lose their property through the forfeiture process. Maine acknowledges this in its criminal forfeiture process. And so to Representative Hagan's question about, I think it was Hagan, about guns, what the outline would ensure is that someone was convicted of a crime as a prerequisite to losing title. The gun could be seized, but losing title to ownership of that gun.
Thank you. That was a good explanation, and let me just turn to committee members because I see that Senator Keim has her hand raised. And so I think we're, go ahead, Senator Keim. Does your question relate to 1521 or one of the other bills? Or the topic in general?
Thank you. Well, I had raised it when Sam was screen sharing because I wanted to have him go over what the AG had sent because it's not something I had been able to go through yet. And then I probably need Sam also to just explain to me. So this bill that we've just been talking about, 1521, gets rid of civil forfeiture. So I would like an explanation of how civil forfeiture happens.
Let me then, Senator Keim, the AG who wrote the memo is here and has been waiting patiently as well to address us. So I'm going to bring him to the panel, and I think it's appropriate to let him do a bit of an overview and to answer your questions. Is that okay, Sam, with you as well? Okay. And the Attorney General is John Riesler. I believe I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. John Riesler, welcome to the Judiciary Committee, and thank you for your work on these bills.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, Representative. Good afternoon, members of the committee. In whatever way I can be helpful, I'm not here to necessarily address any of the policies in the bill, but as a practitioner in the field, I work as a prosecutor for the Attorney General's office. I put together that memo to outline the process here in the state of Maine, and am glad to either go over that process. I do agree with Mr. McGrath that Maine has a very strong criminal forfeiture system. We do probably 98% of our forfeitures via the criminal forfeiture rather than the civil forfeiture statute. But whatever I can do to answer the committee's questions, I'm glad to be of assistance.
Thank you very much. Senator Keim, did you want to ask your questions directly to John Riesler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. So yeah, if you could just go over what you sent the committee, that I think that would be helpful for me in understanding this is a fairly new topic for me. And then also what sort of circumstances will generate a civil forfeiture.
Gladly. So what I'll start with is talking about the process of criminal forfeiture, just because that's what happens 98% of the time. The way in which a criminal forfeiture will begin will be there is certain property that under section 5821 is subject to forfeiture. So for instance, proceeds of drug trafficking is one of those. A vehicle that's used to facilitate a drug transaction would be another example. Money that is intended for the purchase of drugs is also subject property. So when law enforcement in the criminal context either executes a search warrant or arrests someone and they have probable cause to believe that an asset is covered under section 5821, that asset will then be seized. When that seizure is actually allowed under section 5822 subsection 6. And from that point on, the forfeiture then tracks the criminal process. So the prosecutor will add a count to the complaint for the asset. So for instance, someone might be charged with unlawful trafficking and a separate count of criminal forfeiture of X amount of money that there's probable cause to believe are drug proceeds. That case will then either go to trial or will come to a plea agreement. If it goes to a trial, there are provisions that allow the forfeiture to get bifurcated, so separated at trial from the criminal charges, so that a defendant can choose just to have the jury address the criminal charges, and can either submit the criminal forfeiture count to the jury or decide to just have the judge decide that count. After that, the person will either admit in the context of a guilty plea or be found liable on the forfeiture. And then it will be up to the prosecution. There are various ways for the forfeiture to be shared with law enforcement agencies and municipalities, as well as counties. That has to do with whether or not one of those agencies made a substantial contribution to that particular investigation. And what will happen is the state will recommend the equitable transfer of that asset to the state agency or the municipality or the county. And then the court will issue a final order if it finds that that recommendation is reasonable. One thing that I think is often misunderstood is that once an asset is transferred to either a county or municipality, that is actually up to the county commissioners or the municipal officers in how that asset is used. It is not automatically sent to the law enforcement agency. And I do apologize, it's late in the day for all of us. Prior to the court ordering that be forfeited, for counties, the county commissioners have to approve receiving the asset. For municipalities, the municipal officers have to approve that. And for state agencies, either the governor or the attorney general has to approve that asset being accepted. Does that hopefully, oh, and I apologize. Your second part of the question was as to civil forfeitures. They are comparatively rare in the state of Maine. I have seen them in some limited circumstances. The most common circumstance that I see them in is a case where the prosecution starts as a state case and then is adopted for prosecution by the U.S. Attorney's Office. And they have very strict timelines on when a federal agency can adopt an asset for forfeiture. And so basically the asset that had we gone forward with a criminal prosecution in state court and would have been subject to criminal forfeiture, we then have to explore the avenue of civil forfeiture just because the federal government had rules against adopting that asset. The other places I have seen it is unfortunately if a individual has a pending criminal matter and dies, and there is probable cause to believe that those assets are the fruit of drug trafficking, that is an area where civil forfeiture can take place. And the only other, I have seen it rarely, where there was a scenario where all of the individuals fled from a motel room and were not apprehended by law enforcement. And in that case, it was a whole bunch of money, a whole bunch of drugs. And I believe that a civil forfeiture was pursued in that, although I was not involved myself in that particular case. So I do agree with Mr. McGrath that in my experience, criminal forfeitures handle 98% of the assets. I will say that there are rules governing civil forfeitures, and all of those, if they're going to be transferred to another agency, need to be approved by the Attorney General. I review all of those on his behalf just to make sure that they are generally appear to be proper. And I would say that I approve, or I forward to the Attorney General, less than 10 of those a year. It could even be as low as 5. It's very rare.
So if I may follow up, the one part I didn't understand is if a federal agent is going under civil forfeiture, if a federal agent is going to take over a case, you're saying they have strict timelines, so it means that we can't go fully through the process that we would in Maine to approve or to actually get a criminal conviction. And so you just have to, so you take the assets under civil forfeiture in order to hand them over to the federal agents. Is that, did I understand that right?
I don't think so. If the U.S. Attorney's Office adopts a case and the timeline is beyond when their federal agencies will allow for the forfeiture, once the criminal charges are taken over by the U.S. Attorney's Office for prosecution in federal court, we dismiss the state criminal charges, which would include the criminal forfeiture, because we do not, as a matter of practice, prosecute the same criminal conduct in state court as is prosecuted in federal court. And so because that the criminal proceeding gets dismissed, that we then lose that mechanism of criminal forfeiture. When we pursue a civil forfeiture in that context, we do not, my recommendation would not be awarding the asset to the federal government or any federal agency. It would be whatever state agency would have received it if we had prosecuted this criminal conduct in state court. So if it was an arrest by, for instance, the Hancock Sheriff's Office, and they did the investigation, but the federal government prosecuted the case, the recommendation would be, if that asset were to be civilly forfeited, that it be equitably transferred to the Hancock County for the county commissioners to determine what they want to do with that asset.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask a follow-up question on Senator Kimes' line of questioning. So in that case that you were just discussing, would Maine wait to pursue the civil forfeiture process until after the criminal charges in federal court were resolved?
There is nothing in the statute that I am aware of that would dictate our timeline. As a matter of practical experience, civil matters tend to be of less pressing of a time nature than criminal, just because there's not that same liberty interest at stake. And so when prosecutors are triaging, I would just suggest that civil forfeitures may not always be the most imminent issue we're dealing with. And so often, not as a matter of statute, but just practicality, we would wait for that federal conviction. And I can't think of a case where we haven't waited for the defendant to be convicted in federal court.
Thank you. Representative Reckitt?
Thank you. It's sort of a curiosity question that's related to this. Has there ever been a prosecution under the asset forfeiture statute that we passed either 2 or 4 years ago around trafficking?
Around, is that the amendment to add human trafficking to? Unfortunately, I'm the drug guy and I don't know the answer to that. I would be glad to just reach out to the district attorneys and find out if any of them have used that provision, just because I don't know that and it wouldn't fall within my jurisdiction. I apologize.
Well, if you happen to be talking to them, I would love to know that information. It was me that put that bill in way back when, and I just have no idea what happened with it.
I will do that and get back to you, Representative.
All righty, thank you so much.
Committee members, are there any additional questions for John? And John, I'm sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing your last name. Is it Riesler?
It's Riesler, but as long as it's something somewhat similar, I'll answer.
Okay, it's like the licorice. So,
exactly.
Are there any questions for John Riesler or Lee McGrath? Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rissler. One of the things you pointed out earlier is it's been a long day and it's late, and I may have missed this, but this is a pretty simple question. I think I am arrested for on a drug charge. You seize the drugs, you seize the money. I'm ultimately exonerated, not convicted. Do I get the assets back?
I do not believe you get the drugs back, because those would be something that, unless it was something you could lawfully possess, that we wouldn't be returning. And there is a specific provision for that, and I do not recall. But one of the interesting parts of the criminal forfeiture statute that I'm sure Mr. McGrath is also aware of is that it, in order for it to, for an asset to be forfeited, it requires a person convicted of a crime that subjects the person, a person convicted of a crime that subjects the person to forfeiture of property under 5821 forfeits to the state all rights. And so unless there is a criminal conviction, the civil forfeit, the criminal forfeiture cannot take place. So if you are exonerated and found not guilty, my reading of the statute is the state is precluded from a criminal forfeiture. Could the state, in theory, pursue a civil forfeiture? That's possible. I can't imagine a factual scenario in which that would happen, or if one of the prosecutors who worked for me suggested it, that I would approve that course of action. It is hypothetically possible under the statute.
So I would be deprived of the assets during the prosecution of the matter, but they would be returned if exonerated, other than the drugs.
Other than the drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I add something that might help Representative Harnett?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Representative Harnett, the working amendment that Representative Falkingham has addressed builds upon Maine's good criminal forfeiture statute. And one of the aspects of Maine's good forfeiture statute is an exception for marijuana used medicinally and for recreation. So if your question wasn't to those points, the recreational or medicinal marijuana would never be seized. To your follow-up question, Representative Falkingham's amendment includes what is known as a prompt post-seizure hearing. So while the criminal prosecution is gestating, a property owner could go into court and ask the judge to return the property. So an innocent owner claimant, like a wife, a girlfriend, a parent, a community bank, Avis Rent-A-Car, does not need to wait until after the criminal prosecution to state its claim.
Thank you.
Senator Khan, go ahead.
Thank you. That was helpful, Mr. McGrath, actually, because I hadn't thought about it in that way. So just to restate what I've heard, I think going just back to the civil forfeiture, we can actually take property without a conviction, but by law, but as a matter of practice, we don't. Is that right? Or Mr. Risler, I don't know which one.
I yield to Mr. Risler.
Yeah.
I apologize. I was enjoying Mr. McGrath deciding if he was going to answer. Can you ask the question really quickly one more time?
Yeah, so I think what I heard you say is that by law, we could take property without a conviction, but as a matter of practice, we don't. So we could keep the assets even if a conviction doesn't follow through, but as a matter of practice, we don't.
Correct. And I am aware of no case where someone was acquitted where the state then filed a civil forfeiture for property that had been previously subject to a criminal forfeiture that could no longer happen because of the acquittal. I'm not saying it didn't happen before my tenure and I just didn't know about it. I am unaware of any time that's ever happened.
And so just another follow-up then. So for clarification then, currently, if someone's asset was seized along with, just a whole scoop that happened, right now under Maine law, a person has to wait until the whole case is settled before they can ask for their own property that happened to get scooped up and all the rest to be given back to them, whether it's Avis Rent-A-Car or girlfriend's property or whatnot.
So there is a mechanism under the rules of criminal procedure for individuals to petition for the return of property. Often innocent owners will do that. And where there's evidence of that, my experience, I actually was just speaking with one of my prosecutors this afternoon, was that the state will agree to that return and direct the law enforcement agency to return that property to the innocent owner. We have no interest in depriving those people of their property. And in the case of Avis, for instance, just as a practical matter, where a vehicle is not owned by the perpetrator, we do not to the best of my knowledge, we do not ever seek forfeiture of those and would only retain a vehicle if it had some specific evidentiary value, such as a very unique hide within the vehicle where the drugs were hidden. Although even in that case, we would do our best to get photographs or other evidence that would allow for the return of the vehicle to whoever that third party owner was.
Madam Chair, Senator Keim, if I could just add on what the amendment, Mr. Risler is correct. What the amendment really does as it relates to the prompt post-seizure hearing is codify in statute that the wife, the girlfriend, the parent, Avis, the community bank can go into court very promptly. And that is consistent with some of recent Supreme Court decisions in Indiana, Minnesota, and federal appeals court in the second circuit.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. McGrath and Mr. Risler. Committee members, we've received a lot of information. I'm turning to committee members to see if anybody has any final questions, either for Lee McGrath or for John Risler. Representative Moriarty, your hand is up. Is it a question for one of you?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Question for Mr. McGrath. Are you continuing to work with Representative Falkingham on final language for 1521?
Madam Chair, Representative Moriarty, we have submitted an outline which is a line-by-line outline, which, but for the burdens currently facing staff, I'm sure it could be used to be codified into an amendment. But I always enjoy working with Representative Falkingham, and will take whatever steps necessary to facilitate his good work.
So the outline is set to go, provided that it's in proper statutory format.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then my second question is, have you been involved with either of the other two bills that are before us in this consolidated work session?
Yes.
And it strikes me that Mr. Falkingham's bill is emerging as the lead vehicle in our discussion. Do you have any thoughts as to whether the other two are necessary if the current amended version of Representative Falkingham's bill were to go forward?
Madam Chair, Representative Moriarty, Representative Andrews' bills do different things that address different issues. And if I could I'll be very succinct here.
Actually, I'm going to ask you not to, because we have heard from our legislative analyst. And actually, go ahead and give us a succinct presentation on both of those.
Madam Chair, Representative Moriarty, you are at a disadvantage relative to other state legislators in the United States in terms of transparency. And Representative Andrews' bill addresses reporting, his bill LD 1499. And he has put in an amendment that's a skinny version of the legislation that has been enacted in Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, and New Jersey that would give you more information about the property that is seized and forfeited in Maine.
Okay.
Just a point on that. There is often a wives' tale about just how big these seizures and forfeitures are, with images of hundreds of thousands of dollars wrapped in plastic. We do know from FOIA requests that the median currency forfeiture in Maine is $1,670. And so this type of reporting would add to your knowledge as to exactly how seizures and forfeitures under Maine state law occur.
Mr. McGrath, I think you promised a very succinct
Oh,
presentation
okay.
on both of these because we did have public hearings on both of them. We've also had our legislative analyst present on them. And if you could give us a sentence or two on 1368, that would be really helpful.
I can. 1368 sets some thresholds, some minimums, and they're quite modest of $100 and $1,000 for currency and cash. And the idea there is that it is irrational for every party to pursue such small seizures and small forfeitures.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Risler, I think that your memo indicated that the under Maine law, there is some discretion to with regard to what is seized. Is that, could you speak to that, please?
Certainly there is lots of discretion, although I do not recall in my memo where that is in reference to the bill setting the thresholds, which I believe was 1368. I would just share with the committee that as current practice, we do not seek, or excuse me, the Attorney General's office in conjunction with the state police and Maine Drug Enforcement do not seek forfeitures in amounts of less than $500 for cash and $5,000 for vehicles. In speaking with the district attorney's offices, I was only able to identify a single criminal forfeiture under $500 that had been pursued in the last year or two. So I do believe certainly this would already codify the prosecutorial discretion that is being exercised both by law enforcement agencies as well as by both local and statewide prosecutors.
Thank you very much. Committee members, is there any additional question that you have for Mr. McGrath or Mr. Risler? Okay, I'm going to send you both back to the attendee part of the meeting and then ask committee members if there are any additional questions that you have for our legislative analyst, Sam. I am not seeing any questions. And is there any additional discussion? Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
No further discussion. I was going to make a motion.
I would just like to add to the discussion. I've been kind of quiet, and I would just like to say that I really appreciate all of the information that Lee McGrath and John Risler provided. And it seems to me, with respect to all three of these bills, that we only heard the sponsor's testimony on each bill, and then on one bill we had a one-sentence statement of support. That was the extent of the testimony in support of these three bills. And then we've heard, I think, a really complete discussion from Mr. Risler with regard to the effectiveness of all of Maine's civil asset forfeiture laws, and then also the criminal rule, which provides a review process that can be followed. And I think that what I've gained from this conversation is that our laws and our processes are actually in very good shape. So I'll just add that to the conversation. And Representative Evangelos, go ahead.
Just to move things along, I'm going to make a motion ought to pass as amended on 1521.
Okay, so and is there a second? Seconded by Representative Thorne. And is the ought to pass as amended? What is the amendment?
It was the amendment offered by the sponsor.
Can you just identify the document, or perhaps Sam, you could help us with the document? I'm just not following.
Yeah, I can I'll pull it up. It's a little, I think it's hard to describe. So let me just pull it up here so you can see.
It's also in the portal.
Yes. So it's really an outline with some recommendations for changes that I can certainly draft it up as an amendment, but I don't have that right now. So I think it's hard to summarize it. So it identifies areas that should stay as is. It requests some changes to exceptions for abandoned property. It adds some language around stating that nothing prevents property from forfeiture as part of a plea agreement, grant of immunity, etc. There's some other exceptions there. That exceptions to conviction requirements specifically. And then I think this is what I would have some questions about. There's optional language here, so I just need to know if the committee would want to proceed with some of this other language. I think it's I would need to go back and really kind of get it well formatted and for the committee. I think it's hard for me to say exactly what that would look like right now as written, but I could certainly do that and bring that back in language review in the committee. If it didn't look good, the committee could revote it at language review. So that is an option there. Then there is this new language around post-seizure hearings for folks with an interest in the property. I think you had just spoken a little bit about that. Mr. Risler was saying there is a process, but it is in the rules of criminal procedure and not in the asset forfeiture section. So that would codify that process here. Should I keep this up or stop the share?
I think you can, well, let's ask this. So Representative Evangelist, is this the document you're referring to it in the ought to pass as amended motion?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. I think you can end screen sharing, Sam. Thank you very much. Representative Harnett, go ahead.
We're discussing the motion, is that correct?
Yeah.
And again, maybe it's late in the day. I don't know what I would be voting on here until I see it. So at this point, I couldn't vote ought to pass as amended. That might change at language review if that's a possibility, but I don't fully understand what we're voting on.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Representative Hagan?
Yes, I would like to have a corner caucus, and I'm with Representative Harnett. I'm not sure what's going on, with things. So I'd like to have a corner caucus, I think.
Okay. Would you like is 5 minutes enough time?
Yeah, not much time. Yeah, 5's good.
Okay, so let's reconvene at 6:13, everyone. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
I want to stop your camera, Representative Hagan.
I know, it's crazy.
You guys want to table?
Really loud, volume's on.
Hey guys, what?
He's
Can I?
mute himself. Oof.
Not sure if anybody's familiar with the process, but my names keep disappearing on me. Is there any way to keep those up?
You have to enter it each time?
No, all the on the screen, everybody's square, the name disappears. It wasn't like that. I hit something. I must have.
Oh,
That's all right.
Yeah. All right,
Maybe-
committee.
maybe Zoom is tired.
Yeah. Zoom is exhausted, and I think most of us are back. Representative Moriarty, are you there as well?
Yes, I'm just multitasking.
All right. Is the committee ready for the vote? Looks like the committee is ready for the vote. And Soupy, thank you. So this is LD 1521. The motion is ought to pass as amended by Representative Evangelos, seconded by Representative Thorne. And we're ready, Ms. Panett.
Thank you, Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime.
Yes.
Senator Kime votes yes. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
No.
Thank you. Representative Galgay-Reckett votes no. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 6 members voting in the affirmative, 5 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And so just checking in with my colleagues, is the no vote report is ought not to pass. Is that okay with everybody?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, thank you. So the motion ought to pass carries 6-5 with 3 absences. That concludes the work session on 1521. And we will move on to the work session on 1499. This is one of Representative Andrews' bills, an act to improve accountability in asset seizure and forfeiture reporting. Is there any committee discussion? Not seeing any. Is there a motion? Representative Harnett, do you have a motion?
Ought not to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Reckett. And is there any discussion on the motion, committee members? I think that we are ready for the vote then. Go ahead, Ms. Panett.
Yes, Madam Chair, just for my records, could I make sure I have the right LD that you're voting on, please?
Yes, let me just repeat it. And that's a really good point that we make sure that we're, so I believe that the ought not to pass is on LD 1499, an act to improve accountability in asset seizure and forfeiture reporting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Call the roll.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime.
Yes.
Senator Kime votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos. Representative Newell. I will call the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Representative Evangelos. Representative Evangelos is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 9 members voting in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And Representative Libby, what is your report?
Simple ought to pass.
Thank you. And so the ought not to pass motion carries 9 with 1 ought to pass and 4 absences. That will close the work session on LD 1499. And I have been remiss. I wanted to thank Representative Falkingham for being with us this afternoon and for sponsoring LD 1521. And also thank you so much for educating us all on civil and criminal forfeiture. It's been a really interesting learning experience.
Yeah, it was a long day for you guys, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to come on and bring my friend Lee McGrath on there and Attorney General Reisler. So it was a pretty good conversation. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you so much.
And my apologies to you, Representative Falkingham. I should have voted aye.
Sam, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify with Representative Libby for the minority vote for 1499. You had indicated a straight ought to pass. That bill is a concept draft in the original form. So would you like the amended version?
Yes, my apologies. Yes, the amended version.
Thank you.
So it will be ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we've completed the work session on 1499. We'll move on to our final work session of the day on LD 1368, an act to require due process in asset seizure. And I see 2 hands raised. I don't know whose hand was up first. Do either of you know? No? Okay, go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass. I'm forgetting. I believe there's an amendment. I believe it would be ought to pass as amended.
Thank
Sam
you.
can correct me if there's not an amendment.
There is, yes.
Okay.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Thorne. Is there any committee discussion? Not seeing any committee discussion. I think we're ready for the vote, Ms. Panett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
No.
I'm just going to stop for a minute. Representative Moriarty has his hand up.
Oh,
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. May I repeat? Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
No.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes no. Representative Moriarty.
no.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Representative Evangelos. Representative Evangelos is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 5 members in the negative, and 4 members are absent. Tie.
No one has the strength to run, even though the tie would go to the runner, right? I'm assuming nobody has the strength to run, right?
Well said. And so at this point, there is a tie. We will take both reports and we will conclude the work session. And so the yeses are ought to pass as amended, and the noes are an ought not to pass. And with that, the work session on 1368 is now closed. And I believe that completes our work for the day. I wish everybody safe travels to the State House tomorrow. To the Civic Center. And Representative Harnett?
Yes, I just wanted to alert the chairs and leads that I will bring all of your divided reports to the Civic Center tomorrow, unless Senator Keimer is actually here, but I can never tell by her background.
She's always on a mountaintop.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's a very kind offer, Representative Harnett. I would really appreciate you bringing my divided reports to the Civic Center. Representative Hagan, what is your preference? Oh, I believe he's signed off already.
I already informed him this morning, so he said I'll bring his.
Great. All right. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow at the Civic Center. Have a nice evening.
Hey, take care.
Peggy, did you have anything for us?
Me?
Okay, great. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
I'm ending this.